If you're going to go to the game, get there in plenty of time. Okay, I can't stress this enough. They're really trying to let you know what some of the pitfalls are going to be because of the construction. So plan ahead, right? It's going to significantly affect parking, entry routes, and movement around the stadium on game day. So just again, please, if you can, get there early. All parking lots will be available for the game. Lots C, D, and J, affected by construction. It won't impact pedestrian walkways out stadium gates, but the only way to traverse the stadium 360 degrees will be along the main concourse. And access between gates will be restricted. Some traditional gathering areas you've been to before will not be available. So allow yourself extra time when getting there. Parking lots do open at 8 a.m. Remember where you're parked. And when exiting the stadium, exit through the gate closest to your lot. Get your mobile ticket ready. It's going to make the line go quicker. So again, if you get there by 12:30, you'll probably have minimal delay. By 1:30, moderate. After that, you're asking for it. So again, there's really urging that you get there early today. All right. Gator baseball hit with a departure. Chuck Girolamo leaving to go as the recruiting coordinator, et cetera, at Tennessee. On the surface of it, sounds bad. But the guy coaching there now, the new coach at Tennessee, he and Chuck very close, so he will leave. And, when you put together, Sully's leave of absence, the coaching staff is thin as they prepare for their exhibition game. But it's a good opportunity for Chuck. And, I will say, in the years Chuck was here, always enjoyed him. He was always very gracious to me. Wish him a lot of luck. All right. We will open phone lines, emails, etc. today around our guests. If you have any YouTube questions, Jessica's got those, courtesy of Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier does his banking, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for over 90 years. Facebook Live, Ruse Ogra, State Farm takes care of that. Your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Call us up, Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. They've got 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City. Same-day scheduling. Call them up. Feel better today, TitanMRI.com. The email, of course you know that, srussell@WRUF.com. Brought to you by International Diamond Center. Get the best diamonds at the best prices, quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. I want to thank Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of the show today. Rely on the same company. Gainesville's trusted since 1984, over 40 years. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law. 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. All right, let's get to some emails here. Jim, do you think the situation with Kiffin is similar to the one with Urban Meyer in 2005? A lot of schools, including Notre Dame, wanted Meyer. He obviously chose Florida. Perhaps we need to look back to see why he chose Florida. I get the point, Jim. That was 20 years ago. Long time. Is everything the same as it was then? No, it's not. So I don't know how much that really factors into things. But I get it. Scott, heading down to RV City today, taking the sights. Haven't felt this good about a Gator game in a couple of years. I like the Gators' chances to pull the upset. Georgia gives up a lot of passing yards. Their rush is weak. If DJ has the kind of game he's capable of, can find receivers, We have a competent group of coaches. Think they'll stretch the field with some downfield shots, open up the run game. Trey Smack kicks a game-winning field goal in overtime. Gators win 33 to 30. Okay. Art says, is Gator baseball in a good predicament? Well, a predicament is never good. But I mean, are they in a good place? Seems very unstable the last few years. I don't know how unstable it is. I mean, certainly the way the season ended with all the injuries and then what happened at Coastal Carolina, Sully being suspended, that was not a good look. But it's a new year. We'll see what happens. He said, hope Toronto puts it on in a bow tonight. Yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to see what happens there. I'm kind of rooting for Toronto. And then Steven's got an email here. Says, losing a baseball coach, is that possible indication Sully may not be back? No. I would not read into that, Stephen. Everything I am told is that Sully will be back. That's all I can tell you. We'll see, but that is what I am told. Let's go to our International Diamond Center email we just had, and now to our Titan MRI Imaging phone line. Boxing Jim, hello.
Hey, Steve. Well, let me get my picks and then talk a little bit about the big game tomorrow in Jacksonville.
Okay. Let me get my sheet here. Vandy, Texas.
That's in Nashville? No.
It's Texas.
Yeah. I'm still going with Vanderbilt.
Duke, Clemson.
Oh, boy. Clemson.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Kentucky's Florida's opponent next week. Cincinnati, Utah, two ranked teams.
That's going to be a close game. I like Cincinnati. Don't cheer for Utah, but I'm going to pick Utah.
And score the Gator game and why?
Well, Floiida and Georgia is even as far as they both have come off of a bye week, so maybe they're both healthier. Hopefully Floiida is. I want to pick Florida. One reason is because Napier's gone, and I think that would improve their chances of winning.
Okay.
And I think they're going to put a spot down. The player on the Georgia team that concerns me most is their quarterback. I'm very concerned, but I think they're going to put a spy, Graham or someone, I think they'll have a spy on him. And if they could shut him now and not let him make some big plays with his legs, Florida has a chance. And I think Georgia really is the better team, but Florida needs this one. I think it's Florida's turn. I'm going to go with a fairly low score, Florida 24, Georgia 20.
Okay. Appreciate it, Jim.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you for your call. In 27 years of doing this, I've been accused of a lot of things. Being a homer, I think I'm too nice to coaches, all of that. Is it to the point now where people have given up here on this season? This is Floiida, Georgia. And I look over there, and there's nary a phone call. That's football season comes once, right? I just have not understood that. Mike, Gators will beat the snot out of the Dogs. Defense will play with their hair on fire. Sick of losing to them. Offensive talent is unleashed. He says 34-24. Okay, we will see. We're going to switch gears here. Again, right down the road in Ocala, big horse country. Breeders' Cup is coming up, and my friend Dick Girardi is going to come on and talk to you about that next as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF. Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45 plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't worry.
That's not the future. It's now. At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season. But hurry. Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Floiida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Floiida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Steve Russell will tell you the Hard Rock Bet Party is on, and you're on the guest list. Sign up and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet and a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started with Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and fiscally present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
Your home for Gator basketball is WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Yeah, speaking of Gator hoops, they were loading up the bus today, getting ready to head out for their opening game in, 3 days? Exciting time as the Gators defend a national championship. I've been doing this show a long time, and my next guest has been with me for a lot of those years. He is Dick Girardi. Always a pleasure to have him here. And we're going to talk a little bit about some more horse racing with him. Dick, welcome. Good to have you.
Steve, always great talking to you. Yeah, you and I have chatted for quite a few years now. Absolutely.
Yes. For those who may not be horse racing aficionados, Dick, explain what the Breeders' Cup is.
So this is basically the year-end championship series of races. They're at Del Mar in Southern California. It's just a beautiful track along the Pacific Ocean just north of San Diego. There's 5 championship races today and 9 more tomorrow. For 2-year-olds, kind of horses you and I might be talking about in the Derby next year, that's today. And then tomorrow, the big race is the $7 Million Classic. those are horses like Journalism that people are familiar with through the Triple Crown, and even last year's Triple Crown with Fierceness, Sierra Leone, and Forever Young, all horses that ran in the Derby and then ran in the Breeders' Cup last year. So there's turf races, there's long races, short races, kind of for different types of horses over the 2-day period. But bottom line, 14 championship races, $34 million in purses. And again, the big race, which will be on NBC tomorrow night around 6:30, is the $7 million Classic.
And there's horses from all around the world in this, right?
That is correct. That's one of the key parts of the Breeders' Cup, and that's really what they wanted. This was started in 1984. The first year was at Hollywood Park, which is no longer. In fact, when you watch the Rams of the Chargers play in SoFi Stadium now, that's where Hollywood Park used to stand. It's right off Century Boulevard, not far from LAX. But that was the first year. So this is 42 years, and the object was to start getting horses from all around the world. So in this last few Breeders' Cups, had a number of horses coming from Japan. Now, European horses have come forever for this, but there's a ton of them this year, and especially mostly in the grass races, and European racing is almost exclusively on grass. The European horses are better than the American horses, kind of like the European golfers were better in the Ryder Cup.
Interesting.
Yeah, they have been. It's their natural surface. We're much more of a regular dirt surface. I mean, they run a lot of turf horses here. It's not like we don't have good grass horses, but the Europeans have historically just been better.
Dick Girardi coming to us here, courtesy of betonline.ag. Check out BetOnline for the most up-to-date race odds and props on the Breeders' Cup. Bob Baffert, I think, has, 19 wins here? He needs one more to tie. Is that correct?
That is correct. So Wayne Lucas, who unfortunately passed away earlier this year, the great trainer, and Aidan O'Brien, the great Irish trainer who's just been amazing in the grass races over here, and he's got a number of really solid horses. Each have 20 Breeders' Cup wins. Baffert has 19. And if you look over the schedule of these races for the 2 days, Steve, Baffert and O'Brien are likely to both win multiple races. So one of them is probably by the end of the Breeders' Cup, there's a chance that they could be tied for first at, say, 21. Maybe O'Brien gets to 22, or maybe Baffert gets to 21 and O'Brien doesn't win anything. But, yeah, they're almost certainly going to be 1-2, if not this year, soon. Probably this year off what I'm seeing.
If the average sports fan doesn't know much about the Breeders' Cup, maybe we can make it in the sense of some of the horses here. Will we see them in the Kentucky Derby and, the big races down the line?
100%. So today is what's known as Future Stars Friday, meaning these are horses you'll see in the big races next year. Now, there's 3 grass races and 2 dirt races. The big dirt race is the Juvenile. That's going to go as race 9, about 7:45 tonight. And 2 horses to keep an eye on: Brant, who actually was purchased in Ocala back in March for $3 million.
Wow.
And is now trained by Bob Baffert, and Ted Nafi, who is trained by Todd Pletcher. Both of them are undefeated. There's a good chance you could see one or both of these in the Kentucky Derby in 2026.
As a lay person, I mean, I like to watch horse racing, but don't know, the ins and outs of it. You mentioned dirt and grass. Obviously 2 different things, but are horses specifically trained on each? Do a lot of them run on both? How does that work?
Yeah, it's very rare to have a horse that's equally proficient at grass and dirt. Most of them it's one or the other. I mean, there's the rare horse that can do both, but it's unusual. So what they try to do, the trainers, I mean, a lot of times it's breeding, Steve, like typically, historically, like by this sire out of this dam, these horses like turf or they like dirt. So that's where they start them off. But sometimes, like a horse like Cigar, who was a great horse like 30 years ago, he was a turf horse forever, but he never really could get out of his own way. They put him on dirt and he won 16 races in a row, including the Breeders' Cup. And he was 2-time Horse of the Year. So it just took a while to figure out what the best surface was. But, yeah, typically it's one or the other. Again, it's rare you'll see at the top of the game, it's rare you'll see him going from one surface to the other.
I'm gonna end with this, and I hope I don't ask an ignorant question here, because you had Sovereignty here, tremendous horse, developing a fever. Now, we all know as human beings, we can function with a fever. We can even go out and play a game, with a fever. How does that affect a horse?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the answer is that they don't know how it's going to affect the horse. So what happened was Monday night into Tuesday, Sovereignty, he was the biggest name in the Breeders' Cup, and it's really unfortunate he's not able to run, developed a fever, and they treated him for it. And the fever came down back to normal, but then the next day it spiked again. So they had to treat him with antibiotics. And a couple of things. Once they do that, horses can't run with that in their system in a race, so that was automatically going to get them scratched. And most importantly for people, Steve and you and people listening, when a horse has a fever, generally there's some underlying condition. And it often takes a little bit of time to figure out what that is. It's not like where I can say, hey, I got a fever and I feel this way, and the doctor might be able to treat it. Horses obviously can't tell anybody.
Right.
So they drew blood, and they're trying to get a better sense of what's going on. The early blood results suggest maybe it was just a real quick thing and it's going to go away. But because you don't know, you just can't take a chance on running a horse. There could be some condition that you just don't know about that's going to affect how he races, potentially affect his health. So that's why once a horse develops a fever and it doesn't go away in a day or so, they're not going to be running.
And I guess if you're talking about a horse that's that good and has made that much money, you want to take every precaution, right?
100%. The horse is worth an absolute fortune as a stallion prospect, so they are taking no chances. Yeah, I mean, you might take a little bit of a chance with a horse worth less, although you hope people wouldn't run them. But, yeah, there's no way they're taking any chance with that horse.
Last thing for you, Dick. Who are some of the horses you like here?
Yeah, I like Forever Young to run well, but I do like Sierra Leone in the Classic as the horse I think is most likely to run well. And I'll give you one other horse, Steve, in the Turf, which is the race right prior to the Classic on Saturday. So a horse named Rebels Romance in there. He is a world traveler. He's won races in Hong Kong, Germany, Dubai, United Kingdom, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and he's won the Breeders' Cup Turf twice. He's trying to become the only the third horse ever to win a Breeders' Cup race 3 times. He is, like I say, world traveler. And one of the many cool things about him, he started 29 times. He's won 20, and he's never been second, meaning if he's close, He wins. Rebels Romance, very cool horse.
How about that? Good thing to end on. Dick, always appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on.
You got it. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yep. Knows his stuff. I've been having him on for a long time. And when the Derby and all that happens, we'll get him back. Dick Girardi joining us here. Prognostication Friday. So far, a lot of optimism for Florida here. We will see. All right. Tampa Mike wants me to do my Leonard's loser, so I will do that now. Now, Gatorville has a new Billy in charge and hopes he'll return the chomp to prominence. But them dogs are not your normal mutt, bringing their bark for this one down on the banks of the St. Johns. Them large lizards may need a few cocktails of their own to get over this one when the Jacksonville party comes to a close. Leonard's loser, Florida. Thank you. So there you go. Thank you. Brian, with all these coaching changes and leaves of absence taking a toll on me. Geralman will definitely be missed. It was always the kind of unspoken coach in waiting, or maybe at least in my mind. Who's the interim now? Good question. With all the changes LSU's making now, with the governor putting it on display, and now the AD being ousted, do you think that impacts a coach's decision on becoming the next guy at LSU? Yes, I do. I think it'd be foolish, Brian, to think that doesn't have some impact. Because I'd be thinking, what am I walking into? What is it exactly I'm walking into when that situation arises? So, yes. Mark, this is the most excited I've been for Floiida Georgia since Napier's first year. Having said that, Georgia 27, Florida 20. Victor, you asked me why there's no excitement. First of all, 3 and 4. I'm still all in. As you said, it's football. I think this is one of the main reasons we're looking for a new coach. Last 4 years, been getting all revved up for the season, and by the end of September, I repeat, September, already reached despair and no hope. As I said, I'm still full in, but we invest in this money, time, emotion to get some kind of enjoyment. It's been very hard. Maybe some are not strong enough to keep going or don't really subscribe to in all kinds of weather. Oh, I think that is true. Victor. I think that's very true. And then, James, in your response to the lack of excitement for the game, it's the Napier effect. Don't think there's been a Gator coach other than Mike White had the ability to diminish the excitement for his team. Now that he's gone, the after effect still lingers. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and then joining us on our Titan MRI and Imaging phone line will be one of our high school football coaches today, Gator Hoskins of Eastside. He joins us next as you listen on WRUF.
Your home for Thursday night football all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
International Diamond Center's values are so compelling, it's not unusual to see people here that are not local.
Every day, we have people that drive an hour and a half, even 2 hours.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire.
People are willing to drive because they've heard it's not a typical jewelry store.
For example, did you know IDC has one of the largest selections of luxury pre-owned Rolexes in America?
You're going to want to come to IDC. It's worth the drive.
International Diamond Center in Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at Spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Maaco has paint services on sale now, starting at $4.99. And your car's been trying to tell you something. Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you've been ignoring since spring. You don't need a new car, just a fresh start. Maaco makes it easy with fast service, honest pricing, and work backed by a national warranty. So stop pretending not to see it. Invest in you. Visit Maaco in Gainesville today. Hit the reset button with limited time paint sales starting at just $4.99. Hurry to Maaco now.
We don't know who the next coach of the Floiida Gators will be, but I know where you can get stocked up on all your orange and blue gear. Rally House Gainesville. Located at the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Avenue, Rally House is your one-stop shop for all your officially licensed Gator gear. Jerseys, hats, t-shirts, and more. You want it? Rally House has it. The most popular gear from brands you'll love. 1680 West University Avenue. Your city, your house. Rally House.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
Broadcasting live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, fueled by Southeast Car Agency. Welcome back to Sports Scene. It's a prognostication Friday. We'll get to the games we'll pick, but right now, we're going to talk a little high school football here. And Gator Domino's proud to support our local high schools from carry out and delivery, the best pizza specials in town. Call or click www.domino's.com today. Joining us is Eastside's coach, Gator Hoskins. They've got a city rivalry game with GHS. Gator, welcome. Thanks for doing this again.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I want to take you back to summer and those long workouts, those hot days. As you looked at your team, Gator, did you think you would have the success you've had so far this year?
Yeah. Honestly, we set out a goal. Didn't quite accomplish everything on our goal, but we've accomplished some things on our goals. We still got a lot of football left to play, so right now we're in good shape, but we still got some things that we want to accomplish.
Season's gone by pretty fast, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
All right, you got a city rivalry game with Gainesville. What do you see with the Hurricanes on tape?
To be honest with you, they're a lot better than their record. They play hard. Got a new couple guys in there that's been playing some great football. It's a city rival, so it's always going to be a great game. I'm expecting those guys to come out and play really hard. I think they're doing a great job over there, kind of turning the program, trying to get the program heading into a good direction. But like I said, they're a much better team than their record.
You know, this is the last regular season game, and then, the playoffs start. How do you just approach this as we got to beat our city rival and go from there? How do you approach that?
You approach it like any other game, to be honest with you. We're not looking ahead. This is still a game for us for seeding. We want to make sure that we're in a good position in the playoffs, so we don't overlook anyone. We come in there like we come in every week, ready to play, ready to dominate any opponent.
If nobody had seen your team play, Gator, and they saw your record, tell people what are some of the things that have led you and helped you to be successful as you've been?
As I've been saying from the start, the experience. We have a lot of seniors this year who've played a lot of football. The leadership, our defense is playing really well in our run game. And now lately our quarterbacks and receivers have been getting a great connection. So I would say the leadership and the experience that we've had.
Has this been a fun group to coach?
Yes. This is the class right here I've had for 4 years. They started with me as my first year being the head coach here, and it's been a great ride, being able to see these kids every day grow and get better from freshmen to now they're seniors. I just can't wait to see what the rest of the season has in store for us.
When you got to Eastside, you had to do some rebuilding, and you've done a really good job of that. Is it satisfying for you to see where the program is now?
I think the program is headed in the right direction, but we're not finished yet. I think, like I said, we still have a lot of things that we want to accomplish. We set out goals, but I like the direction that we're headed in.
Last thing, cliche question, but if you are, judging by what you see on tape with Gainesville, if you're to beat them, what do you guys have to do?
You have to be able to run the ball, dominate the line of scrimmage, read our keys on defense, stay honest, stay home, protect the ball, and, again, dominate the line of scrimmage. I think we'll be in good shape.
All right. I appreciate you doing this, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You got it. Gator Hoskins, Eastside's football coach, had a heck of a year. Going to be a playoff team, and wish them a lot of luck. All right. In case you're just tuning in, Prognostication Friday on this Halloween. Vandy, Texas, Duke, Clemson, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Auburn, Cincinnati, Utah, and Georgia, well, should I say Florida, Georgia score NY. 3928255. You can email srussell@wruf.com. And again, on a day where there's just, not a lot of buzz for this, and I wish there was more, frankly. But I get it. And the other thing is, I don't think there's anybody out there that's not, if you're a Florida fan, that's not rooting for Florida and doesn't want them to win. But it's almost like, okay, if we're not going to be involved in the playoffs, we're done. That part I don't get. Again, as a Jets fan, okay, who suffers, when they were 0 and whatever they were, 7, I'm still rooting for them to win the next week, despite the fact that they've been awful for the vast majority of the year. That doesn't change for me. I hope they win this week. I'm rooting for them. Just because they're not going to be in the playoffs. But I get the frustration. Other schools are, and waiting on a coach, all of that. I get it. Don't forget, Gator Volleyball plays Georgia tonight in Athens, and then plays at South Carolina Sunday. Kind of an up and down year for them, but they're ranked again, and that is certainly good for them. And Gator Cross Country, also SEC championships. I think they're in Knoxville, and I think it's today, I want to say. So want to wish them luck. And, of course, men's and women's basketball getting a start here pretty soon. And softball has released its schedule. You want to check that out. 4 SEC series, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi State, and Auburn come here. And there'll be 29 home games at KDC Show. That's kind of a cool thing. All right, let's go to our phone line here. Adam, welcome.
Hey, Steve. Happy Hate Georgia week. My friend, Friday, are you going to the game or are you sticking in
I
town?
am not going to the game this year because of the construction and stuff. I usually try to go up for a half and then bolt back here for the post-game show, but with all the nonsense going on up there, I'm just going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And but listen, I want to skip the picks because I don't know how much time we got, a few minutes maybe. I'd rather talk about these teams, right? In your opinion, obviously we've had this huge, tough schedule for the last couple of years. In your opinion, who's the toughest team we faced this year?
Ooh, toughest team. You mean in terms of, I guess define tough is what I would say.
A stable, solid, consistent on all sides of the ball team. Kind of like what Georgia is. I mean, in your opinion, is it A&M? Is it Miami?
Probably A&M. Probably A&M.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we faced them on the road and kept it pretty close, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And DJ was, having all these injuries leading up to, in my opinion, DJ has been taking steps, towards all the time that he spent without, fall practice, spring practice. And our defense, is Aaron Childs back? I missed that, brother. I know Miles Graham's going to be good, but is Aaron Childs back on the field?
I'd have to look at the injury report.
Okay.
Because it's out.
I look at this. Maybe that's why you're getting lack of calls, because people are just trying to figure this team out, right? And I'm not saying I have it figured out, but we've had one hell of a schedule this year. These guys are battle-tested. I'm not sure what Georgia's schedule has been so far this year, but our defense has consistently kept us in games.
Yep.
Really against some tough opponents, right? And Ron Roberts is making adjustments at half. I was really impressed with the adjustments he made in the Mississippi State game, and I'm impressed with DJ's steps forward. And I'll just leave you with this, my friend. If DJ has taken those steps over this bye week, this couple of weeks, he becomes dangerous to me, right? Not just competent, but dangerous. If he becomes dangerous and that defense sinks their teeth into their running game and really gets after Stockton, man, hey, look, anything can happen. I got Gators 31-24. Go Gators.
All right. Thank you.
Steve.
Yep. Georgia's played, now not the schedule Florida's have played, but Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss. So teams that are ranked, right? And beat number 5 at the time, Ole Miss. So, but I believe they have 2 ranked teams left. I think they play Texas, and Georgia Tech is ranked. But it's not the schedule that Florida has, but then again, nobody has the schedule Florida has. Okay, is this Jack?
Hey, Steve, how you doing, man? Go Gators. It's hate week. Man, anybody that cares about the coaching thing, it's off. Let's win let's win these games. Maybe Billy can go hire Cade Bell, Billy Gonzalez, and shut all the downsiders down, or all the people that are complaining. But, man, it's Floiida Georgia week. This is like the Masters, the Super Bowl. It's like, to me, this is my Super Bowl of the year. I hate Georgia. I've lived in Georgia for 43 years. And I'm going to tell you something, Steve. They are scared. They're very scared of the Gators.
Now, how do you know they're scared?
Because they don't know what's going to happen on our offense, our predictability. They don't know what to coach or what to look for. I mean, I've had graduates. I've been listening to Buck Ballou. I mean, everybody's just kind of – some of my buddies that are coming down here I sell to, they're just scared. They don't know what Florida offensively is going to look like, because Billy's not calling plays anymore.
Well, I would not use the word scared, because I don't think Georgia is scared at all.
They're fans. Excuse me, Steve.
Okay,
fans.
Yes. Now, what I do think, though, is that it is perhaps more difficult to prepare for Florida, because we may see wrinkles, but I don't know. I'm going to give you a stupid example here. You're not going to go from running 4 wide receivers to running the wishbone. You're not going to do that.
No.
But different play calls. Does Lagway become more of a runner? A true dual threat guy? Do they throw the ball down the field more? Do we see different formations, different sets? I think that would certainly have Georgia concerned, because they don't know. I'm with you there.
Yeah, I mean, I think with O'Hara, making the calls, I think the way he threw the ball around the ballpark, as Coach Spurrier would say at the spring game, I just really think that, again, there's a lot of stuff we have, and like Shaner said a couple of weeks ago, everybody's pretty much got the same playbook. It's just the plays you call at the right time at the right place.
Yep,
so I'm gonna let my son Chris. He's a double Gator. I'm gonna let him pick. I'm gonna make him pick the picks.
All right, Chris, you ready?
Sir.
All right, here we go. Vandy, Texas.
Vandy.
Duke, Clemson.
Duke.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Oklahoma.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn, big.
Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
Gators score and why?
24-21 Florida. I think our defense has played really well this year, with the exception of getting to the quarterback like we did a lot more in the last month of the previous season. I think we get to the quarterback more this week, and I think we hold on to the ball a little bit better than we have been. Our possession will be close to 50-50, and we eke out a very, very close win over a nervous team in the second half.
All right. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it.
Hey, go Gators, Steve.
All right. Thank you. We'll take a break, come back, and then Joe, Cleveland, and others will call us and talk to us on Prognostication Friday on Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abby Slate. The Gators offense will be missing 2 impact players this weekend in Jacksonville. Florida will be without wide receivers freshman Vernell Brown III and redshirt sophomore Aiden Mazzell. Brown currently leads the Gators in both receptions and yards. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez touched on Florida's offensive goals for this game moving forward.
We want to be able to move the ball. We want to be able to get the ball out of DJ's hands at a quick pace, get lined up quickly, and again, put points up on the board.
Kickoff is at 3:30, and live coverage will begin right here at 12:30 on WRUF. Florida baseball is currently without a head coach after interim coach Chuck Girolamo announced that he will be taking a position at Tennessee. The Gators will head into their first scrimmage tonight, led by assistant coach Taylor Black and pitching coach David Kopp. Read more about the story on WRUF.
The best conversations happen with Los Linderos tequila, like this recent conversation between two Gator legends.
Coach, you know what always impressed me? How you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave, Los Linderos tequila. Aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
Concrete is tough, long-lasting, durable. And when it's done right, it's the foundation of everything that stands strong. At Silverback Concrete, we don't just pour concrete, we build trust one slab at a time. We're a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists who sweat every detail, from footers to elevated decks. We respect your budget, we build to last, and we care about the people on the job today and those who will walk these floors tomorrow. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete, we've got your back. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to get started.
This holiday season, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your table. From cozy gatherings to company-wide celebrations, we cater it all. With rich, authentic Italian flavors your guests will remember long after dessert. Serving UF, Shands, HCA, and all of Alachua County, we make it easy, delicious, and unforgettable. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com to start planning your holiday event today.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Are you ready to raise your game when it comes to your Gators gear? Head over to Alma Mater in Gainesville and you'll find just what you need to rep your team in style. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, they've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan in all kinds of weather. Whether it's game day or any day, you'll be winning with officially licensed apparel found nowhere else. Locally owned, locally produced. Alma Mater, in-store at the corner of 34th and University or online at almamaterdesign.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home for sports, too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane BTW. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-464-0827 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-464-0827. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny and chilly on this Halloween. Temperatures this afternoon in the mid to upper 60s. Your trick-or-treat forecast looks good. Clear skies, but turning chilly around dinner time. Temperatures in the lower 60s. They'll fall to the lower 50s around 10 o'clock. And in the morning, lows plummeting to the lower to mid 40s to start off the first day of November. Saturday afternoon looks good, though. Lots of sunshine, highs in the low 70s. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Zach Albuquerque. Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF.
Quality Plumbing sponsoring our first hour of sports as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio. Let's go to our Titan MRI Imaging phone line. Joe's there. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon. When is Coach Sully going to be back for the baseball team?
Your guess is as good as mine.
No new word on that.
No.
The sports update just made me think about that. But I was calling about the World Series. I think probably the Dodgers will get tonight, and then the Blue Jays will finish it out on tomorrow, is my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scenario I could certainly see. I picked the Dodgers. That's why Toronto's going to win, because whatever I pick, the other team, the other team usually wins. But to me, the story of this series is not, the kid that pitched the other day. When Toronto lost that devastating game, that could have really knocked some teams out, and it didn't.
It's just a hard game to lose.
Yeah, and it didn't. And it's funny, when they won Game 4, it was the second most viewed Game 4 since 2018, I think.
It's one of these few series is I really don't care who wins. It's just been good baseball to watch.
Yeah, it has. I mean, there's been, mistakes made and, some bad pitching, but it's been the World Series has lived up to what it has normally been. I'll say that. I'm with you.
The Blue Jays bats have definitely outpaced the pitching of
yes. Well, especially the relief pitching. Yes.
But what do you think is going to happen with the divisions when they do the expansion?
I don't know. The first thing they're going to have to worry about, though, is a salary cap, because owners want it, players don't. They are adamant they don't want it. I think they'll strike over it. So to me, that looms over everything in baseball.
And that would be a devastating blow. I mean, I know after 94 strike, I stopped watching for a couple of years, just lost interest. There's so many other things out there.
Yeah.
But I was just hearing someone was proposing that like Tampa, Miami, Atlanta, and a couple other would be in like one division in the Southeast. But I don't know if that would happen because that's a lot of teams switching divisions.
I was going to say you could do it that way, but you're switching leagues. I don't know there'd be a wholesale change like that.
League doesn't matter as much as it used to.
Well, I think it does, because you get to the World Series from your league, right? And then who you play in your league.
You don't have the rules difference. You don't have the designated hitter versus the not.
Right.
You have interleague play.
Yep. All right, Joe, I got to run to a call. I appreciate yours. Thank you. Cleveland, hello.
Hey, Steve, always enjoy your show, man. This may be a very juvenile question, but the next football staff that come here, what primarily do they have to do, especially with the talent that we have now, to get the team back to the championship status and level of play that we experienced under Meyer and Spurrier? Thank you, man. I'm going to take the answer after I hang up.
Okay. Thank you, Cleveland. I mean, the simple answer is win. But look, if Billy Napier has done anything here, he has left talent, and the culture is a hell of a lot better than it was when Dan Mullen was here. So those are positives for any new coach to build on. Well, we don't know how many leave in the portal. What does the roster look like? Because the roster is not going to be the same. But if you're going to be successful, right, talent, roster management, and then coaching, right? Coaching, play calling, all that. That's an oversimplification, but it's the truth. Bob is our final call of the hour. Bob, hi.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Hey, listen, I'm shocked that there's not a long line waiting to talk to you. This is the Floiida Georgia game. And I listened. I don't know if you listened. Did you listen to Billy last night, Gonzalez, on Gator Talk last night?
I did not.
Oh, my God. Billy talks a mile a minute.
Yes, he does.
And Sturdivant was just incredible as well. But what I took away from it was he explained completely how the difference with Billy, who I love, Billy Napier, what he built here, the communication to Lagway between plays. and he explained how what the microphones are going to have and the guys are going to be up in the box, offense and defense, they're going to be able to communicate any changes on the field much quicker to DJ, and I think that's going to be a major difference.
If that does happen, that should be a major difference.
In addition, I think that you know darn well they're going to run some significantly different wide open plays. They're going to spread the field out more. And Georgia doesn't have a great pass rush. If DJ's got time to throw, I think we get a good chance to win this game. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if any quarterback gets time to throw. But, yeah, I'm with you. What does Georgia do? They've not been great on defense, only 8 sacks. That's last in the SEC. So, you know, we will see. I expect points in this game. I don't think it's going to be 13-10. I think there'll be points scored here.
I agree. I think it'll be a score like 34-24 Gators. I really do. And that's my feeling. I think we're going to move the ball up and down the field. We're going to have yardage and a lot of first downs. There will not be any passes on 3rd and 3. And I'll pick the games.
Okay. Got to do this quickly. Vandy, Texas.
Texas.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Duke, Clemson.
Clemson.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
Gators scoring why?
I'm going to go 34-24 Gators.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate your call. Hour 2 of Sports Scene coming up. Stay with us as you listen on WRUF.
Sunday Night Football, all season long. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Looking for the perfect stay in Gainesville? Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center is just steps from the Swamp, the closest hotel to UF. With 6 stylish floors of brand new everything, we've been completely renovated and fully remodeled for your comfort. Enjoy the best guest services in town, competitive rates, and a location you just can't beat. And don't forget about our rooftop pool. Whether it's game day, graduation, or a Gator getaway, make your stay extraordinary at Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center. Visit us online today for details and booking.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
This program is paid for by Weeby Marketing. The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by International Diamond Center, Domino's, Atlantic Roofing, Meldon Law, Los Linderos Tequila, Comfort Temp, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Titan MRI and Imaging, Silverback Concrete, Ruse Ogra State Farm, Crystal Air, Miapa Latin Cafe, Radware, Fairlife Milk, Gator Trim Lights, Quality Plumbing, Doreen Wiebe Realtor Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene for this Halloween. What, can you believe it's going to be November already? It's crazy. Jessica is our producer today as we broadcast live from the Gator. Yeah, well, okay, sorry, yes. She's in costume today, so she's not Jessica today. Anyway, we are coming from the Gator Trim Light Studio, and we are fueled by Southeast Car Agency. Don't forget, if you have Facebook Live questions, Ruzogwa State Farm takes care of those. YouTube questions, courtesy of Campus USA Credit Union. Many thanks to Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of the show. Crystal Air and Water sponsoring hour 2. Family-owned and operated Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com. Titan, MRI and imaging phone line, 392-8255. All our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, won't back down. This hour, in a couple of minutes, we're going to be talking some high school football with Lake City's coach, Brian Allen, having a really good year at Columbia County. And then Megan Borowski from the WFT Weather Center is going to give you the game day forecast over in Jacksonville. It is Prognostication Friday. Also today, Vandy, Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Duke, Clemson, Kentucky, Auburn, Cincinnati, Utah, and Gators score and why. Drew says, think we have a chance. Anything's possible. We have the talent and coaches. Gators 24, Puppy Dogs 21. BB, Vandy, Tennessee, Utah, Duke. NFL, Saints and Rams. He's a Saints fan. The only fun the Saints will have is that they go to Disneyland after they lose. Gator game, Dracula stopped by last night. He said, I'm dying to see the Gators win. I reminded him he already was dead. Drac and I say Gators win by the skin of Drac's fangs. Gators 23, Georgia 17. Anybody know where I can get a gallon of blood? Okay, thank you, BB. Anyway, there you go. So I will say something. The bye week and the coaching change, I don't think anybody, well, maybe 10% have picked Georgia today. It's amazing. Yeah, if Billy Napier were here coaching, I'm not knocking him, but I wonder how many people would say Florida was going to win this game. I just think people are hopeful. I think they hope that something's going to happen in terms of opening up the offense and things like that. So we will certainly see if that takes place. If that's coach, Jessica, well, if we don't get him, we'll call him back. Okay. Happens sometimes. I'm used to that by now. So we'll take your phone calls and then we'll try to get coach here. And it does happen once in a while. All right. Let's get Ken here. Ken, welcome to the show. Ken,
Hello.
go ahead.
Oh, okay. I came on a little sooner than I expected. I missed 3 weeks because of one thing or another, and it's great to be back, and I want to do the picks.
All right. Cincinnati, Utah.
I'm going to go with Cincinnati.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
No one has picked Kentucky. That's Florida's opponent next week, by the way. Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Oklahoma.
Duke, Clemson.
I'm going to say Duke.
Vandy, Texas.
That is going to be a shootout, and because of Arch Manning's concussion, I'm going to say, unfortunately, Vandy.
Gator score and why?
According to the College Football Live podcast that I subscribe to, Kirby Smart has had the worst rush pass defense that he's had since he's taken over at Georgia. And I think because of the new spark of life that Billy Gonzalez has brought to the Gator team, I think they're going to win. Final score 34-27.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate the call. Yeah, we will certainly see. And don't forget, after the game tomorrow, the always popular Extra Point post-game show, your chance to call in and talk about the game as it develops. And that is certainly going to be a good thing. Let's see here. I got a couple of emails to get to. Philip says, maybe it's just in the water, but I agree with a lot of what people have said here today. I just think the Gators are going to be geeked for this game, a breath of fresh air, new play callers, etc. Florida wins this high scoring, relatively speaking, he says, 27-24. Billy says, I really want to root for Florida. I want them to win, but in good conscience can't pick them until they prove to me they can win. Georgia wins 30-24. But most people today, have picked Florida. And kind of interesting in that. Also, a lot of people today are wondering about Gator baseball and where that's going with Chuck leaving. But he has a tie, Chuck does, to their new coach. Great opportunity for him. I'm told making more money. That also helps. So it's pretty hard to, turn down that situation. Stephen says, why weren't Gainesville and Athens chosen for the next 2 years of Floiida Georgia? I don't have a specific reason for that. Because obviously that's happened before. Don't know. Ed, what you think on the coaching situation with baseball from 10,000 feet? Seems crazy we're in this position. Do you believe Sully will return? Yes, I do. I think Sully will return. I can understand now in this world we live in of, rumor and innuendo and all of that. I mean, clearly he has made it clear he has to focus on family issues, and he has the support of Scott Strickland in that. The only way I could see him not returning is if somehow, the family situation may not be resolved. And again, I'm, not going to be diving into that. But that, to me, would be the only thing, because I do think he'll be back. That's, again, for whatever that is worth. All right, Jessica, I'm going to try to get Brian here because he was supposed to be with us, and he's not. So something I'm sure came up, because they've had a heck of a year, too, and done really, really well. So I'm going to text him now here and go from there and see if we can get him. All right, let's get some emails, get some calls here. International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com, and the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line, 392-8255. Appreciate everybody here being with us here. All right, quickly, a couple of emails. Todd, every year it seems we have the same crucial 4 to 6 plays that always seem to seal our fate in this game. I think that happens in almost every competitive game, Todd. Urban Meyer told me that. It boils, if it's a close game, a competitive game, it boils down to 6 or 8 plays that go either way for one team to win, one team to lose. He says, can Florida recognize and cover the tight end and or when Stockton decides to run? If they can, I like our chances. Hope Florida can do that until we prove we can stop it, though. He picks Georgia 28-23, picks Vandy, Utah, Auburn, Tennessee, and Duke in the other games. Is he ready? Okay. John, welcome.
Hey, thanks for my call, Steve. I think it's going to be the Blue Jays winning this series. I don't know whether it'll be tonight or tomorrow night, but I think they're going to win it. And I find it interesting that baseball coaches seem to be more in line with what you'd expect a coach to make, $2 to $3 million a year, and yet there's no salary cap on baseball. Yet football coaches seem to make whatever the agents can get for them, usually $8 to $12 million a year, and in Andy Reid's case, as much as $32 million a year. Yet there's a salary cap on the football players. It's ironic how reversed it is on the salaries and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I hope I'm wrong. I just really think we're headed for trouble in this baseball offseason, because I think there's going to be a real hard push for a salary cap, and the players are adamantly opposed
I'd like to do a procrastination.
We're not
Friday,
going
whatever it is.
Okay, we're not going to procrastinate. We're going to prognosticate, but that's okay. Let's have a little fun with it. Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Oklahoma.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
Duke, Clemson.
Clemson.
Vandy, Texas.
Vandy.
Score of the Gator game and why?
I think the Gators are going to win it 27-21. I think they're going to do it because Billy Gonzalez is going to the offensive coaches call the plays more, and they're going to move the ball up and down the field. I think the difference maker will be making field goals. I think he'll make a couple of field goals, and that'll be the difference maker in the game.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate the call. All right. Apparently, we are going to get Brian Allen here. We'll get him, I think, in the next segment. And then again, if you're going to go to Jacksonville for the game, Megan Borowski from the WFT Weather Center will have the forecast for that game and look ahead to our forecast here as well. Dean, welcome to the program.
Yeah, I wanted to see what your thoughts were on that situation in Baton Rouge with the governor and
it's very
now apparently
very interesting to me, Dean. And I want to see exactly where this goes. The interim AD has been given full authority to hire the football coach. I would expect that will happen. They've apparently already formed a search committee. So that's where I think this is at this point. And look, I'm not going to get into politics here. Different day, different show. I don't do that. But it is interesting that a politician got involved in this because of the money, because of the failure of the coach with all the money that was made and the failure of the athletic director in paying him all that money for non-success. I wonder if we'll hear more of that, going forward here. But we will see.
Do you think the expectations in Louisiana will have any influence over Lane Kiffin as far as his decision, whether to stay at Ole Miss or come to Gainesville or come to Baton Rouge?
I think in the end it could, unless this reverts back to what the normal hiring policy is, right? In other words, the athletic director makes the hire. That's the way it normally works. And if he's an interim, right? But if he's given full authority, then that's not going to be much different from what Scott Strickland is going to do. And the interim AD played at played at LSU, so and again they just let the AD go, Woodward Thursday. So this new one apparently is going to have the authority to do it.
You think that Coach Kelly's being prickly with the press and other people kind of cost him his job, or do you just think that expectations are that high in Baton Rouge?
If Kelly were prickly and was 10-1, very few would care. It all boils down to winning and losing. Now his personality didn't help him, but they would have put up with the personality to win. But when you combine the not winning enough with his personality, didn't go. Okay.
Well, I'm up here in Jacksonville, so I'm hoping Gators can come through with a victory. I'm really hoping that with Coach Gonzalez's different look at the game, that the offense will be more productive against the Bulldogs.
I think that's the number one thing Florida fans are looking to see tomorrow for the game. I'm with you, Dean. Thank you for your call. We'll take a break, come back, and much more to come here on the second hour of Sports Scene as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. With Billy Gonzalez set to make his head coaching debut tomorrow against Georgia, all eyes will be on how his offense performs. Gonzalez talked about his keys to the game on Gator Talk.
Do what your players do best. It's not always about the design of a play all the time. It's about what do your players do best. and put them in that best possible position so they can play fast and execute the plays.
Gonzalez will look to inject life into a Gators offense that ranks last in the SEC in points per game. For the first time since 2021, the Floiida Gators soccer team will be playing in the SEC tournament. Their first game will be Sunday against Kentucky. The Gators met the Wildcats earlier in the year, tying 1-1. The biggest rivalry in Gainesville High School football is here, as Eastside hosts Gainesville High School tonight at 7:30. While these two teams have led different seasons, as Eastside is 7-2 while GHS is 2-7, there are always fireworks in this rivalry.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't work.
That's not the future. It's now. At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season. But hurry. Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Floiida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Floiida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
Nope, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any Campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-558-5497. Again, 1-800-558-5497.
You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Fueled by Southeast Car Agency, welcome back to Sports Scene on this Prognostication Friday. We always try to spotlight some of the area high school football coaches, and Brian Allen's going to join us now from Lake City, Columbia County, having a terrific year. Gator Domino's bringing you support of our local high schools from carryout and delivery, the best pizza specials in town. Call or click www.domino's.com today. Coach, welcome. First of all, congratulations, Brian. You've had a really, really good year so far. What's been the catalyst behind that?
Hey, Steve. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Sure.
I guess you have to look back, man, 2 years even before you talk about this season. It's been a message to the kids also through this season. Walking back in here a couple years ago, 2 tough seasons back to back. Losing season's been a long time since we had that here at Columbia. And Steve, the thing that I've been saying is it's like planting the seed, man. We may want the fruit right now. We may want the product right now, but it doesn't happen that way. You have to nurture that seed, water it, fertilize it. You got to have some sun. Got to have a lot of things on your side before you can start reaping the benefits from what come from that seed. And I think that was a part of it, man. Just getting in here and getting back to work, having 2 full off seasons with the kids. This was truly the second one this year. Really am a firm believer in our off season and what we do here and how it reaps results when it's done the right way and you have that full opportunity. And I think this year we're finally getting some of that. I don't, people may say looking at 8-1, I don't think we've arrived. I obviously think we have room to get better and improve. And we're going to try to do that tonight against a very good ball club. But we're finally starting to reap some of the benefits of how hard we work.
Yeah, I've known you a long time, and when you're in that summer grind, it's hot and all that. When you saw your talent, Brian, did you think you could be this good?
And Steve, I absolutely knew we could be this good defensively. I can tell you it showed right away as we even looked back to the spring before all the pieces of the puzzle were in place, that this group had a chance to be very, very good defensively. Offensively, Xavier is healthy this year. He had to start as a freshman 5 games. Sophomore year, missed the first 5 games with a torn MCL. And this year was able to be healthy. And us having our QB1 right away, you're going to be better than you were in those other years, just from that sheer fact. But this year has had its grind. It's had its ups and downs. We lose our starting center, a 3-year Letterman starter in OTAs and lounge this summer to a torn ACL. The center is the quarterback of the offensive line and makes all the calls, and a freshman has to step in that hadn't walked the campus yet. Still is in his summer of his coming out of his 8th grade year, and we're putting a kid that had never snapped the ball at center.
Wow!
So we had our frustrations early this summer of where we're going to be, but I knew this defense was strong. We lose our starting tailback that was a year ago, one of the better ones in this area, with a broken ankle, out for the remainder of the season, week 6. So we've had speed bumps, we've had rainy days, we've had thunderstorms, we've had some things this season, but have battled through the adversity. And again, man, I think the defense is the staple of everything this year. These kids are having a remarkable year. Coach Martinez and that staff on the other side of the ball have done a very, very good job with this unit. And I've watched them improve week in and week out, and they're one of the better ones that I've had a chance to be a part of.
It just seems like this season's flown by here in your last regular season game. I think you've got bowls. Tell me about them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We had that conversation this past week at practice that this is the fastest a season has gone in my tenure of coaching. I can't remember one that it's blown by this fast, and it's absolutely crazy. We sit at 8-1, and you should be elated. But I think the standard that we have as a staff is that we should have performed better in many of our contests that we played, and yet we still sit here at 8-1. Tonight's going to be a remarkable challenge for us. Coach Tomlin has done a very good job replacing the legend over there at Bowles, and has players on both sides of the football. They are a very good football team. But for us, it's a challenge as we finish this 10th game of the season and our final opportunity to, as I say, get 10% better every week. We have the challenge tonight to getting 10% better. Don't have to look at Bowles' record. Don't have to look at the stats. They're the best team because they're the next team. And we're going to approach it that way. You know, as we looked at scores from around our area last night, you know, we've had Choctaw at 1, St. Aug at 1, Choctaw at 2, and us sitting at that 3 spot. You know, we have an opportunity tonight to, you know, put our stamp and an argument of where those standings come out next Thursday of where we sit in that seat and in the playoff bracket. So, you know, we're focused at that at hand. That's been the conversation all week to our guys that, you know, for me, I have the ability to tell these kids when you're playing a team like this, it's like being in college and you're a number 1 or number 2, number 3 team in the country and number 1 or number 2, number 3 team, number 4 team in the country is coming to play or you're going to play them. It's a different type atmosphere. It's a different type mindset. It's a different type game. And that's been my conversation to our guys this week that Bowles is one of those top 5 teams that you get up different for this type of game. You have a little extra juice for this type of game because this is a semifinal type football game that we'll play tonight, whether the fans show up being at Halloween in the last few days of the fair. But it's that type of football game tonight as Bowles rolls in here. And, again, all the implications that are there after the final scores from last night's football game, especially for our region, this game is huge tonight.
All right. We appreciate it, Brian. Thank you for taking time, my friend. Good luck against Bowles tonight.
Thanks for having me, Steve. Roll Tigers.
All right. Thank you. Done a good job over there. 8-1 in the last weekend of the high school football regular season. We'll take a break, come back. Megan Borowski from the WFT Weather Center will give you the game day forecast for tomorrow and our forecast locally here for next week. Still plenty of time to call, email, whatever. Still Prognostication Friday here as you listen to Sports Scene, brought to you this hour by Crystal Air and Water on WRUF.
WRUF,
where Gator Nation comes alive.
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to, thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
The commitment from IDC to first responders is really extraordinary.
Veteran firefighter Johnny Hinton talks about International Diamond Center's ongoing support for our heroes in uniform.
IDC has helped us raise just massive amounts of money.
Johnny says in addition to corporate gifts to support charity fundraisers, IDC is there every day, helping first responders with an extra 15% discount on any purchase.
Again, thank you guys so much.
International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Looking for a roof you can trust to weather any storm? Atlantic Roofing has been covering North Central Florida for over 20 years. We're a third-generation, locally owned roofing company. From Alachua to Marion, Bradford, Levy, Gilchrist, Columbia, and beyond, we've got your home, your business, and your back. Visit AtlanticRoofing.com or call today for your free estimate. Atlantic Roofing, where quality rises above.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Maaco has paint services on sale now, starting at $4.99. And your car's been trying to tell you something. Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you've been ignoring since spring. You don't need a new car, just a fresh start. Maaco makes it easy with fast service, honest pricing, and work backed by a national warranty. So stop pretending not to see it. Invest in you. Visit Maaco in Gainesville today. Hit the reset button with limited time paint sales starting at just $4.99. Hurry to Maaco now.
Every Gator football game all season long right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Make sure to check out our daily clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. And don't forget, for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles, one place to go, my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, as they are the fuel behind Sports Scene. Go see them today. When you do, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you. They're good people, been doing it for a long time. Megan Borowski from the WFT Weather Center now joins us live. Always a pleasure to have Megan here. And I appreciate you doing the forecast. It looks like it's going to be a gorgeous day tomorrow. What say you?
Yes, Steve. You know, this is the type of weather that I love forecasting for our football games.
Yeah.
It's a lot better than in September when we're dealing with thunderstorms. It's going to be beautiful. Both, you know, if you're staying here in Gainesville or if you're going up to Jacksonville, both spots we're looking at lots of sunshine. It'll be cold in the morning. If you're heading out early, I mean, you're going to need a coat. Temperatures tomorrow morning should drop to the lower 40s across north central Florida. So certainly a chilly start, but once the sun comes up, we should actually get to the lower 70s in the afternoon. We'll have a breeze coming in off the Atlantic if you're going to the game. And, you know, as we get into the evening hours, yeah, it's going to cool off if you're sticking around or sticking out and about during the evening. But overall, really just nice and comfortable, low humidity, lots of sunshine. Great weather for our game.
Yeah, perfect. And I would imagine here, not just for the weekend, Megan, but extended forecast, not a lot of rain and nice temperatures?
Well, actually, we do have a front that we're tracking that should arrive either Sunday night or Monday morning. Still a little bit uncertain as to how much rain we'll get, but chances will start to increase really Sunday evening, and then into the Monday morning commute we will have a chance. But after that, then cool and comfortable and sunny skies for the first full week of November. It's just to start off the week, we're looking at a little bit of an unsettled pattern, perhaps.
You know, I couldn't wait to talk to you because, you know, meteorology has always been kind of a thing for me in a, you know, back door sort of way. That storm that cranked up was just incredible. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Hurricane Melissa?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, you know, we've seen rapid intensification frequently over the past several seasons that I've been here, but that particular storm, you know, it is going to be in the record books for one of the strongest, if not tied for the strongest landfalling storm in the basin. Remarkable in a very sad way.
Yes.
You know, of course, pressure dropped and winds went up to 185 miles an hour right before landfall. You know, we dodged storms so far this season. It's unfortunate that it hit the islands. But yeah, I mean, that was incredible to watch, especially on satellite imagery and when the data came in from the hurricane hunters as well.
All right. Good to have you, Megan. Thank you.
You got it.
I wish, you know, we could talk more, but it's going to be such a nice day. There's no weather, so it's good.
I know, right? So it's good. My job here is done. I wish I could take credit for it, but go out, enjoy it is all I can say.
All right. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you.
You got it.
Yep. I love her. Megan Borowski from the WFT Weather Center. All right. Let's go to our Titan MRI imaging phone line. Tennessee Mike, hello.
Hey, Steve, thoughts and prayers for everybody down there in Jamaica.
Agreed.
Saw some American tourists got trapped down there, too. Why not all Jamaicans? There were Americans involved. And one other thing, too, Steve, thank you for bringing Dick on. I'm a horse racing fan. Always love to hear him. And even if you don't give a flip about horse racing, flip it on at 4 o'clock today on USA and look at Del Mar. Bing Crosby built the track. They call it where the turf meets the surf. One of the top 3 most beautiful tracks, at least in America, if not the world.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, let's do a little coaching carousel chatter real quick here. I want to ask you about some big names.
If we must. Okay, go ahead.
No real Florida angle here, I don't think. You get this question all the time, but he's mid-60s now. We all know how Jacksonville went. Do you see Herb getting involved in any of these jobs?
No.
Man, if anybody wanted to hire a good football coach, I don't know how he could deal in the area of NIL, but there might be 25 openings. You think he's done for? He's done coaching.
I think so. Look, you never say never to anything, but I think it would have to be, the perfect storm in terms of, job and all that. I just don't see that perfect storm.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the money, Steve, but I think Herb would look great out there at UCLA. A big-name coach, even though he was in the SEC, he kind of strikes me as a Big Ten guy these days. That would be one I'd kind of like to see happen. All right, here's my real question, Stephen, clear out on you. I want to ask you about 3 big names that I don't think any fan base would like to see as their next football coach. Dabo Swinney, Steve. You're hearing some people talking about him maybe wanting to leave Clemson on his own volition, reset his clock, kind of getting a little bumpy up there. James Franklin, and I always keep my eye on Gruden. I really think the NFL did him dirty. I'd like to see Gruden get back in the game, but I don't think anybody really wants Dabo, considering that he's kind of not participated in NIL. I don't like James Franklin's record in big games, and I think there are a lot of people that I don't think the race stuff so much. I just think there are a lot of people that don't want anything to do with Gruden. Do you agree with me that none of those 3 hires, as big a name as they are, would be sexy to a fan base?
Depends on the fan base. What schools you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. But I would like to see Gruden. If Gruden was coming to my school, I think it'd be great. Tennessee flirted with him a million times. But mainly Franklin, he's awful in big games. And Dabo, I just don't see a lot of – forget that. Dabo's won, multiple national titles, but who really wants him?
Well, we'll see. Look, I get the Dabo sort of backlash because he was slow to do, the NIL and all that stuff. But he's still a pretty darn good coach. And depending on the program, would he be a fit at Florida? I don't know that I'd see that. And that's the other thing, right? You can throw a name out there, but does it fit sort of what the historic culture has been of the school, right? Clark Lee. It's amazing to me, and I think it's a great thing. If you said to me last year that Clark Lee his name would be thrown around at a Penn State job, I'd have laughed at you. But that's what can quickly happen in this carousel of coaches, and it could go the other way. James Franklin was in the playoffs last year. Come on. And now he's unemployed. So it's crazy.
Dabo was too, Steve.
Yeah.
He got in with 3 losses last year. But I'll stand by my point. I just don't see them being sexy hires to a new school. But maybe that's just me. Have a great football weekend, Steve.
Thank you, Mike. Andrew, welcome to the show.
Yes, Steve. Good afternoon. I have heard that over at LSU, Ed Orgeron would like to get back into coaching. And at 64 years old and 3-4 years out of any coaching, obviously he's not going to forget everything he knows, but do you think that he would be a low qualifier for not only the LSU job, but to get back into college football as an assistant? He'd like to be a line coach too.
Oh, I think if he were an assistant someplace or maybe at a, lower level college, maybe. But, again, what do I know? But it's a pipe dream LSU would hire him again. A pipe dream.
It didn't hit me. It was on ESPN. I didn't. It hit me like something that they would entertain. But then again, when you looked at the Mid America Conference or Conference USA, I thought that might be the direction he goes.
Yeah, if he wants to be. But again, he's 64. And look, you can be a young 64, right? And you can still coach, well for 10 years or so. But I just think if he were going to get back into it, he'd be, a line coach someplace, or he would be the head coach at a smaller school.
Yes, sir, I agree. Can I do the picks here today?
All right. Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Oklahoma.
Duke, Clemson.
I go with Clemson.
Vandy, Texas.
Because of the status of Arch Manning, I would go with Vandy.
Gators score and why?
I think the Gators are going to win this doggone thing, and I think it's a long time coming that we really get out there with some excitement, some zeal. I think we're going to score more than 40 points, like 42, and I think Georgia is merely about 21.
All right. Thank you. David, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve. Happy Friday, buddy.
Same to you.
Thank you. Hey, I want to get ahead of this weekend if we can. So what do you think the ceiling is for the rest of the season as far as wins go? I know this weekend's going to tell everybody what they want to know, but I want to hear what you think.
Well, I mean, you would think you would win it against Kentucky. FSU is certainly winnable here. Again, I want to see how they play tomorrow. I think they can beat Tennessee here. Ole Miss there is tough, especially with everything that's, surrounding that game. So I think Florida has a chance to win, except for one.
I think we can win every game, but I mean, possibly, obviously.
Well,
but,
yeah.
The negativity's gone, which is kind of funny, isn't it? I mean,
it is. It's hilarious to me, actually.
It is. I mean, so now we're going to hear anything that Billy G does wrong. We're going to hear about it. But maybe he doesn't do anything wrong, and we're sitting here at the end of tomorrow night going, "Yeah, we're going to win out." And I don't know. I love how we're such a soap opera,
Well,
our own do it.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, LSU and other places are soap operas too. But that's what happens when. You have expectations. They're not met. Fan bases in general are not patient. I'm not just saying Florida. I'm saying, wherever, right? But that's when you coach now, you better understand that your leash is short. And again, James Franklin's in the semifinals of the playoffs a year ago, and he ain't coaching. That's crazy. But that's the leash.
Yeah, and at Penn State of all places, where you just think it'd be okay. I mean, just give them a little bit of time.
That's the leash you're on now, man.
Well, yeah. Well, so okay, I'm gonna put. Maybe you've already given your prediction. I want to put you on the spot. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? I have no idea. I'm just hopeful.
Until Florida shows me, I'm going to pick Georgia. But it wouldn't shock me at all
where I lean to.
If Florida wins. But what I want. Georgia is vulnerable in that they don't get to the quarterback. They're last in the league in sacks. They're good in the red zone, but their defense is not Kirby Smart's typical defense. And offensively, one of their key receivers is out. Stockton's been great, but, I love what they did against Ole Miss. They came back and won that game. So if this game is in the 30s, it wouldn't surprised me based on what I want to see from Florida and what changes they make to the offense and how that works.
I feel that way too. But we can't score 30 points on anybody, can we? I'm waiting. I mean, I feel like all the talent and everything's there, but just hasn't. I don't know. It's the best offense I've ever seen that scores 20 points a game. Well,
part of that is.
I mean, we got a lot of good pieces, but it just doesn't. And I think the back end on both defenses are probably going to – I think that's the way the game's going to go. Whoever gives up the most on the back end is probably going to lose the game.
All right. Appreciate your call, David. Thank you. We'll take a break, come back. One last segment. I got a ton to catch up on here, so we'll get your calls quickly when we come back for our final segment of Sports Heat on WRUF.
RUF Sports Center.
I'm Abby Slade. The Gators head to Jacksonville this weekend as they face off against number 5 Georgia. The Bulldogs are fighting hard to clinch their spot in the college football playoffs. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez touched on why he feels his team has a great chance to upset Georgia on Saturday.
We're a really good period if we make big plays on offense and we control the ball where we don't turn the ball over. We've got a great chance to win, So that's been the big message.
Kickoff is at 3:30 and live coverage of the game starts right here at 12:30 on WRUF. On the high school football front, regular season play is winding down. Eastside will host Gainesville High for their rivalry matchup tonight. The Rams have managed to beat Gainesville for the past 4 straight years and are looking to make it 5 tonight. Kickoff is at 7:30.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Are you ready to raise your game when it comes to your Gators gear? Head over to Alma Mater in Gainesville and you'll find just what you need to rep your team in style. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, they've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan in all kinds of weather. Whether it's game day or any day, you'll be winning with officially licensed apparel found nowhere else. Locally owned, locally produced. Alma Mater, in-store at the corner of 34th and University or online at almamaterdesign.com.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you going to get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations. Online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Thankfully, we haven't had any strong rains or winds this storm season, but it's not over yet. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. If you have broken, dead, or compromising limbs, shallow roots, or deceased trunks, call Daughtry Tree for a free risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Local, trusted, and fully insured. Be safe and make your appointment today. Visit DaughtryTree.com. Daughtry Tree, your tree service people.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny and chilly on this Halloween. Temperatures this afternoon in the mid to upper 60s. Your trick-or-treat forecast looks good. Clear skies, but turning chilly around dinner time. Temperatures in the lower 60s. They'll fall to the lower 50s around 10 o'clock. And in the morning, lows plummeting to the lower to mid 40s to start off the first day of November. Saturday afternoon looks good, though. Lots of sunshine, highs in the low 70s. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
Your home for Gator basketball is WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Crystal Air and Water sponsoring Hour 2 of Sports Scene. Okay, the callers are going to have 1 minute because we are pressed for time. Top Jimmy, go. You got a minute.
Hey, good day, sir. I've never in the history of speaking with you a few minutes a week done prognostication Friday. Lay them on me.
All right, Vandy, Texas.
Longhorns are going to prove Vandy to be
Duke, Clemson.
Clemson based on pedigree.
You can't take a long time. You got a minute. Duke, Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Tennessee, no.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
And Gators score and why?
31-21 Georgia. Defense beats good offense, and I think Georgia's defense is as bad as it can be.
All right, Top Jimmy, thank you. Georgia Gator, go.
Give me the student picks, buddy.
All right, 1 minute we got. Cincinnati, Utah.
Utah.
Kentucky, Auburn.
Auburn.
Oklahoma, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Duke, Clemson.
Clemson.
Vandy, Texas.
Texas.
Gator score and why?
Steve, I'm like you. I got to wait and see to prove, but I'm still going to go with the Gators because I'd rather vote for Kamala Harris than cheer for Georgia. Go Gators, 31-27.
All right, thank you. Wow. Andrew, you got a minute. Go.
I listen to the games. So Sean and Shane are my eyes. Where will your eyes be watching this game?
Two places. Florida's offense, Andrew, what they do formationally. Do they open things up? And then the play calling on offense, down in distance, what do they decide to do? Do they take a few more deep shots down the field? And then defensively, can Florida do the job in limiting Gunnar Stockton? That's what I want to see.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I have no time here with all the emails, literally, and I apologize, just don't have time here. Patrick says he's got Georgia 21-17, and he says on a scale of 1 to 10, how big a fan am I of Bruce Springsteen? Big fan, whether North or not. Sebastian, happy Halloween. Good feeling about the Georgia game. Hoping Billy G will keep us consistent on offense and converts on third down, a winnable game. Hoping to witness a win in Jacksonville. Greg, we had Georgia's secondary is the big weakness. So with that said, Florida has to have a good day for DJ and the Gator receivers. On D, I think Florida has to get pressure on Georgia quarterback Stockton, force him into mistakes. And thank you, and Tampa Mike, for Leonard's losers. Thank you. Don't forget, tonight, World Series Game 6 here at 7 o'clock. And if there's a Game 7, we will have that for you as well. But in the meantime, Kevin and the Sports Lab gang are next. Don't go anyplace. Jessica, thank you for producing. As always, we thank you for listening to Sports Scene. We will see you tomorrow after the game on the Extra Point postgame show. You're listening to WRUF, powered by ESPN.
If it happens in Gator Nation,
you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
This holiday season, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your table. From cozy gatherings to company-wide celebrations, we cater it all. With rich, authentic Italian flavors your guests will remember long after dessert. Serving UF, Shands, HCA, and all of Alachua County, we make it easy, delicious, and unforgettable. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com to start planning your holiday event today.
Nobody does catering like P.F. Chang's. Elevate your gathering with our buffet-style catering pans. Packed with bold flavors and generous portions of your favorite dishes, we make it easy to serve and even easier to enjoy. From chopsticks to dessert, everything's ready for pickup or delivered right to your door. Choose individual meals, easy catering packages, or build your own perfect feast. P.F. Chang's Catering. Your feast perfected. Order now at pfchangs.com/catering.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parrish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Hey folks, it's Steve Russell for my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. They've been in business for over 45 years. That in itself says a whole lot. Take a look around you when you drive. Take a look at the car in front of you, alongside of you. There's a really good chance it'll have a Southeast Car Agency tag, just like my vehicle does, and many vehicles before that have as well. When you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM, HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open. It is caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, presented by Rally House Gainesville, your one-stop shop for all your officially licensed game day apparel, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and on the WRUF mobile app.
Flushed out of the pocket, throws back in the end zone. It is knocked away.
Now, Here's Kevin Winter.
Got to tell you, everyone, Halloween on a college campus certainly hits different. Welcome into the Sports Lab presented by Rally House on a Friday afternoon. Game day, 24 hours-ish away. Tomorrow afternoon at 12:30, we are going to be on the air across the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. We'll be having your coverage of the game. Sean Kelly, Shane Matthews, Tate Casey, Jeff Cardozo, myself will all have our coverage from Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville. We are presented by Rally House here on the Sports Lab. And that reminds me, at some point this hour, everyone, I am going to ask all of you to remember the Rally House play of the day. We gave it to you on Tuesday this week. Some point later this hour, I'm going to ask you to call in to identify the Rally House play of the week. First person to do so is going to win a $50 gift card to Rally House. Do not do it now. I will tell you when we are going to do it. Coming up this hour this afternoon, Tom Ramsey, former UCLA Bruin quarterback, former NFL quarterback. He's going to be broadcasting tomorrow's Floiida Georgia game on ESPN Radio. Tom is going to join us on his drive up to Jacksonville to get the quarterback's perspective of what he has seen from this Florida Gator team so far, and we'll even dive into a little bit of Georgia. College coaching carousel, ESPN senior writer, ESPN college football insider Heather Dinich, the queen of college football. She's going to join us as well this hour. We will speak about the coaching carousel, coaching vacancies. How does the national media view this Florida Gator coaching opening? What are the thoughts on Lane Kiffin? Just how much of a bleep show is LSU right now? We'll touch on that, I promise you. Heather's also going to give us her early potential surprises for the college football playoff. Remember, everyone, coming up on Tuesday night, we are going to have the college football playoff reveal by ESPN. So that's going to be on Tuesday evening as well. So we'll do that all coming up on Tuesday night. It is the Sports Lab presented by Rally House here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and of course 103.7 HD2. My first opportunity to speak with you since I had a chance to speak with Bryce Thornton of the Florida Gators. You'll hear my conversation with Bryce coming up later this hour as well. That took place on Wednesday night. Last night on WRUF, you had Gator Talk. First time we had Billy Gonzalez on Gator Talk with Sean Kelly live at Miller's Ale House last night. And a couple of things really stood out to me right away. First off, I know a lot of people had kind of questions about how is this coaching structure going to look, because Billy Gonzalez did reshape the offensive play calling and how this, when it first happened like last Monday at the introductory press conference, I know a lot of people went, wait, what? Who's doing what? So Billy Gonzalez addressed a lot of that last night, and he and Sean got into a deep conversation about just what changes he implemented right away when it comes to just adjusting the play calling and especially on the offensive side of the ball.
There's going to be a little change, but there's not much change. I'm letting Coach Ron over on the defense. They've done a great job. I said, first thing I told him, I said, you just keep going, man. Let it eat. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And then Coach Houston, our special teams are doing a fantastic job right now. You know, VB's done a great job as a punt returner for us and kick returner. So the team's part, Smack, we've got Rocco. We've got some really good leaders on that side. So I let Coach Joe go do the same thing, go eat. And then on offense, everybody the change that I made was not really much of a change, but for me, it's more of an individual piece. Whenever there's change involved and we had a major change, I want to kind of let things settle down a little bit. And the easiest thing for me was to have DJ's coach, which is Coach Ryan O'Hara, have a chance to talk to him consistently throughout the play call. So just like recruiting has changed with NIL, just like everything's been changing over the years, we're allowed to talk. We got the green dot. You see the linebacker, some of the coaches, they can talk to the linebacker, and it cuts off at around 15 seconds. So for me, I wanted that comfort level for DJ to hear the same voice that he hears in meetings every day, that he's been coached by in the meeting room, and all of a sudden getting a chance to hear that same voice on the football field. So he's going to be an extension of his coach. So there's a familiarity of it, and so Coach Ryan O'Hara will be able to talk to him, and it's been going really, really good. And then, the piece with Coach Callaway is going to be sitting right next to Coach O'Hara up top in the box, and I think that's going to be a win-win situation for both of us.
That is Billy Gonzalez last night on Gator Talk. Kevin Winter with you on WRUF. Rally House Sports Lab is presented by Rally House. Follow us on our YouTube account at WRUF, home of the Gators. So there's that first part from Billy Gonzalez last night, kind of going through the structure. And I'm going to elaborate more in a minute about how I hope this is going to go offensively. But Sean Kelly's follow-up question to Billy was about why Ryan O'Hara. And that's the interesting one. And I know Billy Gonzalez just kind of referenced it right there. Have that familiar voice, but really dive into the deeper decision-making for picking and choosing Ryan O'Hara as the guy to be the offensive play caller.
The ability for DJ to hear that same voice that coaches him. That's the number one thing. But as far as play calling, they've both done. Russ has done a great job calling practice. They both call plays at practice. They used to both call plays at practice throughout the week. Russ would call them. Ryan would call them. We'd have scrimmages. Russ would call one side. Ryan would call the other side. But like I said, for me in the transitional piece right now, with change going on, the easiest thing to do for me was just to have that consistent voice. And then the other piece of it is, Coach Steve Spurrier Jr. is going to have the opportunity to be elevated a little bit and have that communication piece with DJ on the field. And he has been in the quarterback room all season long with Coach O'Hara and DJ and Trammell and the quarterbacks. So now all of a sudden we've got Ryan up top getting a chance to talk, and then Coach Spurrier now with an elevated role with the iPads that we're now allowed to review the play in between series. So he'll be able to have opportunity to sit down next to DJ, go over it. And again, that's another familiar voice, another familiar face that they've had in the meeting room all season long.
All right, so there's the answer from Billy Gonzalez, Florida's interim head coach, as to why O'Hara, why Russ Callaway remains where he is. But now you put O'Hara up top. Ryan O'Hara will be in the ear of DJ Lagway. He'll be making the call. Spider Y Banana, Zipper Hero 3, trips left, whatever it is, right? So that's that answer. And it all makes sense. And then on the sidelines, you've got Coach Steve Spurrier Jr. He can go over the iPads with DJ. All right, so now part of the question is, well, how does it open up the offense? Because I think that's the question all of us want to see. If you remember, I spoke with Scott Howard, the radio voice of the Georgia Bulldogs, on Wednesday, and Scott said, look, if there's a deficiency in this Georgia Bulldog football team, their secondary, they don't cover the pass well. So I'm begging, I'm hoping, I'm begging we're chucking it around the lot. We got no Mizell. There's no VB3. Who do we see next? Because now you still got J-Mike, you still got Trey, and you still got Dallas. I'm curious, are we going to see Abrams as the fourth? Or do we start going down to a kid named Tank Hawkins, who I remember hearing a lot about over the summer? Do we start going further on down the depth chart? What kind of plays are we going to be running? I said it the other day, for the love of, as much as, and listening to Billy Gonzalez, you almost get the sense he's dying to open up this playbook. He's dying to go past page 3 and 4, where it was just 6-yard slants. Like, Billy's dying to find and telling Ryan and telling Russ, guys, go to page 8 where you've got the 40-yard slants. Go to page 9 where maybe we run a flea flicker. Imagine that. Is that a trick play, everyone? Could that be a trick play? Like, so that's where I think Billy G potentially could be headed. I'm hoping that is the case, and I know all you guys are as well. 392-8255, 392-8255. Kevin Orchard with you here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. I'll say this very quickly. The one thing to me that does it's fine. I'll be honest. It sucks. It sucks for my first time. Floiida Georgia. I know there's the hate side that I want that I can't wait to see. I wish more was on the line. I wish more was on the line this weekend. And I know everyone, all you Florida fans, all of us, on whether you send me messages on social media, on YouTube, wherever it is you call in, you're going to say it is on the line. I get it. Maybe I should say I wish the stakes were higher. I love the fact we made, the change was made. So now we're coming in. We're 7.5-point dogs. You know the old adage. Every team gets a boost from a new coach. We'll see how that plays out. I just really wish, like when we mapped this out at the beginning of the year, I really wish this game had meant something a little deeper and a little harder, right? That's kind of where that's the part that I'm gonna miss, and I can't wait for it to happen again. But I really can't wait to get to Jacksonville tomorrow, to see all the hate, to see the old cocktail party, as they like to say. Those of you who have been there, call throughout the day. Tell me what it's like. I can't wait to pull up over the bridge when I drive up early tomorrow morning to get into Everbank Stadium. I'm sure half of both Georgia and Florida fans are already there right now. By the way, the University of Florida, the UAA has asked us to remind everyone, guys, leave early. Leave time. Parking's going to be a bit of an issue. They got a lot of construction going around the stadium. So remember, if you're going up to the game tomorrow in Jacksonville, either leave tonight, leave early tomorrow, just in case. All right, coming up next here on the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House, bring in a current friend of mine, a former colleague of mine, former UCLA quarterback Tom Ramsey, who's now going to be calling the game tomorrow for ESPN Radio. Let's get Tom's thought on how this Florida offense has looked, how it will look differently potentially with Billy Gonzalez at the helm. We'll get his thoughts on Georgia. Also, remember, Tuesday night, college football playoff rankings. How does Tom see the top teams in the country? Tom Ramsey is next. We're off and running here on a Friday afternoon on the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. While the Florida offense has sputtered in 2025, ranking last in the SEC in points per game, head coach Billy Gonzalez said on Gator Talk that the key to a turnaround is creating manageable third downs.
It's always a little easier to convert the third downs when it's not 3rd and 7 and 8 and 9 plus. So we just got to be a little bit more consistent on 1st and 2nd down. So we've got to get DJ in a rhythm. We've got to be able to utilize the playmakers we have on the outside, and we got to be able to get the ball in Baugh's hand. I think he does a great job.
Gonzalez will have his first test tomorrow when the Gators take on number 5 Georgia at 3:30. Catch live coverage here on WRUF at 12:30. The Florida baseball season is underway tonight as the Gators travel to Jacksonville University to take on the Dolphins. Florida will look to make it back to the College World Series for the 3rd time in 4 years, following a disappointing exit from regionals a year ago.
Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you swore you'd fix last year. Mako sees it too, and we make it easy to take care of, from scratches to full makeovers. We've been trusted for over 50 years to get cars looking like new again. And we're not just for drivers like you and me. Mako is the largest fleet cosmetic repair provider in the country. So whether it's one car or 50, go with the brand you can trust. Better get Mako. Visit Mako.com or stop by Mako in Gainesville today on Main Street.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year at International Diamond Center is coming next weekend, November 7th through 9th. 3 days of unprecedented savings, up to 40% off. Eternity bands, hoops, pendants, bracelets, even ready-to-wear engagement rings. Save up to 40% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. This is the event you wait all year for. Colored gemstone and designer fashion jewelry is included. Best prices all year. It's November 7th through 9th at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Unapproved credit.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Attention Gator fans, don't forget to tune in to the Extra Point Show with Steve Russell after this Saturday's game. Steve will break down the plays, give analysis, and take your calls. The Extra Point Show is brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, online at spurriers.com.
You're inside the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Kevin Winter with you, Sports Lab, presented by Rally House, WRUF. 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. Floiida Georgia coming up this week. Coming up tomorrow, 12:30, we'll start our coverage across the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. I'll be heading to Jacksonville. Got the game beginning at 3:30, and then, of course, the national coverage will be on ESPN Radio. Something I used to do, and a man I used to talk to all the time is a gentleman by the name of Tom Ramsey, former UCLA quarterback, former NFL quarterback. He's heading to Jacksonville right now, and Tom joins us on the guest line. How you doing, partner?
Kevin, let's go. That's what I'm saying.
You see, you sound like someone. First off, yeah, it's awesome talking with you, but you sound like someone who's never been to a cocktail party, because that's exactly how I'd be sounding heading to the cocktail party.
Man, I tell you,
go ahead.
I've done this game before. I've done it. I've done it before, and I'm doing it again.
What's it like?
It's kind of wild. You know, I love the big. Right, we all love the big games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether you're playing them, whether you watch them, whether you can attend them, you watch them on TV, you listen to them on radio. Best to be in person. Best to be there in person. Best to be on the 50-yard line. But if you can't be on the 50-yard line, get a seat in the stadium and enjoy it. It is fantastic. And this one, I think it's going to be – I think it's loaded for bear, honestly. I mean, I think Florida – I hope they're pissed off and they come to play, and I think they can give Georgia a run for 59 minutes. I don't know what's going to happen in the last minute of play.
Tom, as you say that, everyone I've talked to, and as I've done this all season long here in Gainesville, and really got to watch this team and get to know some of the players, the talent is there. DJ Lagway not having all the reps he did in the offseason, obviously big problem. Running the ball on 3rd and 7 and then not gaining anything and going for it on 4th and 6 or whatever it is, that's a problem. As a former quarterback, Tom Ramsey, what is your view as to what has kind of kept this Florida Gator offense in second gear?
Man, you know that. Listen, if I had the answer, I'd be the coach, right? Like
we need one.
I'm the only. Yeah, well, I'm also the only guy in Florida that liked Billy Napier. I liked him, and you know what? Sometimes these coaches get such a bad rap, and here's where it falls apart, right? You line up for a 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 2, and you get an illegal procedure, and now you're 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. And guess what? You know, to dial up a 3rd and 8 against a really good team is hard for, you know, Tom Brady. I'm just telling you, man, 3rd and 8 is ugly, and you only have X number of plays that you can run during the course of a game that's going to get you, you know, those first downs. To end up in 3rd and 3 or less, that's the goal.
Right.
Always. If you have a 3rd down, you want to be 3rd and short, and then you can go 2 down. Right? Even if you get 2 yards, you got 4th and 1, manageable. I'll just say this: they got to stay away from penalties. Right? They've had way too many. I think it's details matter, and when you look at Florida on 3rd down, they're 127th in the country at 32%. I mean, they suck on 3rd down. Why? Because they get into long yardage situations. And so, you know, you got to be able to pull the trigger and make shit happen. I'm sorry. You can beat that out. You got to make stuff happen on 3rd and 3 or less.
Ramsey, did you really just do that to me? Did you just do that?
I thought I was on Pat McAfee. I thought I was on Pat McAfee for a second. I've been listening to McAfee all day. Those guys are throwing stuff everywhere.
Oh, Ramsey, what are you doing to me, buddy? What are you doing to me?
don't know.
Are you just getting it out of the? Are you getting it out of the system before you go on network radio tomorrow? Come on, buddy.
No. Well, you know, no one ever listens to network radio. None of the bosses ever listen, but sorry.
It's incredible. Yeah. I was going to give you something pertinent. Do you know? Yeah. Do you know Florida's average 3rd down distance? to gain. Third, they are
no, but I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's 7.7. The Gators' average yards to gain on third down are 7.7, and their average yards gained are 4.4. That's you just can't do that, man.
No. That's the answer to the math question, because the numbers mean a lot this time of year. When I look at all the numbers, and Kevin, honestly, I did not know 7 yards was their number to gain. I guessed it based on their percentage and knowing how many penalties they've had. That's a computational floor, in my head.
Yeah.
I could do the math real quick, but it's just, you're behind the sticks all the time.
Tom Ramsey, former UCLA quarterback, ESPN college football analyst, joining us. He's calling the game on ESPN Radio tomorrow afternoon in Jacksonville on the national radio call. Tom, now that you have a new coach, or at least you've got an interim, you've got a new offensive guy. Yeah. It's Billy Gonzalez, the wide receivers coach. You've kind of retooled a little bit the offensive play room. Ryan O'Hara is going to be making the calls. How can that infuse life into an offense that had been void of the big play?
Well, I think what Billy Gonzalez said to the team this week, and you're right. I got to read between the lines because I'm not near as close as people that follow it day to day. But I read a lot of the quotes. I watched some of the YouTube stuff. You want players to play unencumbered. You want players not to have to think about stuff. You want to read and react. And so in one way, they're going to simplify the offense and give the ball to your playmakers. Make sure, DJ's distributing. I think DJ, hopefully he's in the run game a little bit, because I think you have to be against a good defensive team from Georgia. And then you have to get production where maybe you haven't had it before, right? Maybe some guys today or tomorrow are going to be the guys that get called on. And, I don't know. KD Daniels, how good is he? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just don't know. How good are the tight ends? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, right? Hayden Hansen, do you give him the ball? Let him run? I would. I'd run crosser, easy throw, easy catch. I'm looking for a mismatch somewhere, and this is where coaching comes in. These guys got to be able to find the weakest defender and get him in isolation. Because, listen, Kirby's going to bring the heat, man. They're going to blitz. They always do. Catch him in cover zero. Let's see what happens. I think it's going to be close for a while. Into the 50-minute mark, honestly.
Tom Ramsey, ESPN college football analyst, on the call tomorrow afternoon for the Gators and the Bulldogs. Former UCLA quarterback joining us here. The Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Kevin Winter with you. As we look at Georgia, and you've watched them on tape, what stands out about the Bulldogs, whether it's offensively or defensively, that should scare Florida?
Two things. One, I'll just say their quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, has not been one of my favorite guys to watch. I thought he was kind of playing it safe early in the season. He probably was. But he's turned into a pretty darn efficient quarterback. And when a guy, is throwing like 10 TDs, 1 interception, guess what? He's not making mistakes. And then he can run, which he's a lot faster than I thought, and what appears to be sometimes. And so he's done a really good job there, and just playing under control, getting the ball and their running backs are good, right? I just think that Bowens has done a nice job. He's a tough running guy. He was a Florida commit, right? But he said something the other day. I heard him talk. He goes, hey, all I have is love for Florida, for the players, right, for the coaches. And I respect that. I really do respect that. But he said when he took his recruiting trip to Georgia, he just felt like, hey, man, I belong in this locker room. And I appreciate a guy being honest and transparent that way. So he's a factor. But defensively, where they get people is they replace certain defenders. And what I mean by that is they'll show an 8-up look, 8 guys at the line of scrimmage. Well, all of a sudden they'll drop 4 guys. 4 guys come, 4 guys drop.
Yeah.
Well, they may overload the weak side. You might have 3 rushing on the weak side. Guess how many blockers you have to block 3, Kevin? 2.
Yep.
And that's where they mess. That's where Kirby Smart gets people, is they're so good at replacement rushing and zone dropping. They keep offensive coordinators up at night going, what's this guy coming up with next?
Who should be the Florida Gators' next head coach? Who should they go after?
Wow. Oh, you're going to put that one on me, huh?
Well,
All
it's
right.
just an opinion. It's just an opinion.
Okay. Yeah. I think the Lane Kiffin reach is a big reach and not going to happen.
Okay.
And one of my Gator alums that is big into everything Gators, threw the name out to me yesterday of none other than John Gruden. And I'm like, wow, you know what? That's even a bigger swing. And I'm telling you what, if you want to make hay and you want, 26 toss power left and white banana.
Spider white banana,
you
yeah.
go with Gruden. Yeah, spider white banana. You know what? You win a lot of games with that guy.
Well,
I'm just saying.
So I sat here at the beginning of the year when I got here, when Billy was already on the hot seat, especially from some of the fans and the students. They were already talking about John Gruden. The name died down for about the last month and a half, but now that the job's available, we'll see what happens. Tom Ramsey is on the call tomorrow afternoon on ESPN Radio. One swear, we got the dump, so we got that out of your system, buddy. Appreciate it, brother. Have a great call tomorrow. I'll see you in Jacksonville tomorrow afternoon, pal.
Kevin, thanks. Great to catch up, man.
All right, you got it. Tom Ramsey, former UCLA quarterback, current ESPN college football analyst, joining us here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. This Florida Gator recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Apply to be on our team, and you may be eligible to receive up to $6,000 in bonuses. Once again, we've gone by another week after losing a head coach, and still, shockingly, I think to most, all the people I've talked to, no decommits. Now, they're looking, but not a full exodus. It's something you don't see very often. Usually you lose a coach, peace out, like half of the class is gone. Not necessarily. Look, it still is only, coming up to November tomorrow? Long way to go, but that's your Florida Gator recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Up next, more college football. Let's go to the coaching search. Heather Dinich, ESPN college football senior writer. She's going to join us next here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Halfway home on a Friday afternoon on WRUF.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-853-0975. That's 800-853-0975. 800-853-0975. Again, 800-853-0975.
Stream all of our shows on YouTube. Search WRUF, home of the Gators. Now, back to the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter.
Hey guys, does LSU have a university president? You know, like someone with a bunch of degrees that oversees the whole Institute of Higher Education? They have one? An interim? Okay, that still counts. How about a board of supervisors? You know, a bunch of really smart people who are supposed to oversee all the decisions on campus and all the campuses throughout the state. Yeah, they have one of those? Okay, because I heard that the governor of Louisiana is trying to play a role in hiring a football coach. Is that right? Yeah? Okay, why? Because the only thing more embarrassing than having to fire your football coach and pay him over $50 million before November is to have your governor insert himself into the conversation.
That is the one and only Heather Dinich. Kevin Winter with you on a Sports Lab presented by Rally House. That is ESPN's senior college football writer. She'll be all over the college football playoff selection committee over the next couple of weeks as they lead it up to the playoff of the selection committee. But that is my friend, and we had usually a lengthy running conversation on Saturdays, and just as much, everyone, as we think that the Floiida Gators are a bit of a mess in their coaching search, the LSU Tigers say, hold my beer. So we welcome in ESPN's Heather Dinich. Heather, just how much of a mess is this situation at LSU?
It's a huge mess, enough so that I don't know why Lane Kiffin or any other elite coach in the country would want to walk into it. It's something that looks like a dysfunctional org chart. And earlier this morning, athletic officials from LSU said that ideally they would like to hire their next head coach who has ties within the state, and that makes perfect sense to me because I don't know why anyone outside of the state would like to walk into this.
And I don't blame it either. And, of course, last night the athletic director you guys reported it. Pete Thamel reported it. So that just adds layers. And I had said leading up to Florida dismissing Billy Napier, and I texted a friend of mine, an alum from LSU. When they played Texas A&M last Saturday, I said, I'm really rooting for you because I don't want competition. Well, there goes there goes BK. How does this Florida job stack up with the other, I would say, top two other elite programs in Florida, in LSU and Penn State, in terms of openings and attraction?
Well, I think it's a very attractive job because you can win there. You can recruit there. You have facilities. You have resources, all of the things that you need. And I think the toughest part about hiring in the SEC is that you have to win in the SEC, right? And it's gotten so much more difficult to win a national title. The expectations shouldn't change because you can still do it. But with the SEC going to a 9-league game schedule next year and the college football playoff, teams having sometimes to win 4 straight games like Ohio State did last year to win the national title. So when you're talking about expectations for the next head coach at any of these programs, do you have the resources, the money, and the talent, the administrative backing? And I think you can answer yes to all of those questions at Florida, but as a head coach and a candidate, where would you rather compete? In the best conference in the country, which is the SEC, or would you rather go to Penn State where you have the same resources, money, and talent and have to go through maybe a top-heavy conference, with Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, to get through to that playoff spot?
Yeah.
I think that's a personal preference.
Yeah, and as you relate to the Big Ten, the bottom half of the Big Ten, that's where you can grab your wins. But if you don't beat an Ohio State or Michigan, you get criticized rapidly. See James Franklin. I think this leads to a bigger question. Heather Dinich is our guest. Do fan bases, do athletic departments, do boosters, as fast as they want to win, are they almost setting unrealistic expectations with the time frames they're giving some of these coaches?
Well, it's a hard question to answer because the transfer portal, in theory, should help you win faster, right? Because if you need a wide receiver like Penn State did coming into this season, you go in the portal, you get some, right? It's a Band-Aid solution. And I think that part of that has fast-forwarded expectations. You look at Brian Kelly coming into this season, he said he had all the pieces to the puzzle to compete for a national title and fell short, obviously, of those expectations. So I think that in a way it's fair because the transfer portal has allowed an influx of talent, whereas maybe it hadn't been there before. But it's also completely unfair because it's harder to stockpile NFL talent. There's more parity in college football, and you're going to have 2 or 3 losses. So maybe the expectation isn't lowered. Maybe it's changed. Maybe it's, okay, we can be a 3-loss team and a national champion. Whoa, mind-blowing, Kevin.
It really is, because that's not the world you and I grew up in watching college football. But you're right. The landscape, the 12-team playoff, and heck, in however many years, a 16 playoff, which I think you and I both know might be coming, that does afford that luxury. Heather Dinich is our guest. Heather, what kind of coach are you hearing about from people as you talk to people around college football? What kind of coach are they saying would fit and be the right hire for the University of Florida?
Well, I think Lane Kiffin has to be at the top of the list, right? Someone who has ties. But, I would also throw out Jed Fish's name because he was an assistant under Spurrier, the current Washington head coach. He's done really well there. In his second season, they're 6-2. And he's an alum. So I think a coach who's winning at the highest level, who does have some ties to it, is where you start. But then after that, the reality is there are so many openings right now, you can't have a home run hire everywhere, a slam dunk. But it's a perfect opportunity for a coach like Alex Golesh at South Florida to take the next step, or maybe Ryan Silverfield at Memphis, or John Summerall at Tulane for LSU, for example. But I think you start at the top of the list with a big swing.
And that kind of goes back to the point you made a minute ago regarding what Florida has to offer. You've got the resources, you've got the money, you've got the talent, all the talent in the world here in the state of Florida. And I look at this team this season. I've watched them up close and personal, obviously. The amount of talent that is there is just incredible. Is it more of, would they maybe lean somewhere offensive-minded in your mind?
I think so, but I also don't like to pigeonhole coaches into that one spot because at this point, there's so much money, you can pay $3 million for a defensive coordinator like Jim Knowles, right?
Fair point.
So I don't know that it matters as much that you have a guy who is a certain way unless that's such a glaring problem. And you would probably know this better than me. I don't know why they couldn't extract more out of the offense this year. I'm not sure why DJ Lagway wasn't as consistent as he was in the last stretch of last season. I know he was bothered with injuries early on and just had a hard time trying to get into a rhythm and all of those things. But that's what's so mind-boggling about Florida is there is talent everywhere. And you heard Billy Napier say that through the first couple of weeks. Like, there's a belief in this team. Well, there should be because there's a lot of really good players on it. I just don't know why it wasn't able to get extracted to the fullest potential.
Yeah, as I sit here and watch it, you got to believe it. A lot of it has to do with the lack of reps that DJ had. The injuries had really set him back in the offseason. Heather Dinich, ESPN college football analyst. Heather, I've kind of said Florida entered the silly season by firing Billy early, which obviously if you want to get a jump start, you do. But the silly season is all the coaching rumors. LSU, Penn State, they are into the silly season. Are we in for any surprises that you think of potentially on other coaching changes at some of these marquee programs? Is this going to – I think we all can agree it's going to be an expensive cycle because those are the contracts that are being doled out. Look at Kurt Signetti. But are there other schools looking at this going – well, wait a minute, we're not happy now. Let's jump into the fray and see if we can find the next X.
Well, what happens at Auburn with Hugh Freeze? What happens with Wisconsin with Luke Fickell? I mean, I don't think this is over by any stretch. And at the end of the day, how many new head coaches are going to be in the SEC? Where does Eli Drinkwitz go at Mizzou? Is anybody interested in him? He's done very well there and is a very charismatic coach. So, I don't think this is done, which is amazing because in more than 20 years of covering this sport, I've never seen anything like it.
No, and you can't even cut your grass on Sundays anymore because the coach gets fired every Sunday. Follow her TikToks and her videos. I catch her on Facebook and I see the videos start popping up, and that's when I reached out. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I got to connect again. So there's the coaching situation. That's where we're at in the coaching front as we stand right now. Entering this week of college football. Heather, coming up on Tuesday, it's the other half of college football that we all love. Unfortunately, we are not going to be part of it down here in Gainesville this year. That's the college football playoff rankings. Do you anticipate massive difference between what we see now in the AP poll, obviously results on Saturday being excluded, but do you anticipate differences from what we see in the AP poll to what you think the committee and how you think the committee is going to rank teams?
I don't think there are going to be shocking differences, but I think there will definitely be differences because you look at teams, for example, like Georgia Tech and BYU. BYU has better wins. They're both undefeated teams. But I think that the selection committee would hone in on the fact that BYU was able to beat Utah. Georgia Tech's best win is probably against Duke right now, and everyone in that committee meeting room knows that they were fortunate and helped by officiating to beat Wake Forest. So they'll dive into the nitty-gritty like that. I'm very curious to see what they do with one-loss Alabama. I have the Tide ahead of undefeated Texas A&M, which could be a gamble on my part because Texas A&M is ranked number 1 at ESPN's strength of record metric. But, again, what's a win against LSU worth right now, given everything that's going on right now? Their best win is a close one on the road against Notre Dame. Alabama, 4 straight wins against ranked opponents, including 2 on the road, and then they go on the road and beat South Carolina. Don't tell me that going on the road and beating South Carolina after all that is a shoulder shrug because they avoided disaster, So I'm curious about that.
And Kalen DeBoer drew up one of the best plays I've ever seen in college football, that 2-point play to tie the game at 22. That was just awesome. And Heather, that goes back to the point I've been made all week long. I watch a play like that, and every time I see a coach who has talent, I look back at our offense at Florida and say, how come we're not doing that? Right? Doesn't it all tie together where you see just creativity and you're going, that's what I want to see with that kind of talent. It's just, it just scratches your head. Heather, it's great catching up with you, my friend. I know your work never ends. Catch her on ESPN.com. Catch her on Get Up, First Take, all over the map, but especially now with the playoff rankings coming out on Tuesday. Thank you, my friend. It's good talking with you.
Thanks, Kevin. Enjoy the games this weekend.
ESPN college football insider Heather Dinich, senior writer, joining us here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Want to remind everyone, Game 6 of the World Series is tonight. Coverage starts at 7 right here on WRUF. Oh, by the way, I mentioned the World Series. It is time now for all of you out there to properly identify this week's Rally House Play of the Week. First caller to 392-8255, 392-8255, who can properly tell us the Rally House Play of the Week will win a $50 gift card to Rally House. Tell me the Rally House Play of the Week, or take your calls now, 392-8255, 392-8255. First caller to properly identify the Rally House Play of the Week, you will win a $50 gift card to Rally House. I'll take your answers, take your phone calls. Coming up on the other side, plus my conversation with Florida Gator defensive back Bryce Thornton. It's all coming your way next here on the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Gabriela Valdez. Gators football is headed to Jacksonville to play against the Georgia Bulldogs tomorrow. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez spoke on Gator Talk about what he's looking for from the team throughout the game.
It's always a little easier to convert to third downs when it's not 3rd and 7 and 8 and 9 plus. So we just got to be a little bit more consistent on 1st and 2nd down. So we've got to get DJ in a rhythm. We've got to be able to utilize the playmakers we have on the outside, and we've got to be able to get the ball in Baugh's hand. I think he does a great job.
Kickoff is at 3:30 p.m. Today, Florida baseball will travel north to compete against Jacksonville. This is the first game of the Gators fall exhibition. First pitch is at 6:30 p.m. Also tonight, Gators volleyball will be playing against the Georgia Bulldogs in an away match. First serve is at 7 p.m.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed the Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit charlesbergenterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
We don't know who the next coach of the Florida Gators will be, but I know where you can get stocked up on all your orange and blue gear. Rally House Gainesville. Located at the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Avenue, Rally House is your one-stop shop for all your officially licensed Gator gear. Jerseys, hats, t-shirts, and more. You want it? Rally House has it. The most popular gear from brands you'll love. 1680 West University Ave. Your city, your house. Rally House.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you. Steve Russell here for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. The Cousins family has run that business for 45 plus years, and in all that time, specializing in one thing: giving you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. I've been driving one for a long time. I trust them. You will trust them as well. And when you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny and chilly on this Halloween. Temperatures this afternoon in the mid to upper 60s. Your trick-or-treat forecast looks good. Clear skies, but turning chilly around dinner time. Temperatures in the lower 60s. They'll fall to the lower 50s around 10 o'clock. And in the morning, lows plummeting to the lower to mid 40s to start off the first day of November. Saturday afternoon looks good, though. Lots of sunshine, highs in the low 70s. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
You didn't think I was going to go through Halloween without having Thriller playing by Michael Jackson at any point. Rob, keep it up. Keep it up. Keep the music up. You didn't really think I was going to do this, right? Like, it's my generation. It's my generation. All right, bring it down. Time to give away a $50 gift card to Rally House if you can correctly identify the Rally House Play of the Week. Chris, you are up. What is the Rally House Play of the Week, my man?
The Freddie Freeman walk-off homer to win Game 3 of the World Series.
My man, that's exactly what I needed to hear out of you. Chris, congratulations. You've won the $50 gift card to Rally House. We'll put you on hold to get your information. All right, man? Enjoy it, brother.
Thank you.
You got it. Hang on tight. We're going to put him on hold. Kevin, don't end the call. There we go. Chris is on hold. How about my conversation with Bryce Thornton, the defensive back for the Florida Gators? I'll tell you what, Rob, can you do me a favor and hit Bryce Thornton? We're going to hear my conversation with Bryce before I get out of here as we get set for Floiida Georgia this weekend. Before we get to how this week has gone, how does a guy from College Park, Georgia, 2 hours away from Athens, less than that, whose parents went to Georgia, how do you wind up in Gainesville?
I just say the recruitment that Billy did and the staff, I feel like Florida was home for me. Like, my mom and my dad really didn't care about what school I went to. They were just happy that I chose the school that was for me.
So there was no ruffling of the feathers. There were no bad emotions from Georgia alums saying, "Where you going?"
Oh, nah, my brother went to Ohio State, so
Okay.
he did it good for me, so yeah.
What was it like growing up with a family from Georgia, I should say?
Oh, it was good. You know, the southernness of Georgia, and just most of my family been there, my grandma on both sides. So it's just my family nature there. So it's just great living there.
When you look at this game, how much of this kind of game, Georgia, Florida, did you watch growing up?
I watched it a lot. My dad played in a couple of these games, and just me being here now, was getting recruited by Georgia. It means a lot to me because I know a lot of people over there, and a lot of people on this team. So it's a real rivalry.
It appears to be one of those. I don't want to say good-natured because I'm learning there's hate on either side. How much fun is it to play in this game just as a player?
Oh, it's amazing. You know, you get to play in the NFL stadium. Not many people can actually say in college to get to play there. And just all the things that came up to this game, like Mike P., Billy Gonzalez, all done coached against these games, played in these games. So it's just great just to have their feedback, and we just making our own story.
Bryce Thornton is our guest, junior defensive back for the Gators. Let's go back to the last couple of weeks. What has it been like for you guys as you've transitioned with Coach Napier? You just told me he recruited you, to now he's gone, Billy G's running the show. What's this been like for you guys?
You know, nobody really expect this happen during the season, but just Billy, I feel like doing a great job keeping everybody together, keeping positivity. I just feel like he keep preaching that and just want us to all do together, and I'm just real happy.
How's the locker room?
Oh, the locker room is actually great. Like, everybody got to have one goal. Like, Nate still had that one goal for us. Billy still going to have this one goal. So everybody just keep pouring into one goal.
When you look at the way this is all kind of played out, I'm not trying to sound cold or callous, but there was noise all season long. Is it almost a relief that the noise is gone, you guys can actually go play football?
Oh, I feel like it's never really gone just because we're Florida. Like, end of the day, we still got to win games. So I just feel like we want this pressure. That's why you came to Florida. So you got to keep going and just keep building as a team and just get ready to play football.
You have larger goals in life than just Florida. You probably want to go to the NFL, like every kid who comes to Florida does. Is this almost your first introduction to welcome to the business of football?
To be honest, not really. This is my third DC, third position coach. So it's like, it's just a part of the business, and I understand it. And I've had coaches tell me everything, and I don't blame them. Like, things happen in this life, so you got to keep going with life.
What do you tell the younger kids?
I just tell them, take one day at a time. Like, you came here for the program and then the patch. Like, it's so much more things at this program you can still gain from it. I just tell them, with these next 5 games, just play your hardest.
We talked about Billy G. Even at practice, he just seems to do things differently. He's got a bit of a more vocabulary. He's a fiery kind of guy. I mentioned also that he showed you guys a tape of a couple of boxers going at it. Win the fight early. How does that message translate to football in this game coming up?
We just want to start fast. Like, I feel like the last couple games we didn't start as fast as we want to, and I feel like this is the week we're going to have to show everybody, like, we really want this, and how you do it is by throwing the first punch. When you get out there in the field, we're going to start fast.
How is the secondary? Like, are we getting healthy here? Because I've watched the last couple of games, just guys are dropping like flies. Where are we here as we get set for this game? You guys getting guys back, or are you still kind of introducing yourself to some new teammates out there?
Oh, no, we good. Everybody's back. Everybody's healthy. You know, it's just great to have everybody. You know, we just plugging in new pieces, but everything's good. We all back together, communicating, and we're just ready to have fun.
Because that Mississippi. That is Bryce Thornton. My conversation with Bryce. We'll do it again coming up tomorrow on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. Kevin Winter with you. Congratulations to Chris. He won our Rally House $50 gift card. We'll be back on Monday for the Rally House Play of the Week. Remind everyone, tonight, Game 6 of the World Series. Tomorrow, Gator football begins at 12:30 across the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. If there is a Game 7 tomorrow, we're going to carry Game 7 after the Extra Point Show presented by Spurrier's with Steve Russell. Coming up on Sunday, I have an NFL triple header to give you, capped off with Sunday Night Football. Coming up on Monday, you guys can tell we got a lot of play-by-play, right? Coming up Monday, women's basketball season opener. Men's basketball season opener against Arizona in Las Vegas. We're going to talk some basketball coming up on Monday. Plus Monday, for all you Gator fans who want to reminisce about the national championship, boy, do I have a treat for all of you. Have a great weekend. Loper and Williams are next at the Sports Lab presented by Rally House and WRUF. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Swamps don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
You're behind the wheel, there on foot. One moment of distraction, one missed stop, and everything can change. In Florida, over 12,000 pedestrian-related crashes occurred last year, a nearly 20% increase from the year before. Drivers always slow down near crosswalks and never pass another car that stopped for someone crossing. Failing to yield can cost you a heavy fine, points on your license, or someone's life. This message is brought to you by the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year at International Diamond Center is coming next weekend, November 7th through 9th. 3 days of unprecedented savings, up to 40% off. Eternity bands, hoops, pendants, bracelets, even ready-to-wear engagement rings. Save up to 40% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. This is the event you wait all year for. Colored gemstone and designer fashion jewelry is included. Best prices all year. It's November 7th through 9th at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Unapproved credit.
With Halloween quickly approaching, one thing that shouldn't scare you is AV system integration for your home or office. The pros at Electronics World will treat you to the best. Sony, LG, Samsung, Yamaha, Martin Logan, Marantz, Bowers & Wilkins, Sonos, Monitor Audio, and more. Their team will design the system, install it within your budget, and set it up so it's easy to operate. See? Nothing to be scared about. Electronics World in Gainesville or online at electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
This is the Gator Football Report, brought to you by UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Floiida Gators. Sean Kelly returns with today's report after this.
To aim higher, run faster. It's what elite athletes do. Always strive for better. At UF Health, we have that same DNA to not just treat a stroke, but to create a fleet of mobile stroke treatment units, to not just do research, but to use AI to save lives with one of the most powerful supercomputers in academia. We believe, like athletes, that human progress has no finish line. UF Health, National Medical Center for Team USA.
Hey Gator Nation, this is Vicki Brown-Worski, Director of Gators and Pal Hurt. As the Bank of Doing and official sponsor of Florida Athletics, Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field with interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources. Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Florida Gators freshman sensation Vernell Brown III has been ruled out of Saturday's game against Georgia. So a heavy load now on Dallas Wilson, Trey Wilson, and veteran transfer J. Michael Sturdivant, who would not tip his hand at all about any adjustments or new wrinkles for the Gators offense under new interim head coach Billy Gonzalez.
I just want to say that the receivers we're working very hard in practice to do what we need to do, whether that's run blocking, running off, or getting the ball and making some magic happen. So I'm extremely excited to go out and play this game.
Sturdivant and the Gators will have to make up for the fact that Brown was leading the team in receptions, was tied for the team lead in all-purpose yards. Meanwhile, Georgia comes into the game having won 45 straight games against unranked opponents, the longest active streak in FBS. Florida would love to wreck that streak. Kickoff just after 3:30 Eastern from Jacksonville tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Sean Kelly for the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House Gainesville, your one-stop shop for all your officially licensed game day apparel, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome to the Sports Lab. My name is Manuel Loper. I'm joined by my co-host today, Lance Williams, listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Sports Lab is presented by Rally House. I'm joined by Lance, but Lance doesn't look like Lance today. He looks like Dexter. Whoa. Can you tell us a bit about how you're feeling today on this Halloween Spooky Friday?
Well, I mean, it's Halloween, one of the best days in the calendar year, so I'm pretty excited. Tonight's the night.
Yeah, tonight is the night. Speaking about spooky stuff, it's been a crazy past 2 weeks of football for this Gators football program. A lot of changes, a lot of new looks, a lot of things happening. One of the biggest things is that the Gators are coming off of a bye week. It's been 2 weeks since the Gators have been on the football field against an opposing team. Can you tell me, Lance, what are some of the things that you want to see the Gators clean up and, change coming out of the bye week?
Well, I mean, the whole storyline is really the offense. I mean, the defense, you're looking to get healthier, but the offense, a brand new play caller. With the departure of Billy Napier, you're looking at Ryan O'Hara, the quarterback's coach, making those decisions. But Vernell Brown III, the team leader in receptions, receiving yards, he'll be gone with the AC joint sprain. So just looking at that offense, how will it fare against a Georgia defense, which, look, Kirby Smart defense is routinely one of the best in the country, but you can make the argument that this is kind of a down year by Georgia standards.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially on that defensive line. I think we saw a stat earlier that said they are the second least team with the amount of sacks that they have, just not, usual Georgia standards on that defensive line. And I agree, the offense is something that they're going to have to clean up moving forward. And given that they just had a bye week, I think it also gives DJ Lagway a chance to get more healthier. As he's gotten healthier throughout the season, we have seen him, progress in his production on the field. And talking about that offense, it's up under a new head coach. Billy Napier is no longer calling the plays, but Billy Gonzalez is going to be the one leading this team into the game against Georgia. So on the offensive side of the ball, how do the Gators move forward? What do you want to see this offense look like up under a new interim head coach?
Well, you see the clips of DJ Lagway from Willis High School. You saw a guy who was running, and you saw an offense that was spread out, allowing him to show those muscles, allowing him to throw the ball downfield. And, with a Billy Napier offense, it's a lot more tight. It's a lot more deliberate. You're looking at screen passes, pre-snap motions, that sort of thing. An offense that's perfect for a guy like Graham Mertz, whereas DJ Lagway is very different than a true pocket passer. So I want to see something that will utilize Lagway's strengths as a quarterback, which is, I think, really the decision to making O'Hara the offensive play caller instead of the OC Russ Callaway. You want to tailor this offense to your star quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with that. And feel free to call in 352-392-8255 here at the Sports Lab. Give your thoughts and opinion on how you want this offense to look, or just your thoughts overall on how these past 2 weeks within this program has gone for Gator football. I agree with that, Lance. I feel like this offense hasn't been tailored towards DJ Lagway's strengths. He's a very mobile quarterback, but he hasn't been mobile this season. We've seen him scramble outside the pocket and not really take the ball upfield with his legs much this season. So I agree. That's something that the Gators are going to really have to look to turn around and have more production on that side of the ball with him. Now, I think something else to point out here, with the new head coach, with new changes going on within your program, you have to kind of keep the team locked in and kind of keep them focused and kind of keep that integrity within your team and make sure they're all the way bought in to the program still, even with your head coach leaving. How do you feel about that as a, factor going into this game against Georgia? How do you feel the team is going to be bought into this program still with Billy Napier having a departure just 2 weeks ago?
Well, look, Manuel, that's the question entering this one. How will the Gators respond to Billy Napier's firing? Because, look, we saw it on Twitter. All the players, they posted their nice photos with Coach Napier saying, hey, thank you, Coach, for all that you did. And a lot of this team came to Florida because of Billy Napier. And, the wins weren't really produced, but everything else really was. And the team was bought into Billy Napier. We saw that on display last season when they won those final 4 games of the regular season plus the bowl. So for Florida, that is the question. Will they stay bought in? I think a strength with this team is they have some of those legacy guys. You look at a guy like Vernell Brown, albeit not playing on Saturday with the shoulder injury, but he's a third-generation Gator. Miles Graham, these guys who have orange and blue in their blood. So you'd like to think that those guys who are also leaders on this team would help the team remain bought into this Gators program, especially going into a matchup like Georgia. I mean, if there's any game that you can show your pride to be a Gator without Billy Napier here, it's this one. Big-time rivalry.
Yeah, it is a big-time game this Saturday evening that we have for Florida versus Georgia. I do want to say this. I think it all starts with the quarterback. You're a leader of the team, and DJ Lagway has already came out and said that he is a Florida Gator, despite Billy Napier leaving the program and having to depart from the Florida Gators football team. I do, however, agree that this is going to be a big game to see that. You want to see how your team is going to respond. You want to see who's really going to be a big factor going forward throughout the rest of the season, because obviously DJ Lagway is a big factor, but other pieces like Dallas Wilson, who has had very good production throughout the season, you want to see how he's going to respond to all of this. He's a freshman. He hasn't been in this situation before. So I think things like that are things to look out for this matchup for Florida versus Georgia. Now let's talk about that matchup a little bit. We're not going to go into the nits and the gritty of everything with the analytics yet. That will be next segment. But I do want to talk about something very interesting. The next few years with this game, it won't be in Jacksonville, Florida. It will be in Tampa and in Atlanta for the game site. But I want to ask you, Lance, how do you feel about the home and home series? How do you feel about it being a neutral site game? Where do you stand on it? Do you think it should be a home and home series?
Well, historically, it's always been a neutral site thing. So, I mean, you can make that argument as say, hey, we've always done it in Jacksonville for the most part. But, for these 2 years, just let the game be played on campus. That's what they did in 1994 and 95. And the players who played in that game, I know Kirby Smart was one of them. They said that was an awesome experience playing this rivalry game on campus. Look, I'm very against moving college football games to remote locations, like the games in Ireland for like Florida State a couple years ago, Georgia Tech. Like I'm not a fan of those. That's, as a student, that takes away games that you would see otherwise on campus. And I understand that's more of an alumni thing, but I feel like you have to respect the student body because, after all, these are universities.
Yeah. I'm someone who likes the tradition of playing in Jacksonville. I like the neutral side. I think that's a very unique thing that Florida and Georgia has, the largest outdoor cocktail party. It has its own vibe to it, and I like the tradition that they have it in Jacksonville every year. But I do hear the chatter amongst the Gators, students here at the University of Florida, that they would like to see a home and home series be played between the Gators and the Georgia Bulldogs. I think that is something that the fans want to see. But I just like the tradition. I really do. I like the fact that, it's in Jacksonville every year. So much history has been in that specific stadium itself. I do think it would be interesting if they did do the home and home series just for these next 2 years. But that is something that has been going around, just the talks and the rumors about this game itself. What are some of your favorite memories from watching, Florida versus Georgia throughout this series?
Well, I'm a young guy. I'm 20, so unfortunately the bulk of my memories have been in favor of the Bulldogs winning this game. So I mean, they've won 7 of the last 8, which is ugly, and you can make the argument they only beat them during the COVID year. So I mean, that's always a little wacky. But yeah, I mean this Georgia team has just been kind of running this rivalry. But I guess some of my best memories are just. Like I was pretty young back then, but you look back the Tebow years, they went 3-4 over the Bulldogs, so that was pretty sweet. I mean, 2007 they got the best of them, but there've been a lot of good meetings between these teams.
Do you think the Gators have a realistic chance to win tomorrow?
Honestly, I do. I think this Florida team, if they respond as Gators fans would like for them to respond, which I think that they will with Billy Gonzalez. I've heard that they're bought in. I think this team has the talent. I mean, preseason, I thought this was the year that Florida is going to break that losing streak to the Bulldogs. And look, they're still loaded with talent despite all the injuries. Even without Vernell Brown, you look at Dallas Wilson, you look at J. Michael Sturdivant, who I'm anticipating to have a much bigger role this Saturday, which is kind of crazy. I mean, he's a very talented guy, and it speaks to the talent of Vernell that a true freshman has been getting a lot more opportunities than the veteran. But I think Sturdivant's going to have a big game. I think Lagway, he was balling last year against Georgia when he got hurt in the second quarter with the hammy. So I think this could be the year that Florida gets it done.
Yeah, definitely a revenge game for DJ Lagway. I think he's gonna have a good game tomorrow. He's had a chance to get his reps in through the season. You know, he missed a lot of practice during the spring season and just the football camp in general. But now that he's mid-season form, he's had a chance to go out there, get his rhythm right with his teammates, get his chemistry right with his wide receivers. I think this is going to be an offense that looks a lot different than we saw, in weeks 1 or 2. This is going to be a new revived offense, and it's going to start with the changes that have been made to the program. But we're going to talk about all of Georgia and Florida coming up next after we come back. But you're listening to WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, here home of the Gators, sponsored by Riley House.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Riley Candreva. Gators football prepares itself for its biggest rivalry game so far this season against Georgia tomorrow. This is also the Gators' first game under interim head coach Billy Gonzalez. Gonzalez and the Gators are both looking to make a statement and grab their first win away from home. Gonzalez stressed how the Gators offense has to keep it simple to get results on Gator Talk.
Do what your players do best. It's not always about the design of a play all the time. It's about what do your players do best and put them in the best possible position so they can play fast and execute the plays.
Coverage on WRUF starts at 12:30. Gators volleyball heads to Athens to take on the Georgia Bulldogs tonight. The Gators have won their last 2 and look to keep the good times rolling against a tough Bulldog squad. Gators soccer begins their SEC tournament slate on Sunday at Kentucky. The Gators, who pulled off a 7-match undefeated streak towards the end of the season to make it, look to upset a Wildcats team who they tied earlier in the season.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car.
It's October, and with Halloween coming, you're going to hear lots of spooky sounds this month. Hopefully those scary sounds aren't coming from under the hood of your vehicle. Hey, it's Steve Russell. If you want to limit your screams of terror to when your trick-or-treaters show up, then do what I and so many others do and take your vehicle to Dave Mays Automotive. Dave Mays Automotive will take care of your whole car. Oil changes, AC, brakes, tires, transmission, and more. And of course, their famous bug check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no hidden surprises. Celebrating 50 years in business so you know they do the job right. Visit Dave Mays Automotive today at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive in the Industrial Complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road. And go online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
There's nobody else I would go to except for Dr. Art Mowry at Exceptional Dentistry. He did a full restoration, and I think I had about 8 implants put in, and it looks terrific. Dental work, let's face it, can be stressful, and it's just a lot less stressful here. That's my favorite thing, is that even if you're nervous and you come here, you're going to feel a little bit more relaxed here. A little bit more at ease. You've got TVs, you can pick your favorite show out, your favorite music if you want music, and it makes an hour go by in 15 minutes. Coming here is almost like going to a spa, not a dentistry.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Attention Gator students, alumni, and fans. You need to get out to Rally House, Gainesville. Rally House is new in town and located just blocks away from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium near the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Ave. The only way to describe their product selection is outrageous. Jerseys, hats, tees, sunglasses, tumblers, and so much more are waiting for you at Rally House. Rally House Gainesville, 1680 West University Avenue, your one-stop shop for all your Gator gear.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell, presented by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. After every Gator football game on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
It's always a little easier to convert to third downs when it's not 3rd and 7 and 8 and 9 plus. So we just got to be a little bit more consistent on first and second down. So we've got to get DJ in a rhythm. We've got to be able to utilize the playmakers we have on the outside, and we got to be able to get the ball in Baugh's hand. I think he does a great job.
It's the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. You just heard Gators interim head coach Billy Gonzalez talking about the team's third down struggles. I'm Lance Williams. He's Manuel Loper. We're joined by Tyler Schultz, WRUF analytics researcher. Throw him a follow on Twitter at WRUFBTN. Let's talk about that offense, Tyler. New play caller in Billy G and Ryan O'Hara. They're trying to unlock things. They have the third fewest yards in the SEC. The offensive stats aren't great. And third down, that's been a big issue. But this Georgia defense, they're not the best on third down either. They've allowed the third highest third down completion percentage. So what do you think that matchup's going to look like tomorrow?
I think the offense will have definitely a little bit of a change. With Vernell Brown being out, it takes a little bit of that deep threat away. We've been trying to force the ball, I think, a little too much to Sturdivant deep. I think he only has 2 receptions, even though he's been targeted 8 times. So when we're taking those deep shots earlier in the downs and missing them, it sets us up for bad third downs. And our third down rushing and passing is the worst in the SEC this year, so really can't get any worse.
So you're saying the offense can only get better. That's
yes.
that's a good sign, I suppose. But DJ Lagway, all these physical talents that he has. Great last year. This season, it's really been up and down. We haven't seen the stuff that he put on the field at that back end of that season or the monstrous performances early on. What do you think that this coaching staff needs to do to tailor the offense to his strengths?
I think his strengths have been off balance, not necessarily off balance, but on the run and on the move. He's been able to, I think he's more comfortable there because he doesn't have to think as much. A lot of the times, most of his interceptions happen when he's, like last week, he had 2 interceptions, and they were both when he was clean. And he wasn't under pressure. And usually it's the opposite way. But I think he tries to force the ball a little too much. I forget what the exact number is, but I think he's the second lowest in like throwaways and scrambles. So I think instead of just throwing the ball away or running to get a couple yards off a broken play, I think he tries to force the ball to his receiver a little too much, and then he throws some picks there.
Yeah, and Georgia's a very talented team, especially, on the defensive side of the ball. And the Gators have taken a lot of sacks this season, and you kind of alluded to this, saying that DJ Lagway hasn't thrown the ball away that much this season. So do you think, the pressures that the Gators have seen this season from defensive lines throughout the nation, do you think that's more of a quarterback issue or more of a offensive line issue?
The offensive line has had a lot of trouble this year. But last week, or 2 weeks ago against Mississippi State, they actually had their best game, I think. Especially from the right side, Caden Jones let up only 2 pressures, and that was the least he's allowed against an SEC opponent. And Georgia is kind of the same way as Mississippi State. They don't really generate any pressure. They have the least amount of sacks in the league, or in the SEC. So I think DJ might have a little too much time in the pocket this week again, which is a little weird to say, but maybe Billy Gonzalez will give him a little more opportunities to get off his space and move and generate some more creative plays.
So the passing game, a big question mark, but the run game has had so much success with Jaden Ball. Do you see any potential changes in the future with that part of this offense?
I hope on third down we change because we're only getting 1.2 yards per attempt on rushes on third down. And every other time we run the ball, first down, second down, it's like 6 yards of run. So whatever we're doing is drastically different on third down, and teams are reading what we're able to do. Maybe Billy Gonzalez will change what they're doing on third down when we run the ball, maybe throw the ball a little bit more too. I think we run a little too much, and teams are ready for that, especially with how dominant we are in first and second down rushing.
And have you seen any like formation that kind of tailors towards more so Gator success in the run game? Is there a specific formation that you see them having more success in than others?
Yeah, when we're running with 2 tight ends, that's the best way. That's our bread and butter on offense, 2 tight end rushing. But teams can read that. You can't do it every play, or teams are going to know, especially a team like Georgia. They know how to play. They know how to win football games. And their run defense is also top in the country, or top in the SEC. So we'll have our work cut out for us this week.
It's the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. We're talking to Tyler Schultz, WRUF analytics researcher. I'm Lance Williams, alongside Manuel Loper. Let's shift gears to the Georgia offense, led by Gunnar Stockton. Fourth-year guy, but a first-year starter, and his stats are pretty impressive. 17 total touchdowns, 7 of which on the ground, 1 interception. This Georgia offensive line, the defensive line doesn't get much pressure. The offensive line doesn't allow much pressure. Just 9 sacks allowed this season. What does this offense do to really just put Stockton in the best position to play?
I think they keep the ball in their hands better than any other team in the SEC as well, which is one of the Florida Gators' flaws this year. We have the second worst time of possession in the SEC. And they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Gunnar Stockton throws like 30% of his passes behind the line of scrimmage, and a lot of screen passes to Zachariah Branch. And he's good in creating space in the open field, and then that creates less pressure for the offensive line. So really, they just stay settled the whole game, and they don't force plays where they have to, and that's a problem for the Gators.
And what have been some of the best ways that the Gators have been able to generate pressure on opposing offensive line, being that the Georgia offensive line has only allowed 9 sacks, as you have said? How do they kind of, put themselves in their best position to have success in this game?
I think some creative blitzes with like linebackers and maybe a couple corner blitzes. I think Devin Moore is a pretty good blitz corner. And if we're creative enough with maybe some new ideas on the defensive side, I think we'll be able to throw Gunnar Stockton in a loop. But again, he doesn't turn over the ball, and he doesn't force the ball. And that's the big difference maker in this game, I believe.
Florida football playing Georgia tomorrow. We're previewing the game with Tyler Schultz, analytics guy. Also with the Georgia offense, they lost probably their second best receiver for the season. Colby Young fractured his leg. He was a guy who generated a lot of big plays for this Bulldogs offense. So how does his absence change things, both for Georgia and then Florida's outlook defensively?
Yeah, well, from Florida's perspective, there's going to be a high emphasis on screen plays, getting the ball to Zachariah Brown and our Branch in space. And Georgia's probably going to have to lean on that this week as well, because their run game has been a little slow. I think the past couple of weeks they've regressed a little bit in the run game. So I think they don't have a big play threat, as you said, and I think they're going to really rely on Zachariah Branch.
There's a lot of people talk about the 30-point threshold in this game. The last 13 meetings between these teams, the losing team has failed to score 30 points. As a stats guy, do you put much merit into that, or is that just a coincidence?
Well, yeah, 30 points is a hard number to beat. So if you don't get to it and the other team does, you're not going to win. I think this one's not going to come to that, though. I think both teams are probably going to hang under 30, because the way Georgia just bleeds the clock, especially they don't beat you over the top. Florida hasn't had a lot of success doing so. I think DJ has 5 interceptions this year on deep passes. So I don't think there will be a lot of explosive plays. I think it'll be just tough. Like when we played Mississippi State, I think it'll be a tough fight.
And now this is a Georgia team that hasn't had a lot of success, as you said, running the ball. But that means that they're going to be passing more so often than not. Do you think this is a game that tailors towards the Gators secondary? Do you see them having a lot of success in this game?
Well, with the limited, they're kind of limited with injuries. But last week, Alfonso Allen had a great week. I think he had the most tackles by any Florida player this year with 11. But since we're depleted, I think Georgia will try to take advantage of that, maybe over the top, but I really don't think so. But we just got to make sure we make our open field tackles because they're going to get the ball to the receivers. Gunnar Stockton has the highest completion rating in the SEC, so there's going to be a lot of balls thrown that are caught, and you got to make the tackle.
Sports Lab on WRUF. We're with Tyler Schultz, analytics researcher. So it's obviously a very tough opponent in front. It's a top 5 Georgia team. But for Florida to walk out with a win, what do you think needs to happen?
I think we need to win the turnover margin. That's a place where Florida's lost a lot this year. 12 turnovers is second worst in the SEC. And the fourth quarter drop in production on the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball is huge. I think we only get like 3 yards per play on offense in the fourth quarter this year. So as long as we can play all 4 quarters and we keep the ball in our hands, I think we'll have a pretty good chance.
So Florida football in Jacksonville tomorrow. They'll be facing the rival Bulldogs. Well, Tyler, we appreciate you joining us. And this is the Sports Lab presented by Rally House.
From the swamp
to the hardwood
to the diamond,
no one does Gator sports like we do.
Your home for Gator sports is WRUF
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Call 800-906-9086. That's 800-906-9086. Again, 800-906-9086. That's 800-906-9086.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year at International Diamond Center is coming next weekend, November 7th through 9th. 3 days of unprecedented savings, up to 40% off. Eternity bands, hoops, pendants, bracelets, even ready-to-wear engagement rings. Save up to 40% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. This is the event you wait all year for. Colored gemstone and designer fashion jewelry is included. Best prices all year. It's November 7th through 9th at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Unapproved credit.
Steve Russell here from my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. The Cousins family has run that business for 45-plus years, and in doing so, they've done one thing and one thing greatly. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great selection, great price points, and they do business the right way. You'll love them just like I do. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
The Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Weekdays at 2, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back to the Sports Lab. My name is Manuel Loper. I'm joined by my co-host Lance Williams. And we've talked a lot about football throughout this season so far, but let's switch topics because we have a basketball season starting on Monday. The men's basketball team will go on the road to face number 13 Arizona State. And this is a team that's coming off of a national championship. So a lot of expectations are set high for this basketball team. Lance, how do you feel about this team going into the season?
You know, I'm pretty excited. I mean, how can you not be? You see the team be the last one standing in San Antonio, so I'm pretty excited. You know, they lost some key players, but they brought back some important guys as well. One thing that stood out to me, I was listening yesterday to CBS Sports' John Rothstein, one of the most highly respected college basketball analysts. He was talking about Florida and what they need to do to be a contender.
Can Todd Golden lead Florida to back-to-back national titles? It's not out of the realm of possibility if the Gators can get really good guard play out of both Xavion Lee, a transfer from Princeton, and Arkansas transfer Boogie Fland. Great guard play equals deep runs in March. Florida needs that from Lee and Fland.
And I like what he said, great guard play equals a deep run in March. And we saw that last year with Walter Clayton Jr., Richard as well. They were just an amazing tandem out there on the court. And a lot of the games came down to just get the ball into your guard's hand, Walter Clayton Jr., and he will win the game for you. That's what we saw a lot from that team last year. Now going into this season, you lose him. You lose a lot of your key players from that team, a lot of people who played the biggest factors in winning that national championship. How do you see the new guards having an impact on this Florida team?
Well, yeah, you lose Martin Clayton and Richard, and you bring in the two heavy hitters in Boogie Fland and Xavion Lee. It was huge bringing those guys over. Boogie Fland, a former 5-star, Xavion Lee, really dominated the Ivy League these past couple of years. But I think it goes beyond those guys that Rothstein mentioned, because there's a lot of very intriguing guards on this Florida basketball team. Alex Lloyd, a top 40 recruit, a guy who, maybe he doesn't play a lot or maybe he makes an immediate impact. It's hard to tell with those highly touted recruits, but also like A.J. Brown. Him and his brother Isaiah more of a wing, but A.J. more of an on-ball guard. So those guys will be competing for minutes as well. But those guys, A.J., redshirt junior, Isaiah, a bench warmer last season, but he saw what went into contributing to a championship-level team. And then my Slovenian, Urban Klavjar, that's my guy. Can he do more than just being a spark plug shooter off the bench? Those guys, in conjunction with Lee and Fland, I think you're throwing a lot at the wall, and I think there's a lot of things that could very well stick.
Yeah, obviously this is going to be, basketball is centered around how good can your guards be, especially in college. But this is a very deep team, a lot of talent just across the board in general. And I think it's going to go farther than just the guards themselves. I think it's going to play factors with players like Ruben Chinulu. I think it's going to have players like Alex Condon come into effect. And Alex Condon actually was ranked number 2 on Andy Katz's top juniors in college basketball. How do you feel about those rankings? Is there someone on that list that wasn't there that you might have wanted to see?
There was Manuel. First of all, the number 1 guy was JT Toppin, a beast at Texas Tech. We saw what he did in the Elite Eight. But yeah, there was no Thomas Houck. That was pretty blasphemous to me. I think, look, you can say that Condon is the better player than Houck. Just a larger sample size. He's produced at a higher level. He was the guy that the NBA teams were looking at a lot last spring. But look, Thomas Houck, he was the guy making the big-time shots in March Madness. Condon, he kind of had not the best tournament. He had some hustle plays there in the tournament, especially in the national championship that helped them hoist up the banner. But Thomas Houck, that's a guy that I think is going to be the best player on this Florida basketball team. This is a guy.
That's a big take.
6'8", 6'9". The jump shot, if it's there like it was against Texas Tech in the Elite Eight, I think he'll be the best player on this Florida team. And for him to be listed as one of the top 10 juniors in the nation, that's just silly.
Yeah, whenever I saw it was juniors, because whenever I saw the list, I thought it was just players in general, but just juniors, that's a little crazy. I'm going to have to agree with that. You listen to WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM here at Home of the Gators, presented by Rally House. I'm Manuel Loper. He's Lance Williams. And once again, I think you're right about Thomas Houck, though. With the impact that he has to this team, I think he's one of the most important factors if the Gators are going to go back-to-back. I think he's going to play one of the biggest roles in them being able to do that. As you said, he made a lot of big shots last year in that championship run. He had a lot of big plays, especially whenever the team just needed a spark. He fulfilled that role very well. So I think he's going to be a big player coming up into the season. And I think just a big question, how do you feel about the chances of going back-to-back?
I think they're pretty good. I think they are poised to make a deep run in the tournament. The question mark is, like John Rothstein said, the guard play. are these guards that they've collected in the offseason, this group that Todd Golden's put together, can they get it done in the tournament? A couple of the guys watched it happen. A couple of the guys had some tournament experience, such as Boogie Fland, but didn't make that far of a run. So for Fland and Lee to come in, they're both very talented. But look, it was Walter Clayton who willed the Gators to a national championship. That's a guy who had ice in his veins. When things were looking tough, it looks like the season was over, he stepped up. And can Lee and Fland do that? I think they have the talent to, but they haven't shown it.
Yeah, I think if you go back to back, you can't get into those same holes because the Gators, through that championship run in March, they put themselves in positions to where they had to climb back into games, kind of had to make big shots at the end of the game in order to win it. I don't think this is a team that's going to be able to do that because you don't have Walter Clayton Jr. He was a guy that just, okay, I don't care if we're down by 9 with 2 minutes left to go. Give me the ball. We're going to go out here and we're going to still win this thing. But I don't think you have him anymore, and I don't think you have that factor anymore. But I do think this is a team that can control the game throughout the whole 48 minutes of playtime. So this is a team that's built very well, and I think the chances are very high. If there's ever a good chance for a back-to-back to happen, I think this is a team that has the ability to do that. But shifting gears, let's talk about the matchup against Arizona State. They're ranked number 13 right now. Florida is ranked number 3rd in the nation. What do you think is going to be the biggest factors for the Gators having success in that game?
Well, Arizona's an interesting team because the Wildcats, they always recruit very well, and that is the case again this year. They're 2 top 15 recruits, which is big, and then their best returners, this guy Jaden Bradley, who's also a former 5-star, played a couple years with Alabama. So they're an intriguing team. I think they have a good roster. It's just, haven't really shown that they can be one of the top 10 teams. They've showed that they can be like a fringe, maybe a Sweet 16 caliber team as they were last year, but they really haven't shown enough to be considered a championship contender. So for them, this is a prove it for them. I mean, they're facing the national champion, Vegas. It's a lot closer to Arizona than it is to Gainesville or to Florida. So they might have a slight home court advantage, and they're going to have a lot of motivation, especially the Florida and the big target on their back.
Yeah, I think if this game was played here at Florida, coming off of the championship game and the first opening game of the season to be played here, in Ezek Tech Arena, that would have been a crazy sight to see. But I think this gives them at least a chance to, play in this game, that being Arizona State, being that this game is on the road for the Florida Gators. But I also think that, the others are going to be the people who play a big role in this game. A lot of people talk about Alex Condon and Thomas Houck, but I think it's Xavier Lee. Being this is going to be his first game in the SEC. I think this is going to be a big game for him. A lot of the Gator Nation are looking at him to say, okay, we've seen you play, in the other leagues, but how are you going to be on this stage of the SEC? Can you fulfill the role that we need you to fulfill in the guard position? So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on him in this one against Arizona State. My next question for you is about Xavier Lee. Do you feel like how do you feel he's going to be within the SEC overall?
That's the question. I mean, will Xavier Lee's game translate from the Ivy League to the Southeastern Conference? And, I was questionable at first, and then you watch his highlights. You're like, hold on, this guy's legit. But more seriously, you hear things like he said in the press conference this week. He put on 10 pounds of muscle. That's huge. I mean, last year he was listed at a $180, or at least that's what Sports Reference shows. So for him to put on some more muscle, because this is the best league in college basketball. The Southeastern Conference is where the best collegiate ball is played. So for him to bulk up a little bit, that's essential if he's going to compete.
And let me ask you about the other transfer, Boogie Fland. How do you feel like he's going to have an impact in this game?
For this game or for the season overall, I think just the defense will be a consistent factor, because you can have a bad night offensively. That happens to the best players in the world. But the defense is usually going to be there, and that's just effort and ability and just physical strength. And so Boogie Fland is one of the best defensive guards in the nation. He showcased that last season in his true freshman year. So another year in collegiate weight rooms, another year with an offense or an off season to get better. I think Fland, he's looking to take his game up offensively this season. I'm sure that's a goal for him. But defensively, that's such a big strength, and that's going to be huge for this Florida team.
Yeah, another player to look at that we haven't talked about much is Micah Hanlon. He's been a guy that, came off of an injury, decided to use his red shirt last year and play. He wanted to be a part of the success that this team was having. He said he felt like he could be a part of something special. He came on the court, gave valuable minutes towards that Gators championship run. Do you think Micah Hanlon can make a run, to be within the draft at the end of the season?
The draft for Micah Hanlon? I mean, look, he's got the size. He's got the pedigree as well. His family played in the league. But for Micah to do that, I think he's really going to need to showcase some mobility, which was hard last season because of the metal rod in his leg. So he needs to showcase the athleticism and certainly a lot more offensively. I know last year he wasn't very polished, and you can't really expect that from him. He was more so a big body, could grab some rebounds, defend the rim. But so he would need to get back to the level he was at before the injury and then some if he wants to get into NBA draft considerations. So I wouldn't predict that for Micah. Love Micah. Love what he did for the program last year coming back late following the injury, but I'd pump the brakes on that.
Okay. You're not too keen on him making a draft. I see that.
Maybe not this year. Maybe.
Yep.
I don't know.
Right. You make valid points, though. I will say that. So let me rephrase that question. How do you feel like he's going to have an impact on the team then for this season?
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of the best backup big men in the country. That's what I think he's going to be because, look, Ruben's going to keep his starting job. Conan's going to keep his starting job. But to add Micah in the mix off the bench, not only does that free up some pressure on those two starting big men because they have to play less minutes. If they're having a bad game, if they get in foul trouble, you can throw in Micah. And Micah is, I know I said I don't think he's going to be drafted, but Micah is a starting caliber big man for just about every team in the country, minus maybe Florida. That's how good this guy is as a center. So for Florida to have that option of depth, I mean, they had the best front court in college basketball last season, and they brought them all back.
Yep, you're listening to WRUF here at Home of the Gators, presented by Riley House. My name is Manuel Loper. He's Lance Williams. We're gonna talk more about college football whenever we come back. But you're listening to the Sports Lab right here, Home of the Gators.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Gabriela Valdez. Gators volleyball competes against the Georgia Bulldogs in a road match today. Last Sunday, they beat Arkansas in 3 sets. First serve is at 7 p.m. Also tonight, Floiida baseball will play against the Jacksonville Dolphins in an away game. This marks the first game in the Gators' fall schedule. First pitch is at 6:30 p.m. Speaking of Jacksonville, Gators football is headed up north to face the Georgia Bulldogs in their 8th game of the season. They're coming off of a win against Mississippi State 23-21. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez spoke on Gator Talk about what he's watching out for offensively.
We want to be able to move the ball. We want to be able to get the ball out of DJ's hands at a quick pace, get lined up quickly, and again, put points up on the board.
Kickoff is at 3:30 p.m. and you can catch coverage at WRUF starting at 12:30 p.m.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
Gator Country, it's a new beginning for Gator football, and what a better place for it to begin than in Jacksonville against the Georgia Bulldogs. Hate Week is here. Coverage of Florida and Georgia begins Saturday afternoon at 12:30 right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, your flagship home of your Florida Gators. Gator football is brought to you locally by Bud Light, by the UPS Store, by Rally House, by the Florida Department of Corrections, and by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill.
Gator football on WRUF ESPN is brought to you in part each week by Rally House. Tune in this Saturday and stop by Rally House on University Ave for all your orange and blue apparel.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunny and chilly on this Halloween. Temperatures this afternoon in the mid to upper 60s. Your trick-or-treat forecast looks good. Clear skies, but turning chilly around dinner time. Temperatures in the lower 60s. They'll fall to the lower 50s around 10 o'clock. And in the morning, lows plummeting to the lower to mid 40s to start off the first day of November. Saturday afternoon looks good, though. Lots of sunshine, highs in the low 70s. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Zach Alvaverdi. Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF.
It's the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Gear up for game day at Rally House, 1680 West University Ave, just blocks from the stadium. Lance Williams here alongside Manuel Loper. Busy weekend in sports. Tonight on WRUF, Game 6 of the World Series. Dodgers at the Blue Jays. Toronto with a 3-2 lead, looking to clinch it. Coverage begins here at 7. Tomorrow, of course, Gator football in Duval versus Georgia. And then some other stuff. NFL this weekend. College football, of course. And then college basketball starting on Monday. Manuel, what are you most excited for?
I think I'm excited for another weekend of college football. I'm not going to lie. I think I'll get in the swing of college basketball as that season rolls around. But right now, college football is just so interesting at the moment.
Let's take a look at some of those big games in college football. Marquee SEC matchup, number 9 Vanderbilt at number 20 Texas. Longhorns actually a 3.5-point favorite there at DK Yard. Do you make anything of that? Vandy's looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think them being a favorite in this game is very shocking to me because I like the way Pavia has looked this season. He's made his Heisman candidate case so far. And I don't like Texas's offense so far this season behind Arch Manning. And if I had to pick this game, I would say Vandy would be a 7-point favorite if I was the one to make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that Vanderbilt team in the games that they've played, if the name of that school was Georgia, I mean, you know, that might be a top 5 team, and they might have a heavy favorite on that. Another one, number 18, Oklahoma at number 14, Tennessee. Two teams kind of beyond the bubble of the college football playoffs, might have to win out if you're both of those teams. So, hey, speaking of Tennessee, Chuck Girolamo, the interim Gator baseball coach, he just took the assistant job with Tennessee, but that's college baseball. Number 23, Southern California at 6-2, Nebraska. You see Matt Rule, the head coach of Nebraska. He just got an extension for 2 years. So he was a guy that some people were sneaking in to those coaching carousel rumors. But Matt Rule there to stay in Lincoln, at least for the next couple seasons. Cincinnati at number 24, Utah, where game day is, the 17-ranked Bearcats. What do you think about game day leaving the SEC? I know that was a big discussion.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I'm just glad to see that game day is making its way outside the SEC and showing love to some other teams within the college football world. And this is a good matchup between Cincinnati and Utah. I don't know. This is going to be a close game in my opinion. I think this is going to come down to a late field goal. If I had to pick one right now, though, I would have to go. I'm going to go Utah with the Utes.
Okay. He thinks the Utes are going to get it done. Some games that you thought were going to be big games that really aren't. Here in, tomorrow, the first day of November. South Carolina at number 7, Ole Miss. You were thinking Lenora Sellers versus Ole Miss. You were thinking that this could maybe be a game to determine a playoff spot, and while it would determine a playoff spot for Ole Miss if they lose it, but South Carolina, they're 3-5. They've lost their last 3. What do you think about Shane Beamer and his Gamecocks?
Yeah, I think South Carolina is maybe the candidate for the most disappointing team this season. 3-5 with Lenora Sellers. It's just no one would have saw that coming at the beginning of the season, but that's the way it's played out so far. They had a great game against Bama last week. Easily could have won that one, but a fumble at the end of the game gave Bama the possession late, and then Bama won the game. Kind of how that game went. But I think South Carolina is a team that's going to be really good next year, especially if Lenora Sellers can pick it up and if depends on if he goes to the draft or not. But if Lenora Sellers can continue to grow as a quarterback, I think the Gamecocks are going to be somebody to look out for next year.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some quarterbacks who, you enter the season with and you're thinking this guy's going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. And Lenore was one of those guys. You think a couple years ago Carson Beck was one of those guys with Georgia. And then he had a rough season and all of a sudden he's going back to Miami. But interestingly, though, it seems like Lenore Sellers is still one of those guys who's going to be drafted in the first round despite the team's lack of success in South Carolina. Another one that you thought was perhaps going to be one of the games of the year. Preseason number 1 versus preseason number 2. Penn State at Ohio State. That's tomorrow. Although the Nittany Lions, they're now 3-4 without a head coach, whereas Ohio State still on top of the rankings, and they're at 7-0. Well, correction, it was Texas the number 1 team, but you get what I'm saying. But that game, not what you expected probably in early August.
Yeah, James Franklin being fired is one of the biggest headlines of this entire season so far, especially coming off of the success he had last season, making a playoff run, but this season being 3-4 just wasn't cutting it. And I still think this is going to be a good game. I really do. I don't think Penn State has had much success this season, but I do think they're a competitive team. They play Oregon very competitively early on in the season, so I think this is a team that can compete and will give Ohio State a game this weekend.
It's the Sports Lab on presented by Rally House on WRUF. Lance Williams with Manuel Loper. We're talking college football. Yeah, the Buckeyes and Vegas, they disagree with you. They don't think it's going to be a close game. 18.5-point dogs are the Nittany Lions. Another game, number 10 Miami at 5-3 SMU. The Mustangs, preseason number 16 team. Last year, the runner-up in the ACC. They've lost a couple games to not horrible opponents, but the Stangs, not the season that they expected. I know you're rooting for SMU, right?
You're a funny guy. This is a game that means a lot to me. I'm a Miami fan, but also a lot has happened since the last time I was on the Sports Lab. Miami took the loss to Louisville. This time, though, a chance to go on the road outside of Florida for the first time since November last year.
That's crazy.
The athletic director at Miami is absolutely cooking with his schedule right now. It's crazy. It was crazy for me to see that the Miami Hurricanes haven't even left the state of Florida this season alone, but going all the way back to November, it's absolutely crazy. But I do have Miami winning this one. I think on the road test for them outside of their state for the first time this season is going to be something that plays a factor in this one. But I also think that Miami knows that their back is against the wall. They can't come out sluggish. They can't come out how they did against Louisville. They have to come out with their foot on the gas, and they have to keep that going throughout the entirety of the game if they want to knock off SMU at SMU.
Yeah, the Hurricanes have certainly saved money on travel this season. But, yes, that's a game that Miami can't really afford to lose if they want to solidify their spot in the playoffs. Let's shift gears to the National Football League. It's Week 9, kind of a quiet weekend in professional football, but there are a couple games that are intriguing. Of course, the Kansas City Chiefs at Buffalo. I mean, Mahomes versus Josh Allen. It doesn't get much better than that. That one's in Buffalo, but the Chiefs, they're a 1.5-point favorite.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they had a rocky start to the season, but since then they have found their stride. And Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen, as you said, is always a good matchup to see. I'm kind of rooting for Josh Allen in this one because it feels like Mahomes has always been able to get the better of him through their past few matchups. But I do agree that the Chiefs are the more hotter team right now in the NFL. So if I had to pick a team between these two, I'm going to have to roll with the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs are playing good football. I got Rashee Rice back last week. Another good game. 7-1 Colts. Do you believe that? Versus the 4-3 Steelers. Now, the World Series tonight could be the final game. In Toronto, the Blue Jays with a 3-2 lead over the Dodgers, although it's Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound for LA. His last two games, his last two starts, 9 innings, combined 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, 15 strikeouts. That guy has been a monster all postseason, and he'll be a tough test for the Blue Jays. Their starter, Kevin Gausman, got the loss in Game 2. He went 6 2/3, allowed 3 runs. Not a horrible start, but it wasn't enough against this dangerous Dodgers order. I think this series goes 7. Yamamoto, he's pretty ridiculous. Ohtani, Manuel, what about that guy? You like him?
Yeah, he's a very good athletic guy out there. Playing both positions is absolutely ridiculous, and he's a physical specimen, honestly, out there on the field. It's crazy to me because we go back to the game that went into 18 innings.
Yep.
It was absolutely crazy, but each time he came up to the plate, they just decided, hey, we're gonna walk this guy. We're not gonna let this guy have a chance at hitting the ball. So he's an absolute force out there on the field.
Yeah, Ohtani. It's interesting, the conversation, if this does go 7, who will get the start for Los Angeles? Some people are thinking it could be Ohtani, maybe use him as an opener, so then he can stay as the designated hitter. If he comes out of the bullpen, he'll have to play in the outfield, something he hasn't done since 2021. But the Dodgers have mentioned that is something that they're considering with everything on the plate. But that game is tonight. You can listen here on WRUF. Coverage begins at 7. Game 7, if necessary, will air tomorrow night after the Extra Point postgame show presented by Spurrier's. Remember, Floiida versus Georgia, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, kickoff tomorrow at 3:30 in Jacksonville. But for us, I'm Lance Williams with Manuel Loper. It's been a good Halloween Sports Lab show. I mean, you got the costumes. Dexter Morgan had a good time with Harry Potter. You don't see those guys hanging around too much, but it was a good time. So with that, Lance and Manuel, our producers Nick and Tubbs, he was over there earlier, signing off, and we'll see you Monday.
No one brings you the NFL like we do. WRUF.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year at International Diamond Center is coming next weekend, November 7th through 9th. 3 days of unprecedented savings, up to 40% off. Eternity bands, hoops, pendants, bracelets, even ready-to-wear engagement rings. Save up to 40% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. This is the event you wait all year for. Colored gemstone and designer fashion jewelry is included. Best prices all year. It's November 7th through 9th at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Unapproved credit.
From snorkeling and diving to harvesting stone crabs, lobsters, and scallops, Divers Down safety on the water is all about visibility and safe distances. There are many options for Divers Down devices, however the goal is always the same, to be clearly visible from all directions. And while distance regulations should be maintained at all times, boat operators should allow even more when possible. Know the regulations for Divers Down warning devices and keep everyone safe. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Visit myfwc.com for more information.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. Sports fans, it's time for the best part of your day. Sports conversation.
Hey, the scripted drives are really, really good, and they were good because A&M was running man, and DJ's really good at attacking man-to-man out there on the corner. You just throw it up, let your guy do the work, and Florida's got talent to do that.
They adjusted.
All of a sudden, they start throwing zone in there, and DJ can't figure that out.
Sports news and entertainment for your ride home.
Man, come on, man. Listen, Jeff and Zach, the boys are back. I got a song for you. The boys are back in town.
Grill is hot at the tailgate. Alongside Zach Albuverdi, here's Jeff Cardozo.
All right, everybody, welcome into the tailgate. Zach Albuverdi here on a Friday. Happy Halloween to everybody, and shout out to those who dressed up today. We got a few costumes in studio. Hopefully you're dressed up, going to get out and get some trick-or-treating done tonight. I'll be doing the same with the kiddos. And we got Florida baseball in action tonight, their first exhibition game of fall ball. And we will discuss that on today's show. We will talk Floiida Georgia, throw some topics out there to you guys about that rivalry. We'll be joined by Jeff Sentell from the AJC and Dog Nation to talk Georgia and get some perspective on the Bulldog side of things. And then we'll take your calls as well, 392-8255. You can hit us up on Facebook, on YouTube, and email us with your questions, and make sure that you follow and subscribe our YouTube page at WRUF, home of the Gators. But we're going to kick off this show with some baseball talk. Obviously, the program in the news after some more coaching stuff surfaced last night. And we're going to get Jeff in here, who is in Jax for this fall ball game tonight, to get his thoughts on the news that came out and certainly the matchup that we'll see on the field tonight. Jeff, welcome in, man. How's it going?
Zach, what's up, man? Are you wearing your Hugh Hefner costume? Just got the robe?
No.
What'd you go with?
I'm not even dressed up, man, and Jess got on me pretty bad. If I would have known better, I'd have came in with my banana costume. The Banana Man.
It'll look sweet.
Yeah.
I got my banana hammock on ready to wear the game, but I'll throw something over it too.
Yeah, you get to
have some fun.
When's the last time that you went to a Florida baseball game as a fan?
I did this last year, actually. So
okay.
So it was a year ago today. Actually, the night I got engaged. So it's a little remembering of that. But yeah, it's weird because I didn't even know what to do last year because I was sitting there down by the dugout, so it's a different view. And it was funny because, we were right there by the on-deck circle, so everybody that came up, I was like, hey, so-and-so, you suck, kind of harassing them and messing with them and having a good time, like being a heckler. So it was good. But, yeah, it's nice to have a different perspective and just be able to go and enjoy it.
Well, obviously, we'll talk about the team and some of the players that we'll get to see tonight, but let's start with the coaching news. Obviously, some big news coming out last night as Chuck Girolamo has left for Tennessee, Florida's interim coach, who's been with the program since 2020, I believe, as associate head coach. And now the Gators are without an official interim coach. They'll have a pair of assistants kind of splitting duties tonight. But, Jeff, what was your reaction to that news and kind of what it means for UF?
Yeah, obviously Chuck is a guy that's been a part of things for a while. Does a great job of running the offense. He's the one doing the signals and kind of running practice. And if you go, he's controlling all that. But again, it's an entire program. I mean, Taylor knows how to do all that stuff, and the things. Sully's kind of the one that's dictating what the practice needs to look like. So obviously he's a part of what all that is. But you have other guys that can certainly do it. But the knowledge too that Chuck had, certainly, I think, going to Tennessee, that's what you look at and you're like, oh gosh, now he knows, all of Florida's secrets or what Florida does and, how they go about it. And, kind of the strange thing is Florida doesn't play Tennessee this year, which is really, really weird. I mean, we always play Tennessee, so at least that's sort of a good thing. But, listen, I know Chuck's always wanted to be a head coach. He's looked, and I think even a few years ago there was, different things that he was trying to do. And now you get this opportunity to go to a program and get a lot more money. And I think, listen, Zach, if somebody calls you tomorrow, even though we just started doing the show again and said, hey, here's 3 or 4 times what Jeff's paying you or whatever is going to happen, like, would you go do that? You'd probably do it in a heartbeat. You've got a family to take care of, different things to happen. So you don't blame him. And, he's got an opportunity to go hang out with a guy that, he actually coached at TCU and Josh Elander. And, certainly that program, for what it is, it's, Sully's done the best job in the 18 years of getting guys to the big leagues. Like 41 different guys have gone to the big leagues and, 9 times to Omaha. So basically half the time he's been there. And, Tennessee's kind of getting to that point too, where it's getting to be even with Florida. So I think change of scenery or something was what he was looking for. And, obviously getting that bump in salary is a big deal.
No doubt. We're joined by Jeff, who's live in Jacks before this first fall ball game against Jacksonville. If you do want to call in and ask Jeff anything while he's on for this first segment, hit us up 392-8255. Obviously, the timing of this is not ideal given Sully's situation, but some of the immediate reaction to this news last night was that this is a massive blow for the baseball program. I know that some people, that cover Florida and also some national folks said that. What do you feel? How does this impact the program, I guess? And is it maybe as bad as it seems, or is it more of a timing is kind of the worst thing about it?
Yeah, I would say the timing. And listen, you're not trying to say that Chuck wasn't an important part of everything that was going on these last few years. But again, it's Kevin O'Sullivan's program, and he's coming back. I think the timing and everybody freaking out like what the heck's going on, and Florida's in disarray and all these other things, and of course you got the football stuff going on too. But I think everything's going to be fine. And the part that I thought about through all of this, as you're reacting kind of last night and hearing it, and even through part of the stuff today, like Sully, I remember Sully chatting with me pretty well after the regional when we got back, and we talked about a lot of different things, and there was like a renewed energy for him. And I think even over the last couple of years, he felt like, hey, maybe I didn't go out and do as much from a recruiting standpoint because I wanted to allow Chuck and to be able to do some different things. And obviously Florida's success these last couple of years isn't to where the standard of what everything was. So Sully went through the summer. He had this renewed energy. I think even coming into the fall, there was, a lot more involvement with what he was doing on an everyday basis and trying to kind of get back to that guy that he was when they won a national title, even certainly when he first got there. So, I think Sully was starting to get into more of the stuff anyway. And listen, you've got Taylor on the staff and obviously David Kopp, who's calling the pitches. So he's right there with all the guys anyway. He's a pseudo pitching coach as it is anyway, even though Sully's doing it during the game.
Yeah.
Kopp's the one that's in the bullpen all week, so he knows these guys. It's his voice that's actually in the hat that's hearing the pitches. So you have, kind of that consistency we were talking about now with Ryan O'Hara being able to call the plays for DJ Lagway. So you still have all that type of stuff. So I think everybody that's like freaking out and saying, oh my God, Florida baseball is, doomed and, they're going to suck and all these other things, certainly not the case. Sully will be back. I think we've all had issues that, we need to deal with. Certainly when you're a public figure like that, it's kind of everybody looks at it at a bigger scale, but we've all gone through stuff that we need to kind of step back and make sure that we're taken care of and, everything's okay for our life in general. And, Sully's going to do that, and I think even be better for it when the spring rolls around.
If you guys were tuned in last night or today, I put on our Swamp Talk forum at Gators Online just some things that I was hearing about this, and one of the things that I noted on the board is that from everybody that I've talked to, and I did not talk to Jeff for the record, the sense that I got was that maybe Chuck has wanted out at Florida, and this was an opportunity for him to leave, and obviously I think it works out for both parties. With that, I guess, expectation, or maybe knowing that he was looking to leave at some point, I guess what I'm asking is how prepared has maybe Kevin O'Sullivan been for the potential of this, and how quickly do you think he'll be able to kind of hire a replacement for Chuck?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're already starting to see that with the ability of the staff to expand. The Gators brought in Mike Rivera for a little bit bigger of a role last year, so you have him. I mean, that's the catcher on the national championship team, so he's certainly a guy there. Obviously another great choice, and I know he was interested in it the last time there was a job opening that came up, and I think Taylor got the job. Was Brad Wilkerson's over at UNF, and I don't want to put any words into his mouth, but I think Gator fans would certainly love to see Wilkie back there coaching third and helping hitting or doing whatever he would do. So I mean, those would be the two big options right there. Or I don't know if Sully could even maybe lure Mike Zunino into the coaching world. I mean, Mike's right there in High Springs, kind of hanging out with you. He goes to practice quite a bit. He's around the guys, and he's just playing golf every day. So why not go hit some baseballs to
that's right,
to the guys, and use your knowledge. So yeah, there's plenty of guys. I mean, obviously, I mentioned earlier. I mean, Sully's put more than 40 guys in the big leagues. Heck, I went to practice last week, and I walk in the dugout, and there is standing Mike Rivera, who's talking to Michael Byrne, who was obviously the closer of the year. And then right next to him was Dalton Guthrie, this incredible shortstop. So, there's so many guys around this program that, know what Sully can do, the importance of everything that's going on. So, they won't be thin in options. So Sully's going to really have a tough decision to make on, what to inevitably do.
Yeah, good stuff, Jeff. Before we get you out of here, let's get your thoughts on the exhibition game tonight against Jacksonville. Second fall in a row where these teams have faced off in Jacksonville. What are you looking for from tonight's game? We won't get to hear it on air. It's not being televised anywhere. So you're gonna be one of the few people that's got their eyes on this game.
Yeah, I'll come back Monday and we'll chat about it. To me, it's like how do these new guys handle situations? I think we all know that Curlin's going to be good and Lawson's going to be good, and is Kyle Jones healthy enough? And the fun one would have been Jaden Bastian, because he transferred from Jacksonville, and getting to be a part of that and is facing his old team, but of course he gets hurt, and that was such a big loss. So what are they going to do now? Blake Sears still got a bum wrist, so I don't think he's going to play either. So that's going to give a freshman or somebody an opportunity to play the outfield. And like anything else, it's opportunities. How do you handle the big stage? And I would assume there's a lot of Gator fans here. Certainly staying over at RV Park too. You can just walk over to the stadium and get in there. And I remember it being sold out last year, at least to just about capacity. So I think that. And then how do these pitchers handle it? Liam Peterson, I think we know what he can do. Aiden King, certainly. But what about the transfers that came in? How do they now, in a Florida uniform for the first time against a different team, not inter-squad, can they show out and throw strikes? And that's the issue that Florida had last year in the regional and some of those games that they lost during that huge losing streak. Like Florida, the freshmen couldn't throw strikes. So I think you're trying to find the guys that aren't scared. And if you can show up in this environment and go out and throw 12, 13 pitches and get 3 outs in an inning, then, I think that shows a lot to, obviously Sully's going to be watching from afar. So, and Copp's going to be there watching those pitchers. So to me, more than anything, how do the new guys handle this type of situation, and how do they handle my harassing if I'm sitting down there by the on-deck circle again? Can they deal with it?
I know you're going to be loud. A couple quick hitters before we get you out of here. How many pitchers do you think we see tonight, and who?
Yeah, I would probably say, maybe 9 or 10.
Oh, wow.
And again, and I think you probably you see all these guys throwing an inning or so, just get them that experience in that work. I don't know exactly who's healthy, who's not healthy, but you would think you'd want to get those big guys out there for an inning, just let them do their thing, and then again, maybe put guys in situations like if it's first and second or something, a lefty's there, go get a lefty out of the bullpen. Can they handle being able to get a guy out in a big spot? So I think those situational things will be the way that's kind of determined and how we see so many of them. But I think in a perfect world, you throw 9 guys out there, one every inning, and then just see who's good.
And then I'm putting you on the spot. Give me your starting lineup, and then we'll check in about 2 hours and see.
Oh gosh!
Actually, this will probably come out before 6 p.m. I'm sure it'll surface on Twitter, so we can see if you were right. But give me your batting lineup.
I might just leave it to that. I don't. It's so hard because what they might do is put guys in different spots.
Yeah, that's true.
I would assume Kyle Jones lead off and see how that goes. And I think Bastian would have been a perfect 2-hole hitter, and then Curlin or Lawson right in there. And Florida's always done a really good job of righty lefty and being able to do that. So, but I think you'll see a couple of youngsters in the lineup, which will be really cool.
Awesome, man. Well, we're looking forward to it. I'm glad you get to take it in as a fan, and I appreciate you coming on and calming all the fans that are maybe worried about all the baseball news. Sounds like they need to chill out.
Yeah, don't freak out. It's a program that is one of the best in the country, and the guy that leads that is still there.
No doubt. Well, we appreciate you joining us, man. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll catch up on Monday.
All right, Zach. Take care, man.
All right, Jeff joining us from Jax. We're going to jump to this break and come back on the other side. Open up the phone lines, 392-8255. You're listening to The Tailgate on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Riley Candreva. Gators football looks to win 2 straight games for the first time this year at the world's largest outdoor cocktail party against Georgia tomorrow. Interim coach Billy Gonzalez and the Gators look to win their first game against Georgia since 2020. Gonzalez stated what this game meant to him and his team on Gator Talk.
You play for the patch, but you honor and represent the name on the back of your jersey. So we're playing for the state of Florida, we're playing for the University of Florida, and I want them to understand that.
Coverage on WRUF starts at 12:30. Gator soccer heads to Pensacola to begin the SEC tournament against Kentucky. The Gators are looking to make the most of their first tournament berth since 2021 and beat a Kentucky team they haven't beaten since that same year. Gators volleyball goes to Georgia to take on the Bulldogs tonight. The Gators look to extend their winning streak to 3 against a Georgia team that they've won 7 of their last 8 against.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
If you've ever pulled a hammy, twisted a knee, or just woke up wondering why your back sounds like a bag of chips, you might need an MRI. And when you do, Titan MRI is where it's at. But I've been telling you that for years, and they're not just crushing the MRI game anymore. They're now doing ultrasounds, x-rays, and CT scans too. It's like the all-star team of diagnostic imaging, and they're right here in our own backyard. With 2 locations in Gainesville, another one up in Lake City, Titan MRI and Imaging is North Central Florida's go-to spot for quick, comfortable, and affordable scans. Locally owned and operated, you're going to get hometown service by a crew with decades of experience. They have such a strong reputation that your own doctors are sending their families to Titan MRI and Imaging. And if you don't have any insurance, no problem. They've got affordable self-pay options and flexible scheduling. Yeah, that means evenings and weekends too, because injuries don't really care what day it is or what time they happen. So whether you need an MRI, an ultrasound, CT, or X-ray, go to where the pros go. It's Titan MRI and Imaging in Gainesville and Lake City. Check them out at TitanMRI.com.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell, presented by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. After every Gator football game on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Apoverdi here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. And we're going to talk Floiida Georgia, obviously, on today's show. We will preview the game. We'll be joined in the next segment by Jeff Sentel from Dog Nation and AJC to talk about UGA. But I want to talk about this rivalry, the site that is. This is a topic every single year. And I think that now the game has changed a little bit and the factors have changed. But that is the future site of the Floiida Georgia game. I know that they've signed, the contract to extend it for Jacksonville. But I am interested to see what these next 2 years after this one, how that impacts the thinking, the attitude towards playing this site or playing this game at future sites and switching it up. I would like to hear from you all at 392-8255. How do you feel about the future of the Floiida Georgia rivalry? Do you always want it to stay in Jacksonville forever, no matter what? Are you somebody that's open to a home and home, more neutral site matchups like what we're going to get the next 2 years? I would love to hear from some people that actually went to the Floiida Georgia game in 1995, I believe it was, that was in Athens. Would love to hear from people that saw the Floiida Georgia game here in Gainesville, just to get their reaction to how that was and how they feel about maybe having some home and homes. Because I talked to Bryce Thornton this week, and he from Georgia. Dad played for Georgia. Mom went to Georgia. He's of the opinion that he wants to see home and homes. He thinks that it would be cool to be able to visit both campuses. And this is something that Kirby Smart has long pushed for. And I'll share you his comments a little bit later on the show about what he said this week. But back in the last few years, he was really pushing hard for the home and home due to recruiting. He wanted to get another recruiting weekend out of the game. Obviously, it does a lot for Athens and it does a lot for Gainesville if you can bring another home game to those cities as well. But his, big thing that he was kind of harping on was trying to get recruits there, have another recruiting weekend, and also, being able to have those games in the stadiums. Well, that has changed for a few reasons now. One, now you can have recruits that come to the Floiida Georgia game in Jacksonville. You can host them. You used to not be able to do that. So that has changed. But what has also changed is just, to me, the need or the, how necessary it is to try to get as many recruiting weekends as you can. at least we saw under this current staff, or this previous staff, should we say, there weren't a lot of major recruiting weekends that were scheduled around home games. Like Florida did all of its major recruiting weekends in the summer. And a lot of the guys that did visit throughout the season were commits. You might have a guy here or there. But like the days of a big matchup in the Swamp or another stadium being a big recruiting weekend where you bring 12-plus official visitors, those days are gone. The recruiting calendar has totally changed. Having an extra recruiting weekend in season doesn't really make a whole lot of difference to you. I mean, you were having the majority of your official visitors come in the summer now. So that, what Kirby wanted and what he was pushing for, that really doesn't hold weight anymore, that argument. Now, there's the financial incentive, though, and what it could mean from that standpoint now that we've got rev share. So we'll talk about those implications. But before we get to this next break and bring in Jeff, I do want to get David's call to have him chime in on this. David, welcome into the tailgate. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
I went to the game in Athens, and it was awesome. I mean,
that was 95, right?
I believe it was 95, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm all for home and homes, 100%. I went to Jacksonville, went to every game in Jacksonville probably 20 years straight. I haven't been in the last, 7 or 8. And home and home would be awesome. Why are they not doing? The home game for Florida is going to be in Tampa. Is that right?
Correct. And then the home game for Georgia will be in Atlanta. I mean, look, this was a golden opportunity to have a home and
money
home.
Grab.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Both of those sites and those cities paid a pretty penny to get that game to come to those locations. And now that we are in the rev share era, now more than ever, they want to make money from those type of payouts. And
it's disappointing.
It is
disappointing. I would have loved to have gone back to Athens.
I agreed, and they still. Let's not kid ourselves. They still would generate revenue from having another home game in Gainesville, but the issue for them is then when it goes to Athens, they lose it, and then they're not getting. Like when they play at a neutral site, they're getting paid every single year, both schools. So if you do the home and home, you're gonna make money when you bring it to your city, but when it's an away game, you kind of get screwed that year financially. So it's unfortunate because I feel like that's what's driving the bus now, and I don't even know if there's a financial incentive that could be created to bring it back to the campuses, which I would have loved to see.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one. I think a lot of Gator fans are, probably Georgia fans too, probably.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's cool that you got to see that trick play run to put 50 points on the board.
Oh yeah, no, that was awesome when Spurrier said, nobody had ever hung 50 on Georgia between the hedges, so we just felt like we needed to.
Yeah,
that was great.
Yeah, man, that was that's cool. You got that memory, man.
Yeah, the thing about it too is I was invited there through my business partner at the time, and his uncle was basically the equivalent of a bull gator as a dog, and so we had premium seats too, and we were celebrating a lot during that game, obviously, and and he was behind us. Hey, you guys need to stay down, And we thought he was joking, but I think he was actually serious. So, but it was fun.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate the call, David. All right, we're going to jump to this break. When we come back on the other side, we'll be joined by Jeff Sentel from the AJC and Dog Nation to talk Floiida Georgia. We'll get his thoughts on this topic, where he would like to see this game. We'll get his thoughts on this matchup, and we'll even ask him which coach would Dog Nation not want Florida to hire. I'd like to get his thoughts on that. So we'll be joined by Jeff on the other side. Another Jeff right here on the tailgate. You're listening to WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF.
Your front row seat to all Gator sports.
98.1 FM, 8:50 AM.
103.7 HD2.
And anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
This is Gator Country.
Gator Nation, come on out to the Mealy Pop Shop here in town. We are the #1 spot in the state of Florida for sports cards, Pokemon cards, memorabilia, and pretty much everything else collectible. I like to say we buy, sell, trade, and grade at our shop. So if you want to buy something, if you want to sell something, make some cash, you want to trade in some stuff, or you can even grade as we grade with PSA, SGC, and CGC. We host weekly breaks with personal and group breaks. Just find us at Mealy Pops Breaks on all the social media platforms. Whether it be a massive Skeens RPA or a Carlos Alcaraz Superfractor, we pulled some amazing hits. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreens. Whether you're 6 or 86, come on out to our shop. Open Wednesday through Sunday, and you can also access our website, mealypops.com, for all of your collectible needs. Go Gators, can't wait to see you at Mealy Pops. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreens. mealypops.com. Come on out to our shop.
There's a ton of things I love doing. That's why I have so many fun jobs and why I try so hard to make it to the kids' concerts, recitals, and games. But with everything that's going on, it doesn't leave me much time to take care of the chores at home. And since I hate chores, especially cleaning, I let the experts handle that one for me. Each week, a fully trained team from Molly Maid dusts, vacuum, wipes, cleans, whatever I need them to do in the house, leaving me more time to do the things I enjoy. Molly Maid is fully insured and is ready to do your dirty work for you as well. Call them up at 378-7755 or check them out online at mollymaid.com. They're made for this.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new Junior Chicken sandwiches at Sonic are only $1.99 each. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy chicken that comes in original or honey chipotle. No. Already did that one. Save that one for later. That's a soft no.
Find Junior Chicken sandwiches on the Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic. Tax not included. See menu for details.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Floiida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Floiida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You see the more than 70 bright green trucks all over town making sure our neighborhoods go from cluttered to clean. But what you may not know is there are more than 130 employees at GFL whose hard work and dedication deliver quality services to each and every one of you throughout the year. Rain or shine, regardless of the elements, GFL employees pride themselves on knowing what they do is crucial in our community, and they are looking to add fine folks to their ever-growing team. So if you want to be a part of the 4th largest provider of environmental solutions in North America, look into joining the Green Team here in Gainesville by checking out the career section at gflenv.com. Country fried sirloin, herb-crusted chicken, chicken critters, pulled pork, pork chops, sirloin steak. Do I have you salivating yet? Well, those are just a few of the things you can scarf down on the early dine menu at Texas Roadhouse. And best of all of that, only $12.99. It happens every Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5, so grab some grub and then head home and listen to the tailgate all the way until 6. And even though that's early dine, the staff of the Texas Roadhouse will wine and dine you 7 days a week with a menu made for many. Texas-sized combos, succulent steaks, and burgers that are as big as Gator Sports are just the start. And speaking of starting, their fresh baked bread with honey cinnamon butter is waiting. So what are you waiting for? Get over to the Texas Roadhouse and wash it all down with some beer, wine, or the coolest cocktails around. AJ and the crew are ready for you. It's just west of the interstate off of the Archer Road exit, so hit the road for the Roadhouse. Your taste buds will thank you.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Albaverde here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We're talking Floiida, Georgia. We'll be joined by Jeff Santel. We're still trying to get a hold of our guy, and we'll get him on the horn here soon. But let's go back to the phone lines here to get your thoughts on this topic that we threw out to you guys. Just what you want to see for the future of the Florida-Georgia game. It's going to leave Jacksonville after the season for a 2-year hiatus. It's going to come back to Jacksonville for 3 more years and a pretty penny. But then what about that afterwards? Would you want to see it stay in Jacksonville? Are you someone that wants to see a home and home? Would you be open to it going to maybe other locations like Miami or another spot that wants to pay UGA and UF a lot of money to bring that game to a new location? Let's get your thoughts. Jumping back to the phone line to take John's call. John, welcome into the tailgate. How's it going?
I'm doing good. I'm an old man, so I'm going to give you a historical viewpoint.
All right.
It really doesn't. I grew up in Jacksonville in the 50s. We moved there from Georgia. And back then, the big joke was Jacksonville was the largest city in South Georgia, literally because there were so many people that moved down after the war. Well, my first year in school in Jacksonville, we were all out at the playground, and the kids were running around. What are you, a bulldog or gator? Bulldog or gator? What do you mean? And so the Georgia-Florida thing became to my attention. And I just bring that up because it was humongous in that town. It was everything. I went to the Florida-Georgia game when I was 9, 10 years old. And back then, the Gator Bowl was only 55,000 seats, but it was bigger than Florida Field. But we would either climb a chain link fence or somebody would bring a bolt cutter and cut a hole in it, and we'd get in. So, but it was magic. It was absolute. That town was a fun electric atmosphere. And but things change. Money talks, but we're losing one tradition after another. I watch Saturdays in the South Saturday on TV, and I really miss those days. But they're not coming back. So I think the game will be like what you say. It will depend on the money. It will depend on the money, but things change. We just don't know. So, but as an old timer, you had to live there to appreciate it. It really was a beautiful time.
Yeah, and I still like the tradition of having it in Jacksonville, personally, but I definitely see the appeal of the folks that want it to come to these campuses. But like you said, it's money makes the world go round.
Yeah. And it's one of the few remaining dying traditions. They could say what they want, but it's still the world's largest cocktail party.
That's right, John. That's right. Hope you enjoyed this weekend, man. Appreciate the call. We got Jeff on the horn to talk the world's largest outdoor cocktail party and much more. Jeff, welcome into the tailgate, man. How's it going?
Man, Zach, it's a great day, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I love every time this rivalry comes along and you and I get to connect, run into each other on the field in Jacksonville, and obviously talk about how our families are doing, man. It's always a good time when these teams meet.
Zach, if everybody was like you and maybe that Kirshner fella, there wouldn't be as much animosity in this Georgia-Florida rivalry. Just good dudes everywhere, guys watching ball. I appreciated the conversation you had with your previous caller there about, I tell you what's a long-standing tradition as well, man, and that is money. Money in this game of college football rules everything. So,
yep.
I know that topic du jour is, man, I was in Jacksonville last night at the Bulldog Club of Jacksonville, and, man, they have a Four Seasons going up right across from the stadium. It seems to me they're trying to do something like the Battery around Truist Park with the Braves in Atlanta. I don't see the money being a problem, and I see the money keeping the game in Jacksonville. At least that's my hope.
Well, and it's definitely – the money's definitely going to bring it back to Jacksonville after this 2-year hiatus. And obviously a lot of intrigue in this matchup on Saturday, Jeff. I do want to get your thoughts on the Florida program and the coaching search and all that good stuff. But tell us about this Georgia team, man. What have you seen from the Dogs so far this year, getting out to a 6-1 start and getting some big wins too?
I think the word everybody uses is resilience, and that's what they are. I mean, Zach, last year, Georgia's run, nobody's going to ever confuse it with greatness, but I thought that was a really special football team because they couldn't run the ball, and they couldn't stop the run. Their quarterback was an enigma up and down. His receivers couldn't catch the ball. It was one of the hardest schedules in Georgia history, and they still went 10-2 and won the SEC. Like, I don't know how that equates. You can't run it, you can't stop the run, and you still win the SEC. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but they're just wired to win, Zach. I know that sounds like hallmarkish, but listen, they have a talent advantage. They have a talent advantage just about everywhere. Their coaches know how to develop. Their coaches know how to play well, and they don't kind of flinch in these moments. And what they do a lot of times with the brand of ball they play is they don't have to get exotic with it. They just have to play base. They just have to play football. They don't have to go to the cupboard for dial up some amazing ball plays. They can just do what they do, stay in their lane, and then, it's the third and fourth quarter. They have to go win a game. A lot of times the depth allows them to win a game because of the way Kirby Smart recruits. And, I'd love to hear your take on this, Zach, but one of the things I always get when I talk to the Georgia people is they're like, well, Kirby seems like he wants it to go. It's going to help recruiting. Recruiting's going to get any better. I'm like, hold on a minute. Let's go full stop. There's very few things that Georgia does better than recruit. I've never heard a recruit say, I really wanted to get up to Athens, but there wasn't a good game for me to go. So, I mean, there's plenty. There's the Alabamas every year. There's Auburn. There's Ole Miss every year. There's Tennessee every other year. Like, you're getting a game to go see. You don't need to add the mighty Gators in Athens in Sanford Stadium just so you can get another week. Problem is, Zach, all these coaches, they want the recruits in their house every week, and then Georgia, Florida would bring them back instead of going somewhere else.
That's right. Well, and as you know, too, the recruiting calendar has changed. Now all the official visits happen in the summer, or a lot of them, So it's there's not the need to have another home game for an official visit weekend like there used to be. I got to say, man, Gunnar Stockton has really impressed me this year. I know that he was highly touted coming out of high school, but he's been a lot better than I thought coming into the year. What would have been, your impressions of him and what he's done with this starting job?
Well, what you see a lot with Georgia is Coach Smart goes through a lot of psychological warfare with his young quarterbacks. And what I mean by that is they're like, yeah, man, you're with the threes and the fours, or you're with the scouts, and you got to go against the number one, usually a top 10, top 20 defense in the SEC, and they get chewed on and they get kicked around, and they're like, it is a grind just to get first downs, much less touchdowns against Georgia's number one D. So when these guys like Gunnar, I mean, Zach, Gunner's been at Georgia since this January of 2022. Like, he's been around a lot of great football players, and he's practiced against a lot of football players. So once he got kind of into a rhythm this year, he just kind of let everything take over, because the degree of difficulty with a lot of the weeks in the SEC isn't the same as, should never be as tough as maybe facing Georgia's first-team defense in practice a lot of weeks. Like, he's got a lot of the best qualities of Stetson Bennett, whereas he can run, he's tough, he's physical. And I've always thought this way on the recruiting trail. Zach, you and I see guys that can swing it, can spin it, can put it everywhere. I think quarterbacks throw the ball better than they ever have, but I don't think they play quarterback better than they did 5-10 years ago, because a lot of this now is diagnosed by the sideline. They don't have to call a play, or they don't have to kind of get into, like, I was talking to Aaron Murray yesterday, and Murray back in like a decade ago, 2010, 2011, 2012, he would break the huddle with two run plays and two pass plays that he could choose from. In fact, nobody's doing that now. They're all looking over to the sidelines. They're seeing the look. It's a check with me. Now let's get into that.
And you got him in your helmet, too. You got him in helmet communication.
Yeah. The defense is going to try to fake what they're showing pre-snap, so they'll get a look from the offense, and then they might try to jump into something else kind of on the fly. Like, the thing with Gunner, and this is a pretty good story. Like Bobo, his father, George Bobo, the offense coordinator is Mike Bobo. His father, George Bobo, was a legend in the state of Georgia, high school coach, coached at Thomasville, a lot of places, Rabun County. And when he retired, he was Gunner Stockton's quarterback coach. He knew the family real well. He lived up in the area. And he was kind of coaching. This is Mike Bobo's dad who taught him how to throw. He's been coaching Gunner since he was like third grade, second grade. And I actually got this confirmed, Zach. It sounds like an urban legend, but when Gunner was in the third and fourth grade, he was throwing the football 35 yards on a rope, on a football field, completable balls. And everybody that's listening in your audience, I know you got a ton of folks listening on a Friday night. I would love for them to find their third and fourth graders and challenge them to throw it 35 yards in the air.
Yeah, right before they go out trick-or-treating.
That's how strong the arm is. And then you may have a future SEC quarterback if you do.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. We're speaking with Jeff Sentell from the AJC and Dog Nation. As you look at this game on Saturday, what are some keys to this matchup in your mind, and what are some ways that you feel like Georgia could potentially be susceptible to Florida and that they're going to have to watch out for?
Well, it's going to happen because it's happened the last 3 or 4 weeks. Kentucky did it. Ole Miss did it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Lagway is something like 8 out of 8 on third downs for the first 2 quarters or the first 3 quarters because, when they faced Ole Miss 2 weeks ago, Ole Miss scored on their first 6 possessions. And then what happened then is Georgia started getting around to him. They started hitting him. They started getting a stop, and then they just kind of choked the life out of him like, one of those old-fashioned WWE sleeper holds or something like that. The thing that I look for in this game is Georgia's going to just try to run the football. They've got a great group of backs. I think this is the best run game they've had in a few years, and it's not just because of the legs with Gunner Stockton. And, I think through this year, Zach, I don't know what else you could do. He's went to Tennessee and was down 14 points and had to claw back and throw a beautiful ball on 4th and 6 to force overtime. But after that, Georgia had to get the 2-pointer, and then he went and did some of that same stuff against Auburn, and then he went and did some of that same stuff against Ole Miss. So by this point, he's pretty battle-tested. The Georgia people really love him right now because, he says things like, he's gotten shellacked. Like, he's gotten hit so hard, Zach, at some points that if this was the NFL, he'd get placed in protocol by those guys in the shiny coats on the sidelines or whatever. And he just gets up because his dad told him, he was a former Hall of Fame safety at Georgia Southern. His dad told him when you lay on the ground, it gives the defense juice and it fires them up. He's like, so you just got to get up and run in the huddle even if you can't breathe. And his teammates just see him absolutely, kind of get hit by an anvil from one of those Roadrunner cartoons, right? And he just pops up and he runs into the huddle, and people are like, "Man, you ought to be like leaking oil right now." But that sort of thing, Zach, and that's another thing I look for in a quarterback is really inspired quarterback play. Is not converting third downs and throwing the ball in the tight windows. It's you getting in a huddle, and the other 10 men that are looking at you want to play for you, and they want to bleed for you, and they want to do whatever they can not to let you down. And that's what Gunner has.
Well, Jeff, before we get you out of here, we're up against a break, but I do want to ask you before I let you go, who is the coach in Dog Nation that you think Georgia fans don't want Florida to hire?
Man, that's a good one. Like a lot of people were throwing names about left and right. I don't know if like a guy like Dillingham would leave Arizona State, but I'm of the opinion that Florida needs just this hotshot, somewhat conceited, cocky play caller that will make the X's and O's dance and really prioritize the skill, those lethal, those explosive players. I don't know, Zach. I don't know if Florida, and I love your opinion on this. This is just my perspective. Florida had all the resources 10 years ago when Urban was winning, right? But people forget that Urban only stayed there 6 years. And now I've seen some really good coaches like Napier, McElwain, Mullen. Perhaps hindsight is 20/20, but maybe Florida never should have let go of Dan Mullen. But when you have 3 or 4 capable guys and they can't win or they don't win or it doesn't work out, I don't know if you can call that an elite job anymore. Like Nick Saban made the point this week that he thinks that Lane Kiffin, of course, that's the name on everybody's mind. he thinks that Lane might have better infrastructure, better support at Ole Miss now, and more people saying yes and fewer people saying no than even at LSU or Florida. And he's got a pretty cozy niche there. He only has to win 10, 11 games, and they might build a statue of him for a few days. I think the hardest part for the next Florida hire is they're going to have to find a guy that makes Florida an elite job again. And the state of Florida, Norvell's crashing at Florida State. It looks like Cristobal's on the rise because he's building teams from the inside out with his lines of scrimmage. And, that's one of the things the Gators – I'm one of those old school guys, man, that I believe that the NFL is great when the Packers are good, the Giants are good, the Eagles are good, and the Cowboys are good. I believe the SEC is at its best when the cocktail party in Jacksonville is an absolute war. And for years, I've heard Georgia old-timers tell me, you don't know what type of Georgia football team you have until you get out of Jacksonville. And I believe that's still true to this day because Florida, for all of its kind of warts this year, firing a coach, they've got a great defense. They've got some great personnel on that side of the ball, and they're going to slow Georgia down a lot. So, for me, you look at all these things in this rivalry and how it should be and what it could be. But, these are supposed to be fantastic ball games. I dug up some stats, and I know you got a break coming, Zach, but this is the 9th time in a row that Georgia has come down to Jacksonville to face Florida, either unbeaten or with one loss. The 9th time in a row. You want to talk about glory days and sunshine everywhere like it is right now in South Georgia on the coast? That's what it is. And, I looked that up, and, Georgia's only done that 50 times since this game has been played since 1915. And Kirby has gotten them there 9 straight seasons. That's 16% of the time when Georgia has came down to Jacksonville with one loss or better. That's where Georgia's at right now. I think one thing I will say, kind of the last thing I'll say is everything must come to an end. I don't know if Kirby Smart's coaching Georgia 5-6 years from now. I mean, he's already been there 10 years. He's going to have $200 million soon. So, sooner or later, these tides shift in this rivalry one way or another, just like the great Coach Spurrier had to.
No doubt. Well, hey, man, great perspective, Jeff. Glad we got to let our listeners hear from you. Let folks know where they can follow you and read your work.
So it's dognation.com, DAWG, the SEC champion, common spelling there with DAWG. I'm at Jeff Sintel on X. And, hey, Zach, man, it's awesome, great talking to you. I'll tell you one more thing. A lot of people that know ball are a little worried about that Dallas Wilson guy tomorrow. They know he can play.
Yeah, he's a baller, man. Florida's got to get a lot of balls thrown his way. We're glad we got you on, man. Appreciate it, Jeff. I'll see you in Jacks tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Take care. We got to get to this last break. We'll come back on the other side here on the Tailgate, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Gabriela Valdez. The Florida women's and men's swimming and diving teams host Georgia in a 2-day dual meet. The event started yesterday at 5 p.m. and continued today starting at 11 a.m. Both programs place first or second place in every event, securing overall first place. Today, Gators volleyball plays against the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens. First serve is at 7 p.m. Florida football is headed to Jacksonville to face the Georgia Bulldogs. This comes after a win against Mississippi State and a bye week. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez spoke on Gator Talk about something he's keeping in mind for the rest of the season.
Do what your players do best. It's not always about the design of a play all the time. It's about what do your players do best and put them in that best possible position so they can play fast and execute the plays.
Kickoff is at 3:30 p.m. and you can catch coverage on WRUF starting at 12:30 p.m.
If you've ever pulled a hammy, twisted a knee, or just woke up wondering why your back sounds like a bag of chips, you might need an MRI. And when you do, Titan MRI is where it's at. But I've been telling you that for years, and they're not just crushing the MRI game anymore. They're now doing ultrasounds, x-rays, and CT scans too. It's like the all-star team of diagnostic imaging, and they're right here in our own backyard. With 2 locations in Gainesville, another one up in Lake City, Titan MRI and Imaging is North Central Florida's go-to spot for quick, comfortable, and affordable scans. Locally owned and operated, you're going to get hometown service by a crew with decades of experience. They have such a strong reputation that your own doctors are sending their families to Titan MRI and Imaging. And if you don't have any insurance, no problem. They've got affordable self-pay options and flexible scheduling. Yeah, that means evenings and weekends too, because injuries don't really care what day it is or what time they happen. So whether you need an MRI, an ultrasound, CT, or X-ray, go to where the pros go. It's Titan MRI and Imaging in Gainesville and Lake City. Check them out at TitanMRI.com. All right, sports fans, quick timeout from the game talk because this is Poptober. And if you're thinking about popping the question, then Oaks Jewelry is running that kind of deal that's a slam dunk and a touchdown all rolled up into one. So here's the play. All engagement rings up to 20% off. Diamond wedding bands and enhancers, yep, 20% off too. And if you grab that engagement ring, they'll even throw in a free bottle of champagne because every big win deserves, of course, a post-game celebration. I'm telling you, Oaks Jewelry is going to coach you through building the perfect ring, customizing the setting she's searching for, and make sure you score big when you get down on one knee. No Hail Marys here. This is a guaranteed score. So don't get flagged for delay a game. Run the 2-minute drill the way you're supposed to and head over to Oaks Jewelry this Poptober and lock in the biggest W of your life. While your favorite teams are chasing trophies, chase a little sparkle of your own. Oaks Jewelry, locally owned, always the MVP, and Gainesville's go-to for championship bling.
Hey, it's Adam with Adam's Rib Company. 20 years ago, my wife Michelle and I sought out to offer the best barbecue at a fair price to you, our loyal customers. We feel like we've been doing that. And to continue the great brand that we started many years ago, we've expanded to offer our new mobile kitchen, the Little Rib. Give us a check out on Facebook to see where you can find it at next. In addition, we can provide any barbecue catering needs. Dine in with us at our main location or give us a call at 352-373-8882 or visit us online at adamsribco.com.
So many of us have been looking for Waldo ever since we were kids, and when we finally found that red and white sweater, we were ecstatic. So many of us now are looking for a great deal on a vehicle, and guess what? When you find Waldo this time, you'll find a used car lot full of deals. Right Price Auto is right in the heart of Waldo, and they've got pretty much anything you'll be looking for in a used vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and even RVs. And you'll get the lowest fees, a lot less than those big dealers around. In business, for more than a decade, they've got quick and easy financing, a simple process of buying with no waiting around. Just find what you want and drive away that day. It's a quick and easy drive, too. Just 10 minutes from the Gainesville Airport, right off of 301. Check them out online at Right Price Auto FL, and then stop by and tell them the tailgate sent you for a no-hassle way that'll surely make your day. All right, athletes, weekend warriors, anybody else battling pain, time to listen up. If you're looking for some cutting-edge stem cell therapy, you don't need a passport to travel overseas or chase gimmicks. Just head to PRP Regeneration Specialists. It's right here in Gainesville. Stem cell treatment can deliver faster pain relief, quicker recovery, and minimal downtime, all while being safe, effective, and anti-inflammatory. So whether it's just that annoying everyday pain, some arthritis, some lingering COVID symptoms, or even some severe burns, they've got your back to get you on track. It's safe, effective, and trusted by athletes and active adults alike. Call 352-260-4061 and get back in the game with PRP Regeneration Specialists. You work hard, you play hard. Now it's time to heal smart. Again, that's 352-260-4061, PRP Regeneration Specialists.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Well, there's no tricks with this forecast. It's all treats for us tonight. Temperatures falling into the 50s this evening, so bundle up going trick-or-treating. Clear chilly as we get into the overnight. 43 degrees overnight low in town. That's Gainesville, Ocala. 37 in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, mostly sunny, 73. Increasing clouds for Sunday. High of 75. Showers by Monday. For the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Alpaverdi here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Appreciate Jeff Sentel from AJC and Dog Nation for joining us in the last segment. We're up at the top of the hour. When we come back on the other side, we will take Ted's call and more of your calls and some breaking news that we will end this hour with. Florida just announced that Tom Slater has been hired as associate head coach and acting head coach for the Florida baseball program, a guy that has spent some time in the minors and also has previously worked at Florida as well as Auburn. So we'll break down that hire more when we come back on the other side. You're listening to The Tailgate on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Trees and the breeze are certainly a part of that, but as we have all realized from another round of storms, those things may not be the best for our residents and our roofs. But what is the best is a company that's been fixing things the right way for more than 40 years. That's the locally owned and operated Gainesville McFall Builders and McFall Residential Roofing. They offer the longest warranties in town, a 10-year instead of 5, and all of their workers are employees, no subcontractors that are going to give a subpar effort. There are a lot of people going door to door trying to do things the wrong way with no care about what it does to you. So why don't you go with the crew that uses premium products that are certified by the manufacturers to install? At McFall, you'll get state licensed building contractors for all your home renovation needs. With extra care, protect that pool, lawn, RV, or fancy fire pit during the process. And their process? Well, it's as easy as watching Florida State football stink. You get a detailed walkthrough before anything is even started. Call them today at 352-415-9098. I'm telling you, it'll be great. It's known as a small place with a big taste. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're really missing out. The place that's been voted best cheesesteaks in Gainesville, it's called Big Mills. Serving 100% top butt sirloin, 100% chicken breast on their cheesesteak sandwiches, Big Mills has a big taste. They also offer sausages, hot dogs, burgers, and salads with a baseball theme inside that every diehard is going to want to see. They've also got ice cream and milkshakes to wash it all down, so come on down to 2111 13th Street, right next to Adams Ribs, and see why Big Mills is a small place with a big taste.
The world-famous Bud Light beer was introduced in 1982. Just think of all the great Gators moments since. And Bud Light was there for all of them. It was there at the tailgate, glowing on a neon sign at your favorite spot to watch the games. It was in the stadiums, arenas, ballparks too. Bud Light and Gators fans have shared decades of great moments together. Cheers to many more. Always 4 simple ingredients for a crisp, clean taste. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
With Halloween quickly approaching, one thing that shouldn't scare you is AV system integration for your home or office. The pros at Electronics World will treat you to the best. Sony, LG, Samsung, Yamaha, Martin Logan, Marantz, Bowers & Wilkins, Sonos, Monitor Audio, and more. Their team will design the system, install it within your budget, and set it up so it's easy to operate. See? Nothing to be scared about. Electronics World in Gainesville or online at electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party.
It's Thursday. New Hard Rock Bet rewards are dropping.
Nice. Ed Reed, you in?
The only thing I drop is receivers and mics.
Ed, we're talking bonus bets, deposit matches, parlay insurance.
Oh, okay. I'll do that kind of drop.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets. Not a cash offer. Offered by Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-833-PLAY-WISE.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year at International Diamond Center is coming next weekend, November 7th through 9th. 3 days of unprecedented savings, up to 40% off. Eternity bands, hoops, pendants, bracelets, even ready-to-wear engagement rings. Save up to 40% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. This is the event you wait all year for. Colored gemstone and designer fashion jewelry is included. Best prices all year. It's November 7th through 9th at International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Unapproved credit.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. Sports fans, it's time for the best part of your day. Sports conversation.
Hey, the scripted drives are really, really good, and they were good because A&M was running man, and DJ's really good at attacking man-to-man out there on the corner. You just throw it up, let your guy do the work, and Florida's got talent to do that.
They adjusted.
All of a sudden, they start throwing zone in there, and DJ can't figure that out.
Sports news and entertainment for your ride home.
Man, come on, man. Listen, Jeff and Zach, the boys are back. I got a song for you. The boys are back in town.
Grill is hot at the tailgate. Alongside Zach Albuverdi, here's Jeff Cardozo.
All right, welcome back into the tailgate for hour number 2. Happy Halloween to everybody out there getting ready to do trick-or-treating, which I'll be doing as soon as I leave this great station here, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, talking first hour Floiida Georgia as well as Florida baseball. The Gators getting ready for their first exhibition match tonight in Jacksonville. We talked to Jeff Cardozo in the first hour about certainly the news on the coaching front last night. And, I asked him, do you think that Florida is going to act quickly to replace Chuck Girolamo as associate head coach? And they have. We didn't even make it out of the first hour before the news came out that Tom Slater has been hired to join the Florida baseball program, not only as associate head coach, but acting head coach, a guy that has spent a decade in the SEC, as well as several stops in the majors, someone that has a relationship with Kevin O'Sullivan. I was just described as someone that's a great guy, great expertise, and a huge addition for the Florida baseball program, considering kind of what they're going through right now in this period. So being able to add him to the staff is a hire that Florida and Scott Strickland were able to make very quickly, a lot quicker than the other hire that he's going to have to make. But I think that this is great that the Gators kind of found out this answer and acted on this really quickly. So we'll talk more Florida baseball in this hour if you guys would like. We'll talk Floiida Georgia. We can also talk Florida hoops as well because, again, I got to hear from Todd Golden, Boogie Flan, Xavier Lee yesterday about the season opener in Las Vegas on Monday night against Arizona. We'll talk about what those guys had to say as well. But I want to talk to you guys, 392-8255. Our topic in the first hour that we will continue this hour is what would you like for the future of the Florida-Georgia game in terms of location? This is about to be the last time that we're going to get it in Jacksonville for 2 years, and then it'll come back for 3. Do you like it that way? Do you want it to stay in Jacksonville? Would you be open to it moving to some other sites again in the future, potentially a home and home? Or do you think tradition needs to stay the way it is? Should money be the driving force as it usually is? We'll talk about that and get your calls here on the tailgate. Let's kick things off with Ted. Ted, welcome in, man. How's it going?
How's it going, man? I'll address the question at large here first. I like it to remain in Georgia. I'm a traditionalist. I've been around a while, so that's kind of like where I think it's supposed to be. If it's not going to be there, then I want to see it home and home. I don't want to see this like, oh, let's go to Tampa for a year. Oh, let's go to Atlanta the next year. Let's go back to Jacksonville, y'all. I don't want I want it to either be in Jacksonville or I want it to be a home and home series second. But I want to talk about something else. I am so happy you put Jeff from Dog Nation on there.
He's great.
In the first hour. I'm sorry?
Yeah, he's great, man.
No, he got me jacked up, dude. He's garbage. I'm so happy you put him on here because now I'm ready for this game tomorrow. I was kind of like lackluster going through this week, and I needed to hear somebody who was so homerish over the top, and he was homerish over the top, butchering the English language, talking about has, whence, and everything like that. I was like, I'm ready now. I needed that, Zach, so I appreciate it.
Hey, man, we got to get the Georgia side. We got to hear from both sides.
You got it. That's for sure. And talk about Gunnar Stockton used to throw 35-yard seeds when he was in the 3rd and 4th grade. Was what, a Nerf football? Dude, his hand wasn't even big enough to throw a regulation football 35 to 40 yards. Stop it, dude. He's talking about some Davy Crockett stuff over there. So I'm jacked that you got him on there. We needed, I hope Gator Nation heard that because now I'm awoken a little bit. And really what my original call was, I got on before Jeff got on to talk about the running game a little bit. And from a strategic standpoint, I'm looking forward to seeing what Ball can do with with the offense spread out a little bit.
Yeah.
We're always so bunched up when we run with him. So I'll be curious to see if the space that he gets allows him to maybe get past the line of scrimmage without getting hit for once. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. It's, I'm not one of those people who believes you could throw the records out during a rivalry. They're better than us. No doubt about it. We got the element of surprise. Hopefully we can get a couple of touchdowns early and get a dub.
And not much has been talked about on this, Ted, but so much has been made about the changes that Florida's going to make in the passing game and with O'Hara, maybe more receivers, but we haven't maybe talked enough about what wrinkles they could throw in the run game. And what that might look like from some of these different formations that they run. And hey, man, like, are they going to even use Baugh in some different ways and throw out some different formations in the run game? Maybe even, some wrinkles or, put somebody in the backfield or I mean, who knows what we're going to get. I mean, Billy Gonzalez was a part of that staff in 2005 that totally revamped their run game and put the fullback in and did all this stuff with Billy Lasco. So he's got a precedent for it, and I'm interested to see what they showcase.
Well, he's been in two offenses that spread like the field. He's been in with Urban when he was there the first time, where everything was spread out, and he was there with Dan Mullen when they spread everything out. So I think the thing that could be a big deal tomorrow, I hope, is that Baugh can run over there and get a few yards for us and maybe bump into Gunner Stockton and say, hey, man, did you really used to throw 35-yard missiles in the third grade? Please, dude. All right, you talk to you.
Thanks for the call, Ted. I'm glad Jeff got y'all fired up. Let's stick with the calls and get ATX Gator. Welcome in, man. How's it going?
Good, Zach. Good, man. Hey, thanks for taking the show today. Appreciate that. I really enjoyed that conversation with that guy, Jeff. And actually, the thing that kicked me off that I wanted to call was, you and Jeff talked about this a little bit about do we think the Florida job is better than it actually is? And I'll tell you, Jeff, your buddy Jeff from Dog Nation seemed to hint at Lane might have a better gig at Ole Miss, and not for some of the things we think, but because of the behind the scenes, the people say yes at Ole Miss, at Georgia. And for some reason, it seemed like Billy Napier had it all, whatever, but even this guy was hinting at, like, maybe Lane's situation at Ole Miss is better behind the scenes than the gig at UF would be. What are your thoughts?
I do think that there's some reality there as far as him, just especially now at this standpoint, right? Like, now he's got all the leverage. So he can, if Ole Miss was already giving him everything that he wanted, or most everything that he wanted, he's going to get even more now if he decides to stay. I don't necessarily feel like he'll make a decision based on that aspect, because I really think that if he decides to leave Ole Miss and come to Florida, part of that decision will be factors that include if he feels like his time in Oxford has run its course. And I don't want to say he's maxed out, but that he's, maybe brought them as far as he thinks that they can go. And maybe he's just ready for a fresh start, coupled with, I do think and believe that there is a desire for him to be in the state of Florida. I think that there's an appeal about the Gators program. I think that there are some roots in Gainesville that matter, I think, to his family and to his kid's mom. So I think those are some things that come into play that are just bigger than the football aspect of the conversation, and who's given more from an NIL standpoint, who's given more resources to him and his staff. Like, we can split hairs on that when it comes to Florida and Ole Miss, and I still think that Florida's still got a lot of resources to provide him that would make the job attractive. But I ultimately think that if he decides to come, it's going to be because he wants to be at Florida, and he's feels like he's run its course at Ole Miss.
Okay. And listen, I know you guys are also in a precarious situation where we could try and pull some things out of you, but you also can't necessarily speak bad about certain things at the university. But what are, like, some of those things when he's saying infrastructure? What are some of the things that he's referring to that maybe myself or someone else isn't getting, where he's saying at Ole Miss Lane's getting the yeses, but at Florida he might not? Like, what are those things?
That's a great question.
Is it admission of kids? Is it, that's what I'm trying to get at.
That's a great question, ATX Gator. I do think that from a financial standpoint that's not necessarily a thing. And that's the one remember the one criticism that Dan came out and said recently. He did the interview with Yahoo Sports after Napier was fired, and he was like, everything that I asked for when I was at Florida, it was no. And then I came to or then, I got fired and Billy came and they gave him everything. That's something that he has complained about multiple times. And I will say Scott Strickland said that as invested as Florida has been in Florida football for a long time, they are more invested now than they've ever been. So,
okay.
I think that there's some of that, but I think that was more of a criticism of Florida maybe 5 years ago than it is now, because they gave Billy everything. Now I'll say this. Is Florida going to let his dog run out on the field to pick up the tee like they do in Oxford? Like, maybe that level of, hey, you can do whatever you want here won't be the same in Gainesville, but maybe not. Maybe the UAA will let him take his dog wherever he wants. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, Zach, and is there something to, like, and again, everyone has different opinions, and this can sound really stupid, but the fact that when Ole Miss wins a big game, they can rush the field, where at Florida you get charged with a felony.
Yeah.
And is it stupid stuff like that where you just go, hey, the powers to be at Florida kind of have their nose in the air, where at Ole Miss it's like, hey, you just beat the number 2 team in the country. You want to rush the field? Rush the field.
Well, and there's a different standard at Florida than there is at Ole Miss, right? And I'll say this to your point, and then I got to get to a break, and we got to get to some other calls. But I do think that, like, some of the way that Lane conducts himself on Twitter and on social media, and some of the comments that he makes and jabs that he takes, I'm not saying that he won't be able to do that at Florida. I mean, Spurrier did it, right? And Mullen did it here and there. There is just a different, I guess, level of expectation or standard at Florida, just in terms of the way that they expect their head coaches to act, conduct themselves. That's why Kiffin is a little bit off of, maybe what they would typically go for. But at the end of the day, you can't deny how successful he's been. And you also can't deny that the greatest coach in Florida football history was exactly that way too. So even if, you can be more like that at Ole Miss and get away with it or have it be tolerated, I don't necessarily think that will be discouraged at Florida. Now, there may be a tweet or two that Lane sends out at every now and then that Scott might say, hey, man, maybe let's not tweet that. But those are some of the differences I think that we're talking about more so than the financial resources.
Okay, and listen, I know you said you got to get to a break and everything else. I wonder if those are some of the things that ultimately we may need to change from the powers that be perspective if we want to win. If not, let's keep those standards and then be okay with 8-9 win seasons and maybe every once in a while making a playoff or competing for a national title. Hey, enjoy the game tomorrow, Zach. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, ATX Gator. I'll say this, that, certainly the way that Scott Strickland hired, embraced, and supported Todd Golden throughout his tenure, specifically during some things last year, but just the way that he lets Todd be himself. He's a young guy. He doesn't meddle in his program. And we, obviously we've heard some of the things that have come out with Billy and the whole OC thing and the fact that he wasn't going to make him hire OC. I do think that we got to mention that. And again, while the standards might be different at Florida than Ole Miss, and you can rush the field at Ole Miss, and maybe you don't do that here, and do maybe some of the things there that they won't even say anything about, whereas here maybe try to watch what you say or tweet a little bit more. Kiffin's still going to be able to come here and be himself. He's going to be able to come here and have fun. I think the Florida fans will embrace him, and I think if the UAA is making that hire and bringing him to Gainesville, they're embracing him. So we got full phone lines. I appreciate y'all hitting us up. We're going to jump back right on the other side to take those calls right here on WRUF ESPN 98.1 FM 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Raleigh Candreva. Gators football goes to Jacksonville for their annual rivalry game against Georgia tomorrow. Interim coach Billy Gonzalez is a real challenge in his first game coaching the Gators as they look to win back the Okefenokee Orphan the Bulldogs. Billy Gonzalez outlined what his offense needs to do to win on Gator Talk.
It's always a little easier to convert the third downs when it's not 3rd and 7 and 8 and 9 plus. So we just got to be a little bit more consistent on 1st and 2nd down. So we got to get DJ in a rhythm. We got to be able to utilize the playmakers we have on the outside, and we got to be able to get the ball in Baugh's hand. I think he does a great job.
Coverage on WRUF starts at 12:30. Gators volleyball looks to keep up their winning streak at Georgia tonight. The Gators look for some revenge after getting swept by Georgia last season and hold their ground in the SEC standings. Gators soccer plays in the SEC tournament for the first time in 4 years on Sunday against Kentucky. The Gators have tied Kentucky in their last 4 regular season meetings and look to finally break through this weekend.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Floiida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Floiida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
If you've ever pulled a hammy, twisted a knee, or just woke up wondering why your back sounds like a bag of chips, you might need an MRI. And when you do, Titan MRI is where it's at. But I've been telling you that for years, and they're not just crushing the MRI game anymore. They're now doing ultrasounds, x-rays, and CT scans too. It's like the all-star team of diagnostic imaging, and they're right here in our own backyard. With 2 locations in Gainesville, another one up in Lake City, Titan MRI and Imaging is North Central Florida's go-to spot for quick, comfortable, and affordable scans. Locally owned and operated, you're going to get hometown service by a crew with decades of experience. They have such a strong reputation that your own doctors are sending their families to Titan MRI and Imaging. And if you don't have any insurance, no problem. They've got affordable self-pay options and flexible scheduling. Yeah, that means evenings and weekends too, because injuries don't really care what day it is or what time they happen. So whether you need an MRI, an ultrasound, CT, or x-ray, go to where the pros go. It's Titan MRI and Imaging in Gainesville and Lake City. Check them out at TitanMRI.com.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell, presented by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Saturdays after Gator football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right, welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Albaverdi here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We mentioned at the top of the second hour and at the end of the first, the breaking news for the Florida baseball program. Tom Slater has been hired as the associate head coach and the acting head coach, a guy who has spent time in the SEC and the MLB, including a stop at Florida. There's been a press release that has been released and a comment from both Slater and Scott Strickland. Florida's AD says Tom Slater brings a wealth of experience, leadership, and deep ties with the Gators to this role. With more than 3 decades in college and professional baseball, including extensive experience in the SEC, he's earned universal respect across the game. We're excited to welcome him and Beth back to Gainesville. And Slater said, I'm excited to be back with the Florida Gators. Look forward to serving and working together with the Gator baseball players and staff. And again, I'm told that Slater and O'Sullivan have a relationship. So good addition and a needed addition for the Florida baseball program following the departure of Chuck Girolamo. Let's get back to the phone lines, talking Floiida Georgia, asking you guys, what do you want to see for the future of this rivalry? You want it to stay in Jacksonville. Would you be open to it moving to some future sites like it will for the next 2 years? Do you want a home and home? Let's get your thoughts right here on the tailgate. Going back to the phone lines to get Porter's call. Porter, welcome in.
Hey, Zach, how we doing today?
I'm doing great, man.
Yeah, same here. Man, I'm going to be a total hypocrite because I am 100% in favor of the permanent home staying in Jacksonville. It's just so special and almost unique because from what I hear, I can't use that word because I've heard so many of the same things about Texas and Oklahoma. But it's just if anybody's never been there, it's special and special on both sides. And so I'm in favor of staying there. But that being said, the memories I have from the trip to Athens in '95 are priceless, and I wouldn't have had that if they hadn't been renovating the stadium that time. So I mean, we go up there, 6 of us. We'd never been to Athens, and we have these giant coolers. I mean, large fishing coolers. And 6 of us just taking turns by carrying it by 2. And wherever we got tired, we'd stop, have beer. Somebody'd stand on top of the cooler and pontificate about things. And it was special, I'm sure, for Georgia too, because they hadn't hosted the Floiida Georgia. We always think about it as the travel team, but they, it was, I'm sure, unique for them. They would have wanted a different outcome. But I wouldn't have had that those memories if it weren't for that. And, of course, it happened to coincide with going back to Atlanta, and the Braves clinched the World Series that night with a home victory. And, big Braves fans, that was just, we wouldn't have had that if it wasn't for the home and home. But that being said, I do want to keep it in Jacksonville as a permanent home. As far as the money goes, Jacksonville pays a lot of money for the teams. And plus, by having it there as a conference game, when we're the home team, quote unquote, up there, then we're losing a home game in Gainesville. That's
correct.
The year that we have Florida State in Gainesville. So it allows us to have the home and home with Florida State.
Point.
Otherwise, wouldn't be able to have. If you had 5 home games, if they go to a 9-game conference, you have 5 at home, truly at home. Well, next year you get 5 truly on the road. And so that can help offset the money. Plus, the way they're doing it, by doing it that way, we can replace and have basically the home game at home every year. One year it's a Florida State, the next year it's going to be a conference game. So it's a quality opponent, and the impact to the city is important. And I totally understand that. I remember talking to Bill Reichert, who owns Joe's Delis, and he said that the home football weekends accounted for about a third of his actual profit revenue for the whole year. So it was really important, I mean, and that's just one business, but it's true for everybody along. So that's my take on it. But, it's ironic that it worked out that way with Athens, because turned the tables, and about a little over a decade later, we got the fortune of going up for baseball. We played Georgia up there, and Matt Laporta had 5 home runs. We swept them, and coincided with the same weekend that the Gators clinched the second of the back-to-backs in Atlanta. So I have incredibly good memories, fond memories of Athens-Atlanta pairing, and just happened to work out that it was baseball and basketball one time, and then football and baseball one time. And memories are important. I always said that the COVID, second obviously of the people who lost their lives, which is way out number one. The next damage is you lost a year of memories, and that's something that it costs you. You're losing that over and over for years. So that's my take on it. Go Gators, be safe. Have a good weekend, man.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Porter. Let's take John. John, welcome into the tailgate. How's it going?
Hey, thanks for my call, guys. And I tell you what, happy Halloween. My cat Tonto's not going out this year. I'm very upset with him. I couldn't sleep a week Wednesday night after that big fight he had in my front yard Wednesday night with another cat. And he finally came dragging ass last home midnight, 24 hours later. He turned back into a cat from a pumpkin and came home last night.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It was glad to see him back, though. God, I was glad to see him come back.
I bet.
I look for Toronto to go the whole 7 games because the Dodgers are going to have the numero uno pitcher on tonight. And so I figure they'll go 7 games. I think they'll take the 7th game. And the Gators, when are the Gators play the home game against Georgia next year?
They don't play home and home. They're going to Atlanta and Tampa.
Atlanta and Tampa. Atlanta is next year, and then Tampa the year after that, right?
Yep, that's correct.
And then where are the Gators going to play their home games at? Because they're going to be doing renovations on the stadium, so they're going to be playing no games at all in Gainesville for the next 2 years, are they?
No, I'm not sure what the timeline is going to be on that, but I would imagine that all the construction is going to take place as soon as football season ends. And that's not going to start after this year.
Okay, but it'll be finished in time for the football season next year, you think, or?
No. I don't think that's coming. I don't think that's coming for 2026.
Yeah, that's gonna be bad if they can't play no games.
Yeah, no, that won't happen, John. They'll whatever construction project they do, they'll start it and it'll end by the time that the season arrives, so that they can play in the swamp. You don't have to worry about that.
Thank God for that. We don't need that to worry about.
Yeah, no doubt.
If what's his name, Kiffin don't take it, I hope they give it to Billy G. I like Billy Gonzalez. I tell you, these other coaches, I don't know. I don't trust any of them, but other than so I don't know. I just hope that Kiffin takes it. If he not, and Billy G, I reckon, will be as good as any of them.
All right, John. Thanks for the call.
I look for the Gators to win tomorrow. I look for them to win tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
I like the pick.
Gators.
I like the pick. Let's get Antonio real quick. He's been waiting. I don't want to make him wait any longer. Antonio, welcome in, man.
Hey, okay. I'll try to pick as quick as I can. I know that. So I want the game to stay. I'm big on tradition, so I want the game to stay in Jacksonville. After this little thing's over with, but I have a feeling that if this game is a success next year in Atlanta and there's a lot of money to be made, I think that they're going to switch it and it's going to swap. Maybe not the best thing to happen to move it to Atlanta next year.
That's my fear, and this is what I would like. I'd like to see it alternate, but my fear is that what's going to happen is they're going to keep it in Jacksonville, but they're going to see how much money they make from going to Atlanta and Tampa, and they're going to start shopping it around. Then I could see Miami trying to bring the rivalry to Miami. I could see another city in Georgia. I mean, obviously they used to play the game in Savannah once upon a time, but I don't know where else they could play in the state of Georgia other than Atlanta. But
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the money is what's going to drive these decisions, unfortunately. But I get it.
And as for the game tomorrow, man, this might sound a little crazy, but I actually think Florida's going to pull off the upset. So Florida was in every game we played this year, right? And we could have beat any team on the schedule this year, just like any team could have beat us. The talent is there. It ain't like there's a bunch of scrubs on this team. I think with Kirby not knowing what kind of style of offense we fully going to run, I know we're not going to do a 100% change, but they're going to be minimal changes that I think is going to impact the game. And if you look at last year's game, even though this is a whole different year, man, we went toe to toe with them, even with a walk-on quarterback who never played a game.
That's right.
And went toe to toe with them at the end of the game. It might sound a little crazy, but I think we're pulling off the upset tomorrow. I think we're going to beat Georgia. I think the talent's there to do it.
We got back-to-back Florida picks, baby.
Maybe it's the fan. Maybe I'm speaking from the heart because I'm usually a realist, but I don't know, man. I'm going with my gut. My gut is telling me Florida's going to take that game, man. But one more thing, because I know y'all got to take a break. One more thing. I know. So if Billy Gonzalez went out, he still won't have the job, right? Is what people think.
Yeah, but I don't think so. But I think he would be on the next staff, and if he's not, he'll get opportunities to go elsewhere.
Well, here's the crazy thing, right? Because we still in the SEC race. If he wins out, we go to the SEC championship. I'm speaking hypotheticals, of course. But if he won out, we go to the SEC championship, wins and make the playoffs. They still wouldn't hire him.
If all that happens, I think he'll get the job, Antonio.
All right, man. All right, y'all have a good one. I think Billy G is going to win out except for one game, Ole Miss. Ole Miss going to beat them, and that's going to bring Lane to Florida. All right. Y'all have a good one.
All right. You heard it here from Antonio. We'll get some more of your phone calls when we come back on the other side. You're listening to The Tailgate, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Your home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
All right, Gainesville, here's the deal. When I was renovating my place, I quickly learned rewiring your entire house isn't exactly a DIY weekend project. That's when I called Vintage Electric. The guys showed up ready to tackle the job way better than what we normally see on Saturdays. And trust me, they didn't miss a single play. Vintage Electric has been lighting up homes and businesses for more than 20 years, handling more than 2,000 calls a year. So whether it's a full rewire, a quick fix, or keeping those Friday night lights ablazing, these guys bring the power, literally. Plus, they drive those slick green vans around town. I mean, if you see one, you know help is on the way at all hours of the day. Vintage Electric does business the old-fashioned way, using years of experience to provide quality electrical work to this community that we all love so much. So don't wait for a power outage to bench your plans. Call Vintage Electric at 352-371-8021 or check them out online at vintageelectric.net. License number EC 13007542. Vintage Electric, keeping Gainesville powered one play at a time.
Hey y'all, it's Kyle from Leonardo's Pizza, Gainesville's iconic restaurant. You know, time zooms by and our town is changing all around us, but for 50 years, Leonardo's is still the calm in the storm. At Leonardo's, of course, we make delicious deep dish pizza and our famous garlic knots, but we sell memories. Come in to relive old ones, make new ones, and let us know that you heard me on the tailgate for 10% off your order. Hey Jeff, did you hear the new Starship song?
No, I don't think so.
We built this city on sauce and dough.
All right, sports fans, quick timeout from the game talk because this is Poptober. And if you're thinking about popping the question, then Oaks Jewelry is running that kind of deal that's a slam dunk and a touchdown all rolled up into one. So here's the play. All engagement rings up to 20% off. Diamond wedding bands and enhancers, yep, 20% off too. And if you grab that engagement ring, they'll even throw in a free bottle of champagne because every big win deserves, of course, a post-game celebration. I'm telling you, Oaks Jewelry is going to coach you through building the perfect ring, customizing the setting she's searching for, and make sure you score big when you get down on one knee. No Hail Marys here. This is a guaranteed score. So don't get flagged for delay a game. Run the 2-minute drill the way you're supposed to and head over to Oaks Jewelry this Poptober and lock in the biggest W of your life. While your favorite teams are chasing trophies, chase a little sparkle of your own. Oaks Jewelry, locally owned, always the MVP, and Gainesville's go-to for championship bling.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Floiida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Floiida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
The grill is hot at the tailgate. Now back to Jeff and Zach, right here on WRUF.
All right, welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Albaverdi here, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Lively discussion so far today. Appreciate all you guys calling, talking Floiida Georgia, giving your thoughts on this rivalry, on this game Saturday, on the location of this matchup. And if you still want to chime in, you can. 392-8255. You can hit us up on YouTube as well. Leave your comments on the live feed. You can email us as well. And you can also leave your comments at Facebook. And look, the comment that I'm reading right now from Jessica, she wants to know what my favorite candy is. My favorite candy is Reese's, which is great for me because it's the one candy or one of the candies that my daughter does not like. So I will get to score tonight on some Reese's. And obviously the Gators are going to have to put up a lot of points to beat the Bulldogs on Saturday, and this will be the last time that this matchup takes place in Georgia for a 2-year hiatus. It is going to move to Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Stadium next year, and then Tampa's Raymond James Stadium in 2027. Each team will receive approximately $7.5 million for moving the game. $7.5 million. The cocktail party returns to Jacksonville in 2028, and both teams are guaranteed to receive $10 million apiece for the game that year as well as in 2029. And then that price tag gets upped to $10.5 million in 2020 and 2021. So when we're talking about the future of this rivalry and where is it going to be played and where should it be played, those are the type of numbers that we're talking about, and that's really what's going to drive this. Unfortunately, I'm with you guys, and a lot of you guys, should I say. I would have loved, absolutely, I would have helped pay. Not a lot, but I would have contributed to a GoFundMe account to raise enough funds to pay these schools so that they would have brought this game to the college campuses the next 2 years while Everbank Field is under construction. I would have loved for it to happen, but the reality is that both of those schools are going to get a total of $15 million from playing those 2 games in Atlanta and Tampa, and they would have only had one home game had they done a home and home, and they would have only had 1 year of revenue from that, and I guarantee you it wouldn't have been $15 million, and it wouldn't even have been 7.5 that they're going to get for just 1 year. So unfortunately, that's what's driving this bus, and I don't know what incentive could be created to ever bring it to a college campus again, because obviously they're not paying to bring it if that's what happens. So, but that's where we're at. Enjoy the game on Saturday while you can, because it's not going to be back in Jacksonville for 3 more years. Let's get to the phone lines and take, come on, man, Johnny C.
Come on, man. What you know there, Zach?
Man, did you hear that you made it on the intro?
No, I didn't hear it, man. I just got it. Oh, man.
You're on the intro of the tailgate now, Johnny C.
What? Somebody need to call my agent, Zach.
We didn't even get permission for your NIL.
Oh, man. Listen, I'm just a giver, man. Take what you want, Hey, Zach, listen, man. First thing, I knew me and you got a connection, man. I'm a diabetic. I don't eat much candy, but the Reese's thing is my weakness.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, man.
Man.
Can't turn it away.
At the schoolhouse, I told all the kids, if you bring Coach anything, bring me a Reese's cup.
It's the best.
I get like 500 Reese's cup on Monday.
Yeah, it's
But that's okay. I eat them real slow.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and the good thing about Reese's is you can't have too many, so so you be able to make it last and stretch it out.
Exactly. I just pump it up on my insulin pump, man. Zach, I call you about this is a real quick thing about DJ Lagway, man. I've heard people call him trash and this. At the beginning of the year, I heard he had some injuries. He had this going on and that going on, and so things haven't mechanically or whatever gotten back in sync yet. So those kind of comments, I don't really get them. I think he's a good quarterback. I really do. He's been messed up a little bit, but I still think he's going to be the man. With that being said, I heard rumors that I don't know Trevion, what's his name, Jones.
Oh, Tramel Jones.
Tramel Jones, he might get some time, some special plays set up for him. You think that's going to happen, or is that just talk?
I think that they probably would only do that, like you said, to try and maybe some trickeration. To try and throw something. But I tell you what, I think if they have something that they feel that's going to work, I wouldn't be surprised if they had the trust in Tramel to put him in the game for something like that.
I don't see why not. I mean, the guy is – he's a freshman, but But getting him now, he hadn't really played much at all because of the situation. But I think that guy can throw the ball, man. And DJ's little struggles because of his mechanics and all that. I would try him every now and then. That's just me. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. You got an interim coach. Throw something at him.
Well, and there's been a couple times where they've done some wildcat. You've had DJ go and line up outside, but I don't know what you've heard, Johnny C. Maybe you've heard something I don't know. Maybe
let me stop. Hey, Zach, let me be quiet because you might take me off the intro. No, man, but I just heard that. That probably was AI or something. I don't know.
Hey.
I don't know, man. But anyway, Zach, man, it's so joyous to have you back you and Jeff back together. I love Mr. Pat, but I always enjoyed you, man, and you bring it real, man. You always give it to us real stuff. So welcome back, brother, and I'll be talking to you soon.
Sounds good, Johnny C. Appreciate you calling, brother. Absolutely, and make sure you catch yourself on that intro too next time you listen to the show.
I'm gonna get it. All right, brother.
All right, man. Take care. We're gonna get this last break. We'll come back on the other side and get Tim the Tool Man first, as well as some of the other calls right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Jasmine Balson. A birdie was the key to a Gator victory. Florida men's golf snagged the East Cup Lake title earlier today, with Parker Bell making a birdie on the last hole to clutch the win. Coach J.C. Deacon could not have been more proud of the senior.
I'm just so happy for him. He had a rough go here the last year. He was in a shambles, as he said last spring, and to watch him make those two putts, Ben James, wow, he was throwing everything at him, but Parker stayed calm and just so clutch those last two, and he won it for us.
Today's win make it back-to-back, following last week's victory in the Williams Cup. It also rounds out the men's golf fall season with their next meet happening in February. Get hyped, fans, because this weekend is the Floiida Georgia game. Under new head coach Billy Gonzalez, the Gators hope to finally beat the Bulldogs for the first time since 2020. Broadcast for the game starts here at 12:30 p.m.
Well, fall is here in Florida when the weather can't decide if it wants to be hot, cold, or just plain confused. If your HVAC system is acting like it's stuck in a pumpkin patch meltdown, don't sweat it or freeze. Crystal Air and Water has been Florida's #1 HVAC hero for more than 20 years, keeping families comfy through all of the fall weather drama. Whether your heater's throwing a hissy fit or your AC's still partying like it's summertime, they've got you covered. And here's the kicker. Crystal Air offers flexible financing, including 0% interest for 12 months for qualified buyers. Yep, comfy and budget-friendly. Don't let your home turn into a haunted house of uncomfortable temps. Call Crystal Air and Water today and kick those HVAC woes to the curb. Dial now or creep on over to acpenguin.com to explore financing and apply online. Again, that's acpenguin.com, because comfy homes are way better than haunted ones. License number CMC 1249384. We are right in the heart of the fall sports. Football, soccer, volleyball, or even that one guy trying to run a marathon after pumpkin spice season. But hey, rough tackles, tough plays, and weekend warrior moves can leave your back feeling more fumbled than your fantasy football lineup. That's where Dr. Paul Gardner steps in, your spinal MVP. With general chiropractic adjustments and a full playbook of therapeutic moves, he's got a way better game plan than what you're used to seeing on Saturdays. With the ability to order MRIs, CT scans, and so much more, you'll know what's wrong and be able to do something about it. Now, Dr. Paul Gardner isn't just any chiropractor. He's an athlete, a coach, and a father who knows what it takes to stay active and healthy all season long. So whether you're running the field, coaching the sidelines, or just trying to survive family game night, he's got your back. No reason to get benched this fall. Give a call to Dr. Paul Gardner and tackle your spinal health with a dedication and care that only a true pro can provide. Gardner Chiropractic, the playbook that'll keep you running up and down the field all season long. We all want to have fun, and with the sun, there are so many ways to do it here in North Central Florida. But the problem is that stuff is so expensive nowadays, and just to get enough stuff to get it going is going to cost you an arm and a leg, unless you head to Play It Again Sports. Golf clubs, baseball bats, exercise equipment, disc golf, pickleball paddles, water sports stuff, bikes, and lacrosse gear are just a fraction of the things in the store, and you can get them at a fraction of the price. There's no need to buy new, and they've got a heck of a crew ready to help you with whatever you need. So don't let outrageous costs stop you from enjoying the outside. Head on over to Play It Again Sports.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Well, there's no tricks with this forecast. It's all treats for us tonight. Temperatures falling into the 50s this evening, so bundle up going trick-or-treating. Clear chilly as we get into the overnight. 43 degrees overnight low in town. That's Gainesville, Ocala. 37 in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, mostly sunny, 73. Increasing clouds for Sunday. High of 75. Showers by Monday. For the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
Stream all of our shows on YouTube. Search WRUF, home of the Gators.
All right, welcome back into the tailgate. Zach Albaverdi here, wrapping up a Friday edition of the show. Appreciate everyone for calling today, chiming in. Appreciate Jeff, both Cardozo and Centel, for joining us in the first hour right here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. Let's jump back to the phone lines and get Tim the Tool Man. Welcome into the show, my man.
What's up, my man? I didn't know. So you are officially back?
I'm officially back.
Oh, that's what's up, my man. That's good, man.
Official,
long time no talk.
Official like a referee with a whistle.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what hopefully not the refs like the ones that called the Miami Heat game last night. They were terrible.
Yeah, no, I don't want any bad officiating.
Yeah. I just saw Pat too, which is funny as heck. I just saw it too. So, but yeah, man. But I'm glad to have you back there, my brother. But yeah. So, hey, man, quick question for you. So, have you heard anything, like people been talking about the boy from up there in Tennessee, the man from up in Tennessee, talking about the Gators might be looking into that guy, or they should look into him, Joshua Heupel. What do you think about that right there?
In terms of him coming to Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Florida, that's the direction that Florida would go. Obviously you got another guy that's comes from his coaching tree that has been mentioned as a candidate in Alex Golish. I don't necessarily even think that he would be more likely. I don't know that Josh is going anywhere, and I think that if he looked to leave Tennessee, the job that would get him to go would be Oklahoma, and who knows when that could open up, if it will anytime soon. But I think Florida would go in a different direction. I'm not sure that that's the hire that would do it for the fans.
I get it. All right, so switching gears to Gator basketball.
That's right.
Yeah, but the second is right around the corner. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, seeing them boys, seeing what they're going to do. I met Urban, and I was like, man, you one of my favorite basketball players, and there was a bunch of crap that they kept calling fouls on you last year. But how's he doing, by the way? Like, what's going on with him? I haven't really had the chance to really find out. I've been combing the internet to see what's going on.
You're not reading my website, Tim the Tool Man. If you're at GatorsOnline.com and you're subscribed, man, you know all about it. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the scoop right now since you called me. But he had a very good preseason. Florida had 2 scrimmages, and he absolutely lit it up. The first scrimmage was the one that probably jumped out the most. That's because he was – let me find it here in this story. He lit it up from downtown. He shot 7 attempts from 3, and he made 6 of them. He had 6 3-pointers in the first scrimmage or exhibition game, if you want to call it, against FIU. And then last Saturday, they played Illinois, who's ranked number 17, in an exhibition game, and they didn't have Boogie Flan. So Urban got the start in the backcourt with Xavier Lee, and he had another great game. I'm trying to find. Yeah, he hit 3 3-pointers in that game. Urban did, and he finished with 15 points and 4 assists against Illinois. So that's a big development for Florida, because I think he's established himself now as their that third guard that they'll have in the rotation, and I think he can handle the ball as well too. He can play point. So I think that's huge for Florida that he was able to perform like that in the preseason.
Yeah, man. I told him I think this was Monday, and I was like, man, I'm looking forward to seeing y'all boys play, man. I'm like, man, if he can take 8 3-pointers a game, that'll be good for me. 'Cause I know he's gonna hit 4 of them jokers. I know he's gonna hit 4 of them.
Yeah,
so,
he's got a nasty 3-point shot, man. That's really where he was able to impact the team last year, but I think this year he's going to even be able to do more. I think in terms of running the offense, playing point, he should be an improved defender. So that was something that I think Florida needed to happen, was him making those strides, and it seems like he's done it.
Yeah, I know McGuy can get to the cup too, though. I'm talking about the dude's just an all-around player. He's an all-around good player, good basketball player. So that's what I'm looking forward to see, man. But I'm taking my call, my brother, and I will get back with y'all. And welcome back, my guy.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it, man. Have a good weekend, and I hope all of you have a good weekend and a happy Halloween out there. Appreciate everybody listening, tuning in on YouTube, checking us out on the WRUF app. Make sure that you download that for free in your app store so that you can listen to us anywhere in the world. Make sure you head over to the YouTube page and follow all of that, because we're broadcasting each and every day at WRUF, the home of the Gators. Appreciate Jeff Sentel for joining us in the first hour, as long as Jeff Cardozo. Again, if you missed the news, some big developments with the Florida baseball program. Tom Slater has been hired as the associate head coach to replace Chuck Girolamo as the Gators get ready for their first fall ball exhibition game tonight in Jacksonville. And then the Florida football team will make their way to Everbank Field on Saturday to take on the number 5 Georgia Bulldogs. We'll see how it plays out and be back on Monday to talk about it. And if you guys want to make sure that you stick to the station tonight, you can listen to Game 6 of the World Series, Dodgers at the Blue Jays. Obviously, Toronto's got that 3-2 lead, looking to wrap it up, and coverage begins at 7 p.m. Game 7, if necessary, will air tomorrow night after the Extra Point post-game show presented by Spurrier. So thank you for everyone for listening this week. Appreciate everyone that hit me up, congratulating me on being back in the show. I'm happy to do it. Happy to see how this weekend plays out, and happy to come back on Monday to talk about it and preview basketball. Until then, see you guys on Monday. Take care.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. At Gatorland Toyota, we give you the easiest car buying experience ever. With Express Shopping, you can shop and buy your vehicle entirely from home. We'll even deliver your car to you. Want a customized Toyota? With our pre-order program, you can get the exact Toyota you want. And if you have a vehicle you'd like to trade or sell, we'll buy it whether you buy from us or not. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
You're like, you are a community patient. You come in here and you get
serviced by everyone. I've never been to a dentist like this. It's very much like that. Personal care, personal attention. They go out of their way to help you. If there's something else wrong with your teeth or your mouth or your dental needs, they identify it for you. They let you make the decision. They're not pushing services on you. They just